Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto Conquered the Soul Society Part 3. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Hidan, Yoruichi, and Naruto wandered aimlessly through the strange forest. Hey, how in the world would they know where they were going when they didn't even know where they were? Hidan, the only person who had been there, was guiding Naruto and Yoruichi around, but for the most part, it was a case of the blind leading the blind. Hidan led the way, indicating specific locations where he could recall fighting. Oh, and over there is where I cut that huge motherfucker's head off. He went down like a paraplegic ragdoll. It was fucking great, you both should have seen it. He gestured to another location up ahead, saying, oh, and that's where. Seriously, I didn't know the Gedu was this big on the inside. There really needed to be some kind of tablet or scroll to be passed down to people with Rinnegan so they would know this shit. I've been winging it for the last 2000 years. Way to drop the ball. Original Raikudo Sennin. Naruto and Yoruichi had ignored him more than an hour ago as they wandered through the strange forest. They were getting a very wide berth from the hollows for some reason. Yoruichi assumed that they had already been attacked multiple times. I'm amazed we haven't had to fight yet, but are you sure that the Gedu isn't a portal to somewhere? I mean, you don't know the origin of these techniques you use, you said that yourself, and you said that only you and 2 other people have ever used them. I'm betting that they didn't exactly share any secrets with you, she said, implying that they would have been attacked immediately by the Jillian-class Manos, who she saw when she fell through the Gedu. Nope, Naruto replied, verifying Yoruichi's hypothesis. I pretty much had to reverse engineer everything by myself with some help from a tablet. I'm just lucky that I had 2000 years to do it, and that Shinra Tensei was pretty much instinctual and a great base for learning all of the gravity moves after a while. Yoruichi paused to observe their surroundings and took a thoughtful look around. I can't believe this place though. You can send souls here. The place reeks of the Raryoku of nothing but hollows, Naruto said, pausing to consider Yoruichi's rear end. Looking at Yoruichi's butt and largely ignoring her words, Naruto remarked, good scenery though, damn good. What's so good about it? Yoruichi giggled. It's nothing but trees made of quartz. It's completely bleak scenery, totally depressing. Hey, what the fuck are you two doing that far back there? Get your lazy asses in gear and get moving already. I don't have all of eternity, you know. Hidan shouted back at them from a considerable distance away. With his back turned away from Yoruichi's back, Naruto shouted back, yes you do. I do too. Yoruichi-chan is the only person here with any sort of time concerns, and she doesn't care too much, so just wait you impatient idiot. Naruto found his hand firmly grasped by Yoruichi and dragged forward roughly. Damn, grip woman, he said. Her eyes widened as she turned to face Naruto, whose hand she was still holding, and said, let's go, Naruto. You can annoy your pet hollow later and try to kill each other when we get out of here. Right now I want to know what this place is all about. Yoruichi continued to look around, noticing the outlines of numerous weaker hollows and even Jillians in the distance. So many hollows, I can't believe that this many exist anywhere outside of Hueco Mundo. Huh, she said, observing Naruto's mouth move but not really hearing what he said. No, there's no way that it could be that easy for him. As they caught up to Hidan, Naruto casually smiled and said, I said you've got soft hands, Yoruichi-chan. Even though this place might turn out to be a death trap, this is actually kind of nice. You and me bonding like this. And yeah, because it's not like I'm here or anything, right? Hidan sneered as the skull-faced hollow led them on. I'm pretty much ignoring you until you do something useful in exchange for focusing on Yoruichi-chan. Naruto bluntly stated to his fellow shinobi, if it were just you and me we'd be doing some male bonding by way of kicking some hostile hollow ass, but with the lovely female Shinigami here my plans have changed. Without even waiting for a response, Hidan whimpered like a child, fuck, well can I go off and look for something cool to do if all you're going to do with the chick is try to get with her out here? He said, I don't really give a flying fuck about your answer either way. I came here to kill some monsters and I'm going to kill some monsters, so later. He then fled, which caused the distant hollows to approach and confront him. As he witnessed Hidan's bladed arm and hand effortlessly slicing through the offending enemy hollows, Naruto yelled after his hollow comrade, hey Hidan, get back here. He was about to follow him, but felt Yoruichi hold him tightly to prevent him from leaving. Damn it, that's the last time I'm bringing you in here for a long time. Naruto cried. She calmly said, he stayed in here on his own for 2 days last time. This time won't be for nearly as long, and it's not like we won't be able to find him later, just follow the sounds of battle. He turned to face her and saw her shaking her head. Don't worry about going after him. Hidan said. Like that. A distant explosion sounded. Naruto's gaze widened. He'd better not die, after all the trouble of dragging him out of that cursed spot he was in. Come on, I have a hunch about this place that I need to have confirmed or not. And I want to hear the story I've heard you two talking about. The one where you apparently saved the world. Yoruichi shook her head and gestured for Naruto to follow her until she said, you big hero. Trust me, Yoruichi-chan, I say all of that stuff about a hero's complex, but there's a good reason for that. Because when it really mattered and the world needed me, I wasn't a hero. Naruto shook his head as his face fell, wearing a wry smile and speaking in a tone that was somewhat reserved for him. My side lost in the end. But you're still here, and you said. Yoruichi blinked as she released his hand and he continued to move forward. Stopping in his tracks, he said, I never lied. I'm the strongest mortal man, period, and no one from my era, not even any remnants of the shinobi system I grew up with, is left alive. And why do you think that is? Because we were beaten. He glanced around before gesturing for her to sit on the ground by one of the trees, setting up a few cage bunchen to keep an eye on the area around them. I'm going to tell you a story of what happened during the greatest war of my time and how it ended. Sitting next to him against a tree, Yoruichi said, a war. You've never told me about this. I've never told anyone about it since people stopped talking and forgot about it. Naruto acknowledged, peering into the air. 2,000 years is a long time to be telling the same old story that history books can't prove or don't even cover. It basically goes like this. A madman wanted control of the world and conspired to capture the 9 most powerful creatures in existence, one of which had been contained inside of me. Well, he wound up capturing me because of my own weakness and stupidity, and he got them all, and I died. She was shocked to learn that he had been killed at some point. You died, she asked. Did he not remain there? Did they even have Gigai in the Soul Society 2 millennia ago? His body wasn't one. But how are you here? How did? Was all she wanted from the elderly man, and she felt like a little girl listening to him. He scowled as he considered it, saying, and I don't think I ever fully forgave myself for letting it happen. Naruto held his hand up to stop her from asking questions he intended to answer. Because I got a second chance. Someone didn't take my death lying down and she had the ability to fix it. Rewind. More than 2 millennia ago. Naruto gasped and sat up suddenly inside a dimly lit cave. Where is he? The blonde asked, quickly scanning the area. It wasn't a dream. I know he caught me. He was draining me of my Kyuubi. He tried to get up but his lower body refused to cooperate. I've never felt pain like that in my entire life. Even in the almost total darkness, he could make out faint hints of color, pink, specifically, draped across his lap as he looked down. For the longest moment, Naruto just sat there, silent and unthinking, staring at the weight that had been placed on top of him. Sakura-chan, wasn't really a question because he knew she wouldn't answer, and as he heard the echo inside the cave, he wished he hadn't said anything because it sounded like he was being mocked by the way his voice reverberated. He wasn't so out of it that he couldn't sense a certain presence of familiarity, nor could he ignore the fact that a scent of someone he knew very well was hovering around him. As he picked her up off him and carried her outside, Naruto asked her unresponsive body, why me? Why would you do this for me? What about Sasuke? Wasn't that your dream? You were going to get him back and you didn't need me for that. Why did you use that old lady Chiyo's jutsu? Naruto's eyes were filled with tears as he arrived at the cave's light. Sakura had, in fact, brought him back, and she was smiling peacefully in death. But as Naruto gazed out over the wasteland he could see from his location, he saw nothing to be happy about. Both sides had a large number of dead bodies. The White Zetsu army and the allied shinobi force that had been organized to fight them. The allied shinobi force clearly fought hard to prevent Uchiha Madara from taking the Kyuubi from him, and it appeared that none of them left it. Why is it me? He raised his voice and said, it's always me. Why the fuck is it always me? Mom, Dad, Sandaime Jiji, Gaara, Asuma Sensei, Ero Sennin, Nagato Ni, Konan, Yamato Taiko, Kurabi-san, held the entire village at one point, and now Sakura-chan too and everyone else. Why am I always the one that gets to walk away, huh? What makes me so goddamn special? Tell me what it is. I want to know why all these people always have to die over me and I can always just keep going. What do you want from me? The sound of his anguished cries reverberated across the empty battlefield for miles and miles as his freshly revived body failed and he collapsed to his knees, clutching Sakura's body against his own. His eyes had changed from blue to a purple ripple pattern, if Naruto had noticed at the time. But even if he had been aware of it, he wouldn't have given a damn at that particular moment. Flashback end. So, that was how it ended. That was the end of your era? Yoruichi asked, unable to take her eyes off Naruto's face as he told her about his past, his eyes appearing to freeze over. Nodded. Madara's army could just keep rebuilding itself because they were basically grown humans, spawned by the cells of one of the strongest men that had ever lived. He marched all over the continent and took control in 2 years. There was no such thing as a hidden village anymore. If you didn't work for Madara, you didn't work for anyone, because you were already dead. All the while he was working to fuse the 9 beasts of power into one being that put them all to shame, and eventually he found out how to do it. Yoruichi questioned him, and then what? But received no answer, leaving her perplexed. Was he simply going to stop when his story was getting interesting after telling her everything else so openly? Let it be known that Yoruichi had a few characteristics that complemented her sporadic feline appearance. You're just going to stop there? I'd really like to know. Was one of those characteristics of curiosity. 2 years later I decided to give it one more try. I was going to win or die trying, but at least I could say I made an attempt. Naruto shook his head, saying, I had 2 years of training to learn what I needed to use the powers granted to me by the Rinnegan, and I had my own small little force. I was a summoner of toads, and for me in the future of this world they all came to buy me time. He then pulled up the shirt beneath his sage coat, revealing his torso, revealing his wickedly intricate seal that contained the creature he had told Yamamoto about during the captain's meeting. Rewind. 2 years after the allied shinobi forces' decline. As he lay motionless on the floor in a bloody mess, Naruto thought to himself, I was a failure after all. I'm no hero, I'm no great ninja, and I'm sure no child of prophecy. While the little force he had managed to muster to help him kept the White Zetsu army occupied elsewhere, Naruto had infiltrated the grounds Madara had set up for the resurrection of the Jubi. He reached the man himself, but just before he could attack him, he was engaged in combat by Uchiha Sasuke, who viewed Naruto as the last surviving member of the village and the system that had robbed his entire family. Even with his Rinnegan, Naruto was unable to handle the combined Uchiha and their formidable eternal Mangekyo Sharingan because they had more time to use their power and battled him together. Sasuke left Naruto for dead after shoving a Chidori straight through his chest in a scene that brought back memories of his early years. Everyone told me I could succeed, and they believed in me. I convinced everyone that I could make everything better. He didn't care about living or dying here, and he didn't care about the pain of his wounds. I let them all down. He only needed to demonstrate to those who had supported him and given their lives for him that he was the one who could put an end to everything. That's it, Sasuke. Just a few more moments and the entire world will know of the extent of your hatred. Meanwhile, not far away, Madara had used Sasuke as his medium to synchronize with the humanoid-looking statue that contained all 9 demons that had been taken from all over the ninja world. The younger Uchiha's body started to glow as chakra of all colors began to emerge from the statue and engulf his body. Yes, Sasuke, you will live on as the Jubi. Although, unfortunately for you, that will have to be an existence that you carry out inside of me. No, this can't be over, Naruto said, getting up just in time to witness this unfold. He began limping toward Madara and Sasuke, who were gradually overcome by the chakra that was starting to take the form of the Jubi. It's not over until my heart stops. Uzumaki Naruto. Madara replied calmly, you just don't know how to die, do you? I've killed you twice already and you just won't stay down. Maybe you're the real immortal out of all of us. He laughed at the seriously ill blonde. Well, you can bear witness as I become greater than the Raikudo Sennin. I will bring peace to this world, because now it's mine. You're no Raikudo Sennin. Naruto yelled at him, nothing here belongs to you. Not the eyes you stole for your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, not Sasuke's body or will, not Nagato's Rinnegan, not the 9 Biju that you stole, not even the statue that you keep them in. Nothing here is yours. You're not God, you're just a lunatic. Naruto's Rinnegan burst into tears as face. How can someone like you take all of this power? You don't know anything about pain, you've never felt sorrow over anything you've lost. And you don't know anything about sacrifice, so how could you become any kind of Jinchuriki? All you have is hatred. As the Jubi form started to bubble and attempt to take on physical form, Madara exclaimed, and hatred is strong enough to have the world. Hatred can control the world, it can bring peace. Naruto grumbled, you never understood a thing, and if your clan felt this way I can understand why the original Raikudo Sennin never passed anything down to your founder. But that's okay, because I won't quit. Even if it takes me the end of time I'll do my best. One day I'll try to ensure that everyone in the world understands each other. I'll bring peace myself. Naruto started creating hand seals, Fuinjutsu, Genryu Q Fujin, sealing technique, illusionary dragon 9 consuming seals. I've already used that jutsu you fool. How do you think all of this is already happening? The Jubi is mine. Madara started laughing uncontrollably, but his laughter stopped when all of the Jubi's power passed through his body and returned to Naruto. What happened? What did you do, Uzumaki? What the hell did you do to my plan? He yelled at Naruto in fear as the seconds stretched into minutes after he had rendered himself intangible. As if flames were flickering off of him, Naruto's body glowed bright yellow. What do you think I've been doing for 2 years, Madara? I've been working as hard as I could to learn everything I could about the Raikudo Sennin, and then I found something in Konoha's ruins, more specifically Naka Shrine. Naturally, Madara was aware of the shrine from his time spent in Konoha. While those with Mangekyo Sharingan were able to read much more, those with Sharingan were only able to decipher a portion of what was written on a large tablet. That tablet provided him with the vast majority of the information he needed for his plan. As he felt the power coursing through him, Naruto yelled in agony, "The Rinnegan, let me read the entire thing." Only those with a true Rinnegan can truly use the Gerumazu, demonic statue of the outer path. Anything a pretender like you can do is overridden by a true sage with Rinnegan. Since it didn't result in Naruto defeating him, Madara had never figured out how Naruto got his Rinnegan, which he used in their battle. How did you? He asked. Naruto interrupted him and responded, because of Itachi, and because of Nagato ni, and because you fucked up and let me see what the world could really be if you were in control. I won't let everyone feel that kind of pain the way everyone you manipulated and killed did. I'm the new Raikudo Sennin, you son of a bitch, and I'm the only one who can do it, so just die. Madara could become intangible and evade harm, but that ability was limited to 5 minutes at a time. Naruto's intangibility had run out after he had been drawing in the Jubi's power for that long. As Madara realized when his body started to turn to ash, no. You damned brat, how could you win? I'm immortal, I had every advantage, I had everything planned out. All of these years, this world is mine, how could have kept disrupting my plans, even from the day of your birth? There were still days left before this was finished, and anyone nearby was just out of luck. I'm unpredictable. With Madara's body gone, Naruto could now concentrate on the mind-numbing agony that came with sealing the strongest creature in the world inside his body. That was the only thing he could say before his enemy's body completely turned to ash and drifted away. The deluge of power destroyed everything within 10 kilometers of the site. For the next 3 days, Naruto screamed until the Jubi was completely inside his body and the battle had finally ended. Flashback end. Wow, Yoruichi exclaimed, observing Naruto from a fresh angle. But wait, what happened to that Sasuke guy? He had not yet lied to her about anything, and if all of this was true, he was the man who saved the world. Naruto looked at Yoruichi and let out a, Sasuke became the Jubi. Madara used his body as a medium to station the power of the monster. And now Sasuke is the monster, and he's inside of me, and I have to say, it really, really sucks. As Yoruichi prodded his torso to get a clear view of his seal, she asked, why? Because he's still alive, he's just sleeping most of the time, but he wakes up every 1,000 years. Naruto sighed as he felt the seal on his, and he really doesn't like the fact that he's trapped inside of me. Every time he wakes up, I have to fight him or else he'll break out and the Jubi will be free again. I've done it twice, and I only won off of sheer dumb luck and tactics. I have 1,000 years to get a new plan ready each time. I can't overpower the Jubi flat out. Yoruichi pondered, and if you ever wound up losing? She could tell by the way he described the creature that whatever happened would not be good. As a demonstration, Naruto held up a Rasengan and said, the world is over. You Shinigami would have to find a way to intervene somehow. The Jubi would run rampant and you can't kill it. It's not a living creature with a soul, it's chakra, it's energy that has taken a physical form. He then got to his feet and said, but there are more problems than just that, and I just beat him not too long ago. I have another 1,000 years to work with here. I'll deal with this Aizen guy first. He reached down and offered Yoruichi a hand to help her off the ground. Before considering the time period, she said thoughtfully, but then 2,000 years ago is when the Academy for Shinigami was formed. Around that time the Gote 13 were probably in complete disarray, setting things up for it, and with the influx of souls from the war you spoke up, the forces were probably overwhelmed with the amount of death. Hollows probably ran rampant at that time too. The dark-skinned Shinigami smiled and accepted his assistance, asking, "How did the Shinigami not try to step in and assist you back then? This seems like a major deal, something that the Soul Society couldn't ignore." She sighed at being unable to offer him any insight into the Soul Society's time period, saying, "I don't know. It was way before my time anyway." Naruto wiped the back of his sage coat and his trousers, saying, "Yeah, well, it's my problem. I've been dealing with it for as long as I can remember and I'll keep dealing with it. I'm the one who survived and it's my responsibility. Don't worry about it, Yoruichi-chan." She gave him a lengthy kiss after assertively saying, "I won't. Not as long as you're the one holding it back." A pair of blue eyes stared at her bewilderedly as she slowly pulled away from him, and she responded to his unanswered question by saying, "Thank you for telling me that story. I'm not going to sit here and imagine something like that happening to everyone I knew." Naruto looked around the strange forest and said, "Should we be looking for Hidan right now?" While rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Ah, it's okay. Telling the story every now and then, it kind of helps me keep them alive, inside, you know. I don't want to forget about them. They all made me who I am." Yoruichi shook her head and carried on exploring the forest, saying, "Nah, if I'm right about this place then he's probably having the time of his life in here." Alongside Hidan, as he sliced through another trio of lowly hollows who attempted to attack him, Hidan exclaimed, "I'm having the best time ever. It's like these dumb fucks don't get the point yet, the only chance they have is to run away from me." He turned to see a group of hollows doing just that. "Now these are the smart one. Too fucking bad for you those suckers." Sero, hollow flash. Hidan opened his mouth and released a red burst of energy that struck the weak hollows in the distance and destroyed them. His skull-like face blinked as he scratched his silver hair, and as the hollows, remnants disappeared from view, Hidan let out a deep sigh of relief of some kind. "Ah, I love the sounds of slaughter in the morning. Is it even morning? Bah, I don't care, I love the sounds of slaughter anytime," he said, before laughing to himself. "Come on, who's next? Anyone? Uzumaki brat and the sexy lady with him aren't coming back anytime soon. I've got all the time in the world to keep ripping you fools apart. What is a Vasto Lord doing down here?" Hidan's eyes gleamed and he whipped his head around. A dozen Jillian class Manos stood in front of him, flanked by 3 generic Ijukas class hollows that were larger than him. "Killing the whole fucking lot of you. What does it look like I'm doing?" Hidan said without showing much fear. "A Vasto Lord shouldn't be down in the forest of Manos. Someone like you should be above the surface with the other powerful hollows, and why aren't you an Arrancar like all of the other most powerful hollows up above in Hueco Mundo?" said one of the hollows, who was most likely the leader of the group. "Look, I don't give damn about where I am, and I don't have a fucking clue about what Hueco Mundo is. All I know is that I see idiots that need to be slaughtered." Hidan sighed, wondering why his prey always had to try to prolong their lives by telling him things that might have been useful but that he couldn't have cared less about at the moment. He was interrupted when Hidan instantly sliced his head in half, killing the hollow. "Don't be foolish," another Ijukas told Hidan. "There's no reason for you to want to kill us, you're stronger than us. We would never want to attack someone like you." Hidan smiled malevolently as he licked the blood off the blades on the back of his wrist. He began to walk toward the hollows that were backing away from him. "I don't care whether you want to fight me or not. Do you really think that the prey has a choice of when the predator chooses to come after them? No, of course not. Prey doesn't get to choose when they have fight for their lives. All you can do is be ready. Those that are, you will live. Those of you that aren't, you'll simply die just like everyone else. Weak fools like you don't get to fucking tell me you're not going to fight, because I don't need any of you to fight, I just need you to die." Uzumaki brat said, "I can't kill humans, otherwise he would stop me himself, and I know that he could, but for the rest of you I wasn't given any kind of instruction. Now let me savor your suffering and despair," he said, slicing off the head of a second Ijukas with his scythe-bladed right arm after the left blade that protruded from his fist pierced his chest. A trio of women nearby observed Hidan's methodical destruction of the hollows who dared approach him. One of the women, whose eyes were amber with a red outline and one blue, shook her head at Hidan's savage fighting style as she watched his attack, saying, "Look at that lunatic." Her hair was black, reaching her jaw, and she had an odd, narrow, white piece with a horn in the center on top of her head. She was dressed in a white hakama, a white jacket with a V-neck and sleeves that reached her shoulders, and white gloves. "If we go down there right now he'll probably try to kill us too," she said, holding thick cuffs around her wrists and at the end of her jacket sleeves. The other two women laughed and asked, "You're not scared, are you, Apache?" She had green eyes, long, thick, wavy brown hair, and dark skin. A thick necklace hung around her neck, and a three-sectioned crown rested atop her head. "You afraid that guy'll tear you apart if you go down there?" she asked, wearing a white skirt and white corset top that revealed a hollow hole above her navel and had white bands around her wrists and biceps. The first woman, who goes by Apache, yelled at her comrade, "Like hell I am. This guy can't beat us like this. We're Arrancar, he's still just a normal hollow, you know we can beat him." Mila rose. The third woman had 3 pink dots beneath her right eye, long olive green hair, and lavender eyes. "The way you two argue makes you seem like you both of you are afraid of him." She made this statement while wearing a single, long, white dress with sleeves that extended well past her arms and a 3-piece hair clip in her hair. "It makes you both seem very weak. It is understandable though, his Reiatsu is very high." Apache tried to verbally abuse her, saying, "If you're so much better than us, I want to see you go down there. Can't you feel that? He's a Vasto Lord like Harribel-sama was before she became an Arrancar." The other two girls yelled at her, "Shut up, Sung-sun. And that sounds like a wonderful idea," Sung-sun sarcastically remarked, "because fighting a Vasto Lord anytime for any reason is a great idea. I think I'll stay up here, thank you very much." She was laughing at Apache and putting her sleeved arm in front of her mouth. A male voice behind her said, "That sounds like a good idea." She turned and leapt away, ready to fight with her allies. Hidan's body was covered in the blood of the hollows he had already killed. He stood with his arms crossed and looked at them with amusement, saying, "So you've all got a little bite to you, and you're all better to look at than the hollows have been taking out thus far. I like that. How did you even find us?" Apache asked, pointing to him. He pointed to his scythe-like blades on the side of his right wrist and said, "I fucking know when people are watching me. It's not like I'm unfamiliar with people trying to kill me. It's just that I have to start paying attention now because it can actually happen. Now then, who's first, or are we supposed to do this all at once?" Hidan said sardonically. To stop Hidan from attacking them right away, Sung-sun said, "Wait. Do you want to be stronger?" He was about to launch another attack when Mila Rose said something disgusting. "Nope," Hidan said dismissively, "I don't really care. As long as I can kill, and Uzumaki has made sure that I can, I'm okay. Jashin-sama will be pleased, speaking of which." As if eating something repulsive, she exclaimed, "Jashin-sama. Ugh, you call him that? I swear, that haughty jerk has enough names already. God King of Hueco Mundo. Wait, are you seriously telling me that you all know of Jashin-sama?" Hidan asked, halting him in his tracks. As she began to think quickly, Sung-sun stated, "Baragan is his actual name. Now that he knows we know about Baragan, he seems reluctant to kill us. We might be able to find Aizen-sama a new ally if we do this correctly." She took a chance and approached Hidan, saying, "If you would like, we could introduce you to him possibly, and someone else that would like to meet you. This is why we came down here anyway, to find the hollow that the numeros had heard rumors on." "Uzumaki doesn't need me," Hidan said, glancing at Sung-sun and the other two women. "As he did the last time, he can always drag me back out of here whenever he needs me." Hidan grinned at the 3 women and said, "Lead the way. And tell me about this place while you're at it, and more about hollows. I'm rather new at all of this." He didn't specify how long he intended to stay here. With Yoruichi and Naruto, Odama Rasengan, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. The enormous hollow collapsed to the ground, shattering a Jillian's mask. On their way back down to the ground beside Yoruichi, Naruto and a clone darted between 2 trees. As the clone dispersed, he remarked, "I thought there would be more of these guys in here. I guess Hidan's attracting them all to him. I think I actually do know where we are. Are you aware of the layout of the plains?" Yoruichi asked the blonde, shaking out the arm he used to smash Jillian's mask with the Odama Rasengan. You keep such a useful psychopath with you. Naruto shook his head, saying, the human world and the soul society are separated by Hueco Mundo, although only hollows can really access or leave this dimension, until you of course. With a startled expression on his face, Naruto asked, so you're saying that this is the place you told me the Aizen guy went to? He began to laugh and smirked. I think I've seen all I need to. From here I can start exploring the place and coming up with ways to get the drop on him. If all he has are those 3 guys he left the Seraiti with, I can organize a strike pretty quickly once this gets to Yamamoto Gigi. I don't have my team yet. Yoruichi nodded. I know what he'll do, and a full strike won't be it. Hueco Mundo is where all hollows live. That's very dangerous for a full strike here and now. Just Aizen, Ichimaru, and Tusen wouldn't be enough for any kind of plan that they have. Speaking of dangerous, Naruto said to himself and Yoruichi before closing his eyes and pointing in a specific direction. You can come out now. I can sense you there. You're too strong to just hide from me. A low booming noise was heard before a figure appeared 50 feet away from Naruto and his stunning Shinigami partner. Sai, I swear to Kami, it's like my eternal curse or something, not that I'm complaining. Naruto said after he had a clear view of the person in front of them. You can sense my Reiatsu, and yours is quite impressive as well. Both of you, even though the female is better than you at hiding her own. I had to trail you all the way here, said the blonde, who had darker skin than Yoruichi but was lighter in tone. Her outfit covered most of her face, leaving little room for Naruto's imagination. Looking at the strange woman who seemed to be radiating power that seemed to be that of a hollow, Yoruichi crossed her arms over her chest and said, who are you and what are you? Nothing we've come across so far has been passive towards us and I'm not expecting you to be either. Before turning to face the newcomer, Naruto said, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I don't think you've been looking for me just to observe us. I can't feel any ill intent from her, at least at the moment. It's okay Yoruichi-chan. Naruto placed a hand on one of her arms. The enigmatic woman introduced herself as Tia Harribel. And I actually have been looking for you just to observe you. My mission was to come here and find the cause of the trouble in the forest of Manos from a few days ago. I believe that the new Vasto Lord that myself and my associates found not too long ago killing hordes of hollows was the source, but then I felt you. She started to move forward, but stopped when Yoruichi dropped into a ready stance and Naruto dropped a kunai into his hand from the sleeve of his sage coat. Your mission, and who sent you on this mission of yours? Yoruichi asked, examining her words closely as Naruto raised his kunai. Aizen-sama, Harribel stated, and to answer your earlier question, I am an Arranccar, a hollow that has removed their mask to obtain powers reminiscent of you Shinigami. There was no need to conceal it. With his head tilted as though to gain a better perspective, Naruto gazed at her and said, I didn't know hollows got this good looking. It's like I learn something new every day. Would you please stop ogling the agent of Aizen? This is serious, Yoruichi said, rolling her eyes and feeling like giving Naruto a slap for being foolish. Still staring at Harribel, Naruto questioned, why? She doesn't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Fighting right now wouldn't do anything for anyone, and since we're not fighting I can admire this thing of beauty. Unless you're jealous, he concluded, grinning at Yoruichi. Yoruichi bumped Naruto with her hip and said, as if, you wouldn't even know what to do with all of this. Ignoring Naruto's surprise, she continued talking to Harribel. So you've found us. What do you plan to do now? She asked. Nothing. As long as you don't do anything foolish like attack me I won't do anything. I wasn't ordered to fight. Although I would appreciate it if Uzumaki stopped staring at me, Harribel said, her apathetic gaze shifting between Yoruichi and Naruto. After a few more seconds of staring, Naruto said, hold on. Then he turned back to face Harribel, and he said, okay, I'm good now. He then became very serious, saying, now what are we going to do? I don't want to fight, but you work for Aizen, so I can't just let you go. I can't let him tear apart entire dimensions so he can become some twisted version of a god, so if you're important to whatever he's planning. Harribel nodded. I do not wish to fight you either, but you're clearly opposing Aizen-sama, and you. She stated, staring at Yoruichi, I know you Shihuan Yoruichi. My power has been gifted to me by Aizen-sama, he gave me the strength to protect those close to me through sacrifice. I won't allow you to harm them or Aizen-sama's plans. Naruto moved forward. I don't care about hurting you unless you attack innocents and then it's my problem. I don't care if you're a hollow or an Arrancar or whatever, and I don't care if you work for Aizen. I'm going to stop him. And if I were you, I'd take a look at what's going on around you. Where did you learn about sacrifice from? Aizen-sama, why does it matter to you? Harribel asked, grabbing the sword she was carrying and appearing prepared to fight. You don't get it until someone actually sacrifices something for you, or you sacrifice something for someone else. And I'm pretty sure Aizen told you that so you would sacrifice yourself for him in the future. Naruto continued to approach, ignoring Harribel's sword, and said, because having someone explain sacrifice is not the best way to learn about it, dear, trust me. He was then forced to jump back to avoid a slash that was aimed at him. After attempting to abruptly cut Naruto down, Harribel's eyes narrowed at him and she had to remove her Zanpakuto. As she put it, if that is what it comes to, then I'll do what I must. Her weapon was not very long, but it was rather wide and hollow in the middle, almost like a hacksaw. After Harribel attempted to attack Naruto, Yoruichi looked at her and asked, could she be? Is she also hypnotized by Kyoka Suigetsu? She must be to a certain degree. Someone this strong would readily give up her life for someone else. She slashed at him once more, but this time he drew his kunai from his sleeve and blocked her attack. Do you even know what you're willing to sacrifice yourself for? Naruto asked incredulously. You have a choice, and choosing to sacrifice yourself for Aizen's goals doesn't seem smart. He's using you. You're expendable to him. Before he threw her back and started laughing, Harribel asked him, and what would you know about sacrifice? What's so funny? She asked as she watched him pull his kunai back into his sleeve. What you just said, Naruto gasped in amusement. The first bulk of my life was nothing but sacrifice. People sacrificed themselves for me, my own safety and wishes sacrificed for others and for the future, and even now. He continued for a few more seconds before calming down. Do you think I want to be here? No, I don't, not really. But I'm here anyway to keep Aizen from destroying the balance of the world. Don't tell me I don't know of sacrifice, I could tell you at least 100 stories. He locked eyes with Harribel, briefly evoking his Rinnegan before his normal eye color returned and the two stared down. Yoruichi turned away from the heated exchange between the two and warned Naruto, Hidan's Reiatsu is getting weaker. Either he's in trouble or he's getting too far away. Damn it, let's go find him before he gets too far. I don't want to have to look all over some hostile plane of existence for him. Naruto snapped out of his optical duel with Harribel, growling, and turning back to face her. He pointed at her, saying, I want you to at least think about what I've said. If you really want to know what that word of yours means and entails, I'd be glad to tell you anytime, I'm not that hard to find. With her sword raised, Harribel remarked, it's likely that we will be enemies in earnest the next time we see Uzumaki Naruto. There won't be any time to talk. Alright, lead the way, Yoruichi-chan. I can only really sense Raryoku and stuff in general, I can't pinpoint it like you and other Shinigami can yet. At least not outside of Sage Mode, said Naruto, sneering as he started to leave with Yoruichi. Following the path she sensed Hidan was Yoruichi, who said, are you sure it's okay to just leave her like that? She's among the enemy. Naruto raised his eyebrows at Yoruichi's, she's being used. And I fight on my own terms, not just because it seems like the right thing to do at the moment. If she attacked us or something then I would have fought, she didn't so I didn't. Aizen is my real issue. Anyone that gets in the way I just need to get them out of the way. So this is Hueco Mundo? Hidan asked himself as he turned to face the three women who had guided him. The forest they had spent the whole time in was apparently underground. Man, if it weren't for all the other hollows to kill, I'd rather stay in the human world if I had the choice. The scenery above ground was a never-ending white desert with innumerable dunes and no life at all. As she, Apache, and Mila Rose guided him along, Sung Sun said to him, yes, you would make a very powerful Arrancar. Maybe comparable to Harribel-sama. The women halted as a lone figure crossed the sands in front of them and said, I see you found the cause of the stir in the forest of Manos, a powerful Vasto lord. The figure was wearing an all-white outfit underneath a long white open jacket. I agree. As he approached them all and stopped in front of Hidan, the three women all bowed to him, saying, Aizen-sama. Mila Rose then said, yes, this is Hidan. He's interested in meeting Baragon. For such a hollow to appear out of nowhere like this and exude such power, Aizen said, his face flashing an unreadable smile as he evaluated the new hollow. These days, I'm discovering a lot of things. Additionally, You want to meet one of my most capable subordinates. It would be so simple. Uzumaki Brat's job would be over, and all I would need to do would be a simple movement of my arm. Aizen Sosuke, Hidan thought to himself as he felt the impulse to stab the man in the chest. Identifying Hidan's personality perfectly, Aizen remarked, "You enjoy fighting and find nothing better than the throes of combat. You've killed a lot of people even as a human, and now as a hollow you see no reason to stop. You are morally bankrupt and have no qualms about killing anyone you choose. You can fight to your heart's content if you accompany me." Hidan remained silent for a while before simply grinning and saying, "My heart's content, huh?" He burst out laughing, saying, "I can already do that. I'm in a place called Hueco Mundo, where there are no laws or regulations to punish me for my actions. This is my homeland. I can already do anything I want, so I don't need to work for you. What are you able to give me? What are you going to give me? Strength. I'm not interested in it. I am able to obtain my own power." The Haogyoku, is it responding to his will? Does he really feel this strongly about this? The Haogyoku was giving him power. He thought as he continued to rant, feeling both an increase in his own power and an inflow from somewhere else, somewhere rather close to him. "And what will you do if I don't take your offer?" Hidan continued, dismissing Aizen's offer. "Are you going to murder me? I hope you give it a shot. I would continue without a body and bite your throat out even if you beheaded me. You cannot intimidate me or exert any kind of control over me. The worst thing that can happen is not death. Death is me." The others could only watch as Hidan's body started to change as he reached for his mask and said, "Oh, and girls, thanks for the tip." He then ripped the skull mask off of his face in a single, smooth motion. He hadn't even had a chance to show the hollow his shikai before he tore off his mask, saying, "That has to be one of the most insane beings I have ever come across. The next time I come into contact with him I must have him join me or destroy him." Hidan's manic shrieking laughter echoed from the location of his transformation, while Aizen and Harribel's fraction were now fully retreating. Aizen could only clutch the orb he had in his grasp. Naruto and Yoruichi eventually followed Hidan's Reiatsu through the exit that took them above ground, but they were unable to take in the scenery because of a significant alteration in his power. Shortly after, they discovered Hidan standing in a huge pit of sand that had been blackened by his power. Hidan, are you okay?" His appearance was once again entirely human, and he was again naked, with an amulet in the symbol of Jashin around his neck that appeared to be made of bone, a hollow hole still in the place of his heart, and 2 weapons in each hand. A large red scythe with 3 blades in his left hand and a strange cylindrical instrument in his right, both held to his arm by a black coil that snaked around the limb and held the weapon by the bottom. As he began to climb out of his hole, Hidan looked up at Naruto and Yoruichi and began to laugh softly. "Yeah, Uzumaki Brat. Never better. Do you have any gear on you or are you all just going to be graced with my fucking full glory for the time being?" Hidan asked. After rolling his eyes and taking a scroll out of his pocket, Naruto said, "I've seen your junk 2 times more than I ever needed to get dressed." He then threw some clothes for Hidan at the man. "Ah, I'm feeling nostalgic again." Hidan grinned as he put on the clothes after Naruto threw them to him. "Did you keep this stuff?" Hidan received a black cloak with red clouds on it, along with a pair of black pants and black sandals. According to Naruto, it's a reminder, you're now an Arrancar. "How? I met that Aizen guy," Hidan said, laughing as he completed putting on his clothes. "Like those 3 bitches who bowed to him when he arrived, he attempted to make me into one of his punk-ass drones. However, I bitch-slapped that motherfucker verbally and tore off my mask as those others had instructed me to do in order to make a point. It was extremely painful." Yoruichi laughed and said, "I believe that today was a significant victory overall. We are aware that Hidan is an Arrancar and that you can now reach Hueco Mundo. We must be ready for an army of sorts if Aizen has the person we met on his side and Hidan claims to have 3 more. I get a whole world full of stupid hollows to rip apart whenever I want, and I get to fight an army later." Hidan licked his lips eagerly. "Alright, I know that this time I made the right decision. They were only trying to con me, and I doubted they knew Jashin-sama anyway, so I didn't need them. It's as though my god would permit someone like that Aizen pussy to give him instructions." With Yoruichi by his side, Naruto smiled and said, "I tell you what to do." "No you don't." Hidan defended himself by saying, "Usually, when you give me instructions, they're things that I wouldn't mind doing. Since the day you exposed me, I have thoroughly enjoyed every task you have given me. In addition, if you need to, you can trap me again in a dozen different ways. You are more powerful than Leader Sama was in the past, so I can't play around with you too much right now. Yoruichi said, we've got what we need for now out of this trip. Let's go home, she said with a satisfied expression. You can discuss this with Yamamoto and plan your course of action later, but I can assure you that I already know what he will do. Hidan stopped Naruto as he nodded and started to make hand seals, saying, look what those bitches who told me about hollows and this place told me I could do. Hidan's hand appeared to grasp the dimension's fabric before slowly tearing it apart and creating an opening. It's called a garganta. Awesome. Now that I'm not the assigned ride when it's time to return here, Naruto exclaimed with joy. As he leapt inside, he said. And I don't have to ask Uzumaki Brat for permission to come back here anymore. Hidan laughed, rubbing his hands together. Then he leapt through as well. As the garganta closed in on itself, Yoruichi followed the two men through, shaking her head at their antics and saying, I can't believe that those two are over 2,000 years old. She felt Hidan's massive release of Reiatsu, but Harribel didn't bother to go see what had happened because it would have only forced her into a pointless fight with the Savage Hollow. Perhaps a mistake had been made, but it wouldn't have mattered much in the end. Harribel walked at her own reserved pace back towards a massive white fortress in the distance. She wasn't yet under strict orders, so she could probably go to the human world and ask him what he meant by everything he said. However, what did Uzumaki Naruto mean by Aizen's meaning of sacrifice? He wasn't a Shinigami, and he didn't appear hostile despite knowing who she was and who she worked for. As she continued to walk alone in the desert, she thought to herself, Uzumaki Naruto, you are a strange being. Those strange eyes, the odd way you carry yourself despite the obvious power you have. But your ambition isn't as great as Aizen-sama's. But you believe that you can stop him. There has to be something more to you. Alongside Yoruichi and Naruto in the Arctic Circle. About a week and a half after their trip to Hueco Mundo, Naruto once more dragged Yoruichi out of Karakura town for companionship as he traveled the world for personal reasons he wasn't very forthcoming with. Naturally, the cat-like female was just as interested as ever in where Naruto was taking her, so she didn't argue too much. Thus far, they had boarded 2 aircraft, taken off from Tokyo, left Japan entirely, arrived in Canada of all places, and prepared themselves. Ready for your question, they left Saskatchewan's northernmost point and traveled north through the Northwest Territories before crossing the Arctic Circle into Nunavut. Fortunately for them, summer was still here, but because the season was about to change, it was still freezing. Yoruichi had to question Naruto's financial situation once more because he seemed to spend the money for their impromptu trip as if it were nothing more than the cost of the bus fare to get to the city center. He even gave her a passport as if it were a permission slip for a field trip at school. Yoruichi managed to growl out, Naruto, she was growing weary of following her bold leader. I've been very patient. I've followed you all the way out here without asking you too much, but now you have me out here in the middle of nowhere on an outlying island. So far away from any town that we haven't even seen a human being in several hours, and since when can you speak that language you were speaking? He said, despite the fact that she knew almost nothing about the Soul Society and that he knew almost everything about the world of the living that was worth talking about. Naruto smiled as he looked at his attractive female companion and helpfully responded, Anuktadut. Yoruichi had her hood pulled up, and Naruto didn't have it on because he didn't think he needed it. Both of them were dressed in white parkas and white boots. I learned to speak the languages of the places where I was hiding stuff, Yoruichi-chan. It would really suck to overhear someone talking about finding one of my hideaways and not know what they were saying. Not that anyone could even find one of my places. Only a ninja could, and there aren't any of them like me these days. They had been walking for hours, and the only sound they heard was the crunch of snow and ice beneath their boots as they tried to communicate with each other. With her nose wrinkled and snowflakes flying into her face from the wind, Yoruichi asked him, why didn't we take Hidan? Because he would be so bored he wouldn't know what to do with himself and he would just ditch us to go straight to Hueco Mundo once he realized we wouldn't be fighting. Naruto replied casually as he kept leading her forward. Besides, someone needed to keep watch over the base, and Urahara was going to install one of those kick-ass training fields in the basement. He just had one request before he got to work on it. Urahara's shop, Karakura town. He was tired of eating only ramen. Naruto had gone grocery shopping and stocked the cabinets and refrigerator. While waiting for Naruto and Yoruichi to return, So Hidan had come over to Urahara's shop to assist him because they were comrades for whatever Naruto's small squad was supposed to be used for, as well as because the man had promised him a very good meal. Hidan sat in the center of a binding array in his human Gigai, looking bored. Tessai's expression was intensely focused, as though he were getting ready to stop Hidan from escaping or attacking. The silver-haired former ninja gave him a, "You know muscles, if I wanted to fucking kill you I would have just done it by now. I'm not going to do anything to you or the bucket hat guy. Uzumaki would bind me back to some kind of holy land for all eternity again if I did." "Sorry Hidan-san," Tessai replied, actually apologizing to the hollow inhuman state. "This is a precaution. Urahara-san requires you to be in your Arrancar form so that he can study you and learn more about the process. The information he got from your Vasto Lord form was invaluable and we're still studying it. However, an Arrancar is something we have never gotten an opportunity to go over before." He barely saw Urahara approach and tap him on the head with the bottom of his cane, releasing his Arrancar form, still wearing his black robe with red clouds, from the Gigai before he dragged it away to a safe distance. "Okay," Hidan said, still not understanding. "I still don't understand why I have to be bound for this." Tessai activated the small barrier around Hidan's body and said, "The barrier is just in case it's needed." Urahara then walked back over and spun his cane, saying, "We're just going to test some things out on you Hidan." He then struck Hidan hard on the head with his cane. Hidan's head wasn't even shaking. Didn't hurt. Hiero, steel skin. One of the few techniques I was able to glean from those three bitches that were telling me all about what Arrancar could do. A grin crossed his face. "With my spiritual pressure you ain't gonna be able to hurt me with that weak piece of shit." As he pulled his Zanpakuto out of his cane, Urahara said, "Good to know." He smiled unnervingly and said, "It seems that we can step it up a bit here in testing things out on you. A word of warning before we get started, my Zanpakuto didn't really like being called a weak piece of shit, so I'm sorry in advance for this. Okiro, Benihime awaken, Crimson Princess." The Zanpakuto transformed into a sleek-looking medium-sized sword with a strange bend in the handle that had a tassel at the end. Hidan had to admit that the weapon had a rather unusual appearance, but he had only seen Yoruichi and knew nothing about Shinigami or their Zanpakuto. "What are you going to do with that?" Hidan joked. "Slice me up some bread and make me a sandwich." "Make it roast beef if you are." Urahara said, "Yeah," and then he clicked his teeth pityingly. She didn't really like that remark either, so I'm sorry for this. "You should be fine though, a little dinged up, but alive nonetheless, maybe." Hidan's eyes widened. First test. Arrancar durability in varying situations of intensity. Nake, Benihime sing, Crimson Princess. Urahara said. "Wait, what?" Urahara slashed a red energy blade at Hidan, but he was able to escape before it exploded upon contact, filling the sky with smoke. "Ow, goddamn it, that fucking hurt, you creepy bastard. You're lucky I was able to get the scythe up to block that shit," Hidan said. Urahara said, grabbing a clipboard out of nowhere and jotting down information. "The test subject seems alive and well for having taken a low-level blast from Benihime. I'd better up the intensity of the attack, or maybe have him take the hit without using his weapon to try and divert some of the impact." He sighed and nodded. "Oh well, we have all the time in the world to run trials, and it looks like we won't have to immediately get him medical treatment after every attempt. Consider it training for your hero Hidan." Hidan shouted back, "Go fuck yourself with your old man cane sword." At him. "With Yoruichi and Naruto." "Yeah," Naruto thought, grinning and rubbing under his nose. Hidan is a tough guy, so he should be able to handle some of that. After giving him a funny shake of her head, Yoruichi asked again, "Okay, so what are we doing out here? This isn't exactly the most romantic place to take a girl for a vacation, Naruto." She batted her eyelashes at him in a sweet little way. He smiled at her and said, "You've obviously never been up around the Arctic Circle and seen the Aurora Borealis. Maybe I'll bring you back and see if you say that then." The blonde continued to stroke his chin. "I guess if you want to that badly I can take you somewhere on the way back. We can stop off somewhere. Can you speak any other languages or do I have to teach you before we go anywhere cool? Why don't we save the sweet talk for later and you tell me why I'm out here freezing my tail off right now?" Yoruichi asked him with a smile that befitted a woman with a cunning plan. "Fair enough," he agreed with her. "All over the world I have stashed things. Cool things. Treasures of my era that I managed to get a hold of. Are we going to go see that Gerumazu thing you told me about with all of the monsters in it? Yoruichi asked, blinking as she watched him look at her in disbelief. Fuck no. In disbelief, the less people who know exactly where that is, the better it is for everyone. It's in a place that only I can reach anyway. No, these are more like armories. I have a lot of weapons of a powerful nature and we're heading towards the one that I want the most right now. And don't complain about where I placed it. The rest aren't in places that are any easier to get to. Most of them are harder to get to, and more of a pain in the ass to find. As they continued walking, Yoruichi observed that Naruto had, for some reason, switched on his Rinnegan by this point. So what exactly are we looking for again? Yoruichi asked. Something cool. Cryptically, Naruto said that made Yoruichi when she couldn't satisfy her curiosity. It's one of my favorite old tools. I liked it so much that I couldn't keep it locked away like most of the others. I got it fixed and upgraded actually and learned how to use it for myself, then I hid it. But you Shinigami have your Zanpakuto, so I need a little something extra with some knockout power so to speak. Hence, I'm coming to retrieve my sword since the stronger of you guys can just cut through my kunai and hidden blades like they're cheap. Well, when you compare them to soul-cutting swords they are cheap, Naruto. Hopefully what you've dragged me out here to find isn't that easy to break, Yoruichi said, grinning at his own frustration at realizing the limitations of his ninja tools in terms of melee attacks against Shinigami. As they began climbing a gentle slope, he told her, "No way, Yoruichi-chan. By the way, we're almost there." He then abruptly stopped in the middle of nowhere. There was absolutely nothing to suggest that anything was close to them. Yoruichi folded her arms across her chest and peered expectantly around. "So where is this important weapon of yours?" "There's nothing here." She was expecting to see some kind of elaborate, guarded shrine. As he began to make hand seals, Naruto said to her, "Look underneath Yoruichi-chan." He finished by stomping his foot on the ground and clapping his hands together, which caused a slight tremor. The ice broke in front of them, and a tablet-topped stone pillar emerged. Before slamming it onto the tablet and pushing it back down below the surface, Naruto drew a kunai and cut his palm, completely soaking it in his own blood. In front of them, a whirlpool began to form through the snow, ice, and ground. It spun and created a huge crater before coming to a halt when a tiny hole the size of a person appeared in the middle of it. Yoruichi gave Naruto a perplexed eyebrow tilt when he motioned for her to follow him, but she did so. The hole in the ground led through a very small passage that was covered in permafrost, but aside from that small natural event, it was strong and well constructed. They entered a main chamber that seemed to be composed entirely of hollowed-out ice. These are just regular ninja tools. Kunai, shuriken, stuff like that. I didn't have any until we headed to the Soul Society where apparently blacksmiths aren't out of practice like most are here, Naruto said, quickly reading the kanji on the scrolls that were stacked on the back wall and taking a few for himself. Yoruichi looked around and nodded. "Did you make this place? How did you even find it outside?" Everything looked the same. The location was stunning. As he made his way to a pedestal at the end of the room, Naruto declared, "I have the best eyes in the world, Yoruichi-chan. I used so much chakra making this place a beacon to me. I can see things that nobody else can, like the chakra that kept this place hidden. All I needed was to be in the general area to find it. Come to think of it, I did sense a mild amount of Raryoku when we started getting closer to this place." Yoruichi said. It had been odd. Even the minuscule amount of spiritual energy she sensed shouldn't have existed outside. Naruto looked at a sleek black box on the pedestal and said, "Yep." He said, "What better place to hide something away from people than in the middle of fucking nowhere, with absolutely no indicators as to anything being hidden? I have about 12 different places like this." He bit his thumb, smeared blood on the tips of his fingers, then pressed them onto the box and pulled them away to create a long chain of hand seals. Yoruichi smirked as he approached him in the box and said, "You certainly have one hell of a security system for a world without ninjas. You've seen TV and the news. Archaeologists find shit like my place all the time. On the off chance someone does discover this place, they won't be able to take a single thing I have for themselves without the ability to use chakra or the knowledge of my security code to open the cases for my real weapons." Naruto rolled his eyes and smiled amiably as he continued his hand seals. He then put his hand back on the box and finished his hand seals, receiving a satisfying click for his efforts. Yoruichi carefully examined the box as he opened it to see what treasure Naruto had brought them to the far end of nowhere to retrieve. When the box was completely opened, the only object inside was the hilt of a sword with a cross guard at the end, resting on a kind of elaborate velvet cushion. "That's it?" the dark-skinned noble asked, his eye twitching at the sight of it. Before departing the hiding spot, Naruto joyfully picked up the hilt and put it in his pocket, whistling a cheerful song to himself that reverberated throughout the tunnel and the chamber. "That's it? You dragged me halfway across the world for the hilt of a sword?" Yoruichi asked, palming her face as she followed him outside. "Yep. Is there a blade to it that you've got to go somewhere else to in order to find it? You know, so that no one else but you could ever use the sword even if they found one part." "Nope." Yoruichi was beaming with annoyance as she watched Naruto seal off the whirlpool crater, making the area appear as if they had never been there except for their soon-to-be-covered footprints. "So it's purely for sentimental value or something?" Yoruichi asked. Fishing the hilt back out of his pocket, Naruto sneered, "Hell number. This is a mission based on pure practicality, dear. This is one of the coolest things that I own," he said, laughing when he saw Yoruichi glare at it with hatred, believing that their time and effort had been in vain. Still unconvinced that this trip was even remotely fruitful, she remarked, "It looks like junk." "Yeah, whatever," Naruto complained rather vehemently before extending the hilt in front of her uninterested face. "This is the Raijin no Ken, sword of the Thunder God, and you'd better recognize and respect my archaic swag." A long blade with bright yellow energy just pouring from it, making it glow brightly, emerged from the hilt after he finished speaking. Yoruichi nearly recoiled in surprise. "The force is with me, Dadbeo." In response, Yoruichi rubbed her eyes, nearly blinded by Naruto's inconspicuous weapon, and asked, "What the hell is that thing? Was that electricity?" After spinning it around in his hand a few times, Naruto said, "Yes, it was. This sword is infused with pure electrical energy and could work as its own power source with the perpetual amount of juice it churns out. It seriously fucking hurts too, even when you're not being cut with it. Just touching this thing sucks." Yoruichi finally noticed the sword and asked, "You said you reforged it?" After removing the stars that had almost blinded her from her eyes. "I had it reforged, yeah," Naruto replied, declining the offer and restoring its original hilt. "It really wasn't made any better than any other sword I had seen before. Other than the electricity thing, there wasn't too much special about it. I even broke it before, me and Sasuke. I had to get it redone with the best metal I could possibly find, and now it's not only way tougher, I can do all sorts of cool things with it." He then gave her a brief glance. "Where's your Zanpakuto? I've never even seen it before." "Be assured that I have one and it's just as powerful as any other," she said, dismissing the small query with ease. "I don't like using it that much, so I just don't." She was a captain. Naruto gazed at the hilt of the Raijin no Ken and smiled, saying, "I missed you, my super sweet sword. Those Shinigami are going to piss their pants when they see what I upgraded you to do." Naruto nodded, adding, "I never implied that it wasn't, I just wanted to know why you never seem to have it on you. It's not like you really need it anyway." "He seems so excited just because he has his old weapon back," Yoruichi said, grinning at him after he had recovered from the surprise of his weapon. "Making Naruto happy doesn't really require much, does it?" She was brought back to reality when she realized that Naruto had been asking her a question. "Huh. I'm sorry, could you say that again? But I guess that after the story he told me, he has to take every bit of pleasure from life he can get, with as long as it is and with everything he had to and still has to do." Naruto did what was asked of him. "I said, where do you want me to take you, Yoruichi-chan? All I came out here for was the Raijin no Ken and to get a ton of my ninja tools for my surplus at the base. And you were a good girl in coming with me without a fight at all like the last time. I know you hate your Gigai. That means I owe you a fantastic vacation to the destination of your choice." With a slightly suspicious expression on her face, she asked, "And you'll take me anywhere I want to go?" "Anywhere at all," Naruto replied, verifying it firsthand. "Just tell me where and I'll take you anywhere, we'll do whatever you want. Money is literally no object, and you'd be worth it. We might not get a chance to until after everything settles down and my team is all set up for the moment, but I've got all the time in the world." As they continued to walk back to civilization, Yoruichi said in a voice that conveyed her satisfaction with the terms offered to her, "I'll hold you to that." 3 days later, Urahara's shop in Karakura town. Ururu handed Hidan, who was back in his Gigai with bandages covering various parts of his body, a cup of tea and said humbly, "Here you are, Mr. Hidan." Gazing across the table at Urahara, who had his clipboard out and was taking notes once more. The newly converted Arrancar grunted impatiently as he accepted the tea. His tone was serious as he asked, "So you say that pulling your mask off turned you into an Arrancar?" Hidan grunted in agreement, but he continued to glare at him. "Even so, you're extremely strong for an Arrancar, or so I've heard. A hollow with powers reminiscent of a Shinigami. So it wasn't enough for you to ruin all of those lives 110 years ago, was it, Aizen?" He told him, "You created your own army with the Hueco. Aizen, what on earth do you think you're doing?" Hidan interrupted him mid-sentence, saying, "So after the little torture session that you called tests, are you going to hurry up and build the training room in the basement of our base? I need to start getting my powers down." Returning to his typical airhead self, Urahara said, "Oh yeah, sure. Thanks for all the help, and for not trying to kill me once I was done studying your Arrancar form," he said. "I'll start installing it later today. That Zanpakuto, it's an evil weapon of mass destruction. And you say that every Shinigami has one?" Hidan asked, staring at the cane that was resting next to the table. He shook his head and sipped his tea. "Yeah, I'm really glad I'm on Uzumaki's side now. Fighting you and yours would be more trouble than it seems to be worth, even for the glory of Jashin-sama." Then he had an epiphany. "Oh, by the way, Uzumaki called the base and told me he found what he left to go get. He and the sexy lady with him should be back later in the week." Pulling out his fan, Urahara held it up to his face and said, "Oh, well, that's good. Because I was contacted by Yamamoto and there's something that Uzumaki-san is going to want to know that's about to go down." "Is it the kind of something that will piss him off?" Hidan asked, smirking as he gazed at the Shinigami scientist. After making a contemplative sound, Urahara answered, "I wouldn't say so. I would say that it's the kind of something that would make his life more difficult for the time being. It might make him angry depending on how he feels about it." Thought. Before finishing his tea, Hidan shrugged and said, "Meh, it's better than nothing, I guess. Could you get that little girl back in here to get me a refill? I've got a man's thirst here. I never want to see your damn Zanpakuto's release ever again." With Yoruichi and Naruto, Naruto found Yoruichi and himself a place to spend the night because their flight from Canada to Japan had a late layover in Hawaii. As long as they returned in a reasonable amount of time, there was nothing anyone could say about it because there was no real rush now that he had what he had left Karakura town to find. Yoruichi, wearing a loose violet shirt and black skirt, stretched out on the bed of the hotel suite Naruto had rented for them, gazing out of a rather large window that led to a balcony, grateful to be out of the Arctic Circle and in a more pleasant climate. He certainly didn't cut any corners for a one-night stay. He quickly inquired as to whether anyone had reserved the best suite they had, and upon learning that no one had, he promptly grabbed it for them. Yoruichi asked the blond man by the bed, who was carelessly rifling through the mini fridge, "Where do you get all of this money from? Your books couldn't possibly sell that well. That money would really be no object like this." A bottle of water protruded from Naruto's mouth as he looked up quizzically from the refrigerator. Taking his drink away, he smiled and replied, "Well yeah, my books really do sell that much. No joke. And I transfer money to new accounts for every normal lifetime I've lived. Then that account makes money, and then you've got to account for all of the interest I've accumulated too. There isn't any reason that I wouldn't be totally loaded, especially since I don't use that much money at all." He then smiled at her, "But you're so worth it, Yoruichi-chan." With a playful, "Ah," Yoruichi reached over and pinched Naruto's cheek, saying, "You're so sweet to me, Naruto." She blinked and then chose to pose the question, "Why are you so sweet? Not just to me, but to every girl you meet. It's not just because you're a womanizer, it doesn't seem that simple." Naruto averted his eyes away from her and returned to digging through the fridge. "A woman brought me into the world and gave her life for me. I've had my life saved more times than I can count by women. I've had my ass handed to me more times than I can count by women. And a woman even brought me back from the goddamn dead and gave me a chance to correct my ultimate mistake. Because of those reasons I treasure all women, not just for physical reasons, but because I've experienced both ends of the spectrum. You are capable of being bona fide angels of mercy, and merciless destroyers." He finished with a smile. "Any girl that thinks that giving me the time of day is worth her while ends up being special to me. It's incredible that you didn't become resentful and irate over time. Despite all of the foolishness and power, you're still a big softie, aren't you?" Yawning, Yoruichi rolled onto her back and said, "I think jet lag is just a myth. The changing time zones didn't mean anything to me, I'm so tired." As he rose from his crouched position by the mini-fridge to exit the room, Naruto remarked, "Get some sleep then. I'll hit the couch in the other room and I'll see you in the morning." Rolling her eyes, Yoruichi leapt from the bed and seized his arm, saying, "Oh, don't start acting like a prude now. You've slept in the same place as me before, and this time there's no one here. You're not going to be dropping all of that money just so you can sleep on a chair somewhere." After giving her one last glance, Naruto grinned and walked over to her, causing her to slowly back up. "So you don't want me to leave?" he said humbly, to which Yoruichi grinned back and shook her head. "Now why would that be?" she asked. Allowing him to put an arm around her waist and draw her close to him, she said, "You paid for this place. And I think I'm getting used to sleeping on top of you. I don't think I could get to sleep in such a foreign place without an immortal pillow." She looked up at him with her golden eyes quivering, then asked, "Or would you really make me sleep all by myself?" Even after more years than anyone could count, he was still a sucker for anything a girl close to him asked of him, so he had to look away from her eyes. Not that he would have refused her for something like this anyhow. After 2 hours, with her head resting on Naruto's bare chest, Yoruichi questioned, "So what's the next plan? When we get back to Karakura, what are we going to do?" They had been getting closer and closer every time they slept together, to the point where they no longer cared about the other sleeping in their underwear. The purple hair of Yoruichi began to rise and drop alongside his chest. "First and foremost, we need to get you an office space, then Hidan needs to get himself used to whatever he can do as an Arrancar, or else he wouldn't be as useful as he could be otherwise. Even if all he used was his Gigai and his ninjutsu, he wouldn't be much of a match for anything stronger than regular hollows. His Gigai body doesn't have enough chakra for him to readily use any yet. It would take years for him to get back up to speed with that." Yoruichi gave a nod of approval. "So what are we going to do about Hueco Mundo?" It was obvious that Hidan had a lot of power, but he needed to know how to use it or it would be practically useless to them. "We have 2 options," Naruto replied. "We could go back in and try to get more information on the place because we don't have much at all right now. We might even be able to launch a preemptive strike if we get our bearings fast enough, or we can wait for something to happen in the world of the living. I have some things that need doing around Karakura town anyway, and having too much on my plate at once wouldn't exactly be the best thing." He looked at the woman who was lying on his breasts. "You, on the other hand, are going to help me scout for more people. I've seen your Shinigami divisions. 4 or 5 people does not make a very deep and comprehensive group." Looking up at him with a look like a cat that has just swallowed the canary, she asked, "And if there's anyone in particular I like and think we should have?" With a laugh at her expression, Naruto said, "Then you can tell me about them and we can see if they're up to snuff and interested in joining." He rolled his eyes and said, "You still want all of Ichigo's friends, don't you? I'm telling you they won't do it unless he joins, and he won't." He added, scratching the top of his head, "And besides, I have to steer him towards Shinji and the other Vizards. It's too dangerous to leave him to roam and fight without him knowing about his hollow. I kind of want to slap Urahara again for doing that. This is his fault," he said in a rather irate. When he complained about going back to school, Yoruichi laughed and kissed him again, saying, "It's a good cover and you know it. Maybe you can actually get Ichigo to trust you because he still doesn't." The immortal Uzumaki's female companion pulled away after a moment and put a finger on his nose. "Don't blame Kazuki. Ichigo will be able to handle it. Just do what you need to when school gets back into session. He can't trust me all he wants while I'm saving his ass again, and see how much sense that makes." Naruto smiled at Yoruichi and put his arms around her, saying, "He's just mad that I stole his sexy temporary sensei away from him," he said, "like I care what that brat thinks. Oh, you stole me away, did you? So does that mean that when I'm telling you stuff you need to know about the Soul Society or things in general you'll call me Yoruichi-sensei?" Yoruichi pushed her nose and forehead against Naruto's while laughing sensuously. With a voice as low as hers, Naruto retorted, "You really want to do this, Yoruichi-chan? You're really towing it close to that line of no return. Only if when I buy you stuff and do awesome things you'll call me Naruto-sama." She smiled in response to his question, saying, "Oh well, in that case, if you're that worried about me second-guessing myself, I could just get up and get dressed and we can ignore." She laughed softly when Naruto interrupted her with another kiss, then she just closed her eyes and relished the moment as she began to duel tongues with the blonde shinobi below her. The lemon start. When Yoruichi felt Naruto quickly take off her bra and throw it aside, Any inhibitions she had about carrying out the rest of their nighttime activities were completely gone. Someone knows what they want, I see, she thought as she ran her hands through Naruto's spiky hair and relished the gentle dance of his fingertips on her bare back. As he allowed Yoruichi to take charge of their tongue play, Naruto reflected, well, that flirty side of hers isn't making up for any shyness in the bedroom. Before giving her a firm spanking, he allowed his hands to slide lower down her torso and secure her ass. Yoruichi sat up on top of Naruto and looked at him curiously after feeling the hit on her butt. Thinking he had insulted her, Naruto scowled and said, "You didn't like that. Sorry." He took both of his hands by the wrists and put them directly on her ample chest, and Yoruichi smiled once more, saying, "I didn't say I didn't like it. I just didn't expect that. Now isn't it so much better to be able to touch instead of just look? Be gentle though," she groaned as she felt him start to gently squeeze her breasts. When Naruto saw Yoruichi close her eyes and relish the attention his hands were giving her, he laughed and said, "Sure thing, Yoruichi-chan. Practice hand seals for purposes other than jutsu, I won't hurt you." In response to that comment that seemed to undervalue her, Yoruichi teased Naruto's erection by gently and steadily grinding her hips on top of his, saying, "Oh, you couldn't hurt me if you tried. Whether I'm in a gigai or not." Understood. Despite his desire to yank her away from him and begin fucking her lights out, he managed to hiss out. Although she didn't particularly care about it at the time, she was causing him a great deal of pain and knew exactly what she was trying to do. He assumed he would have to do the same to her in order to get her to care about how she was making him feel. Naruto took one hand off her breast and slipped it under the waistband of her panties in an attempt to retaliate against his dark-skinned goddess and her ability to taunt him even now, when he was so close to what they both desired. When Yoruichi felt Uzumaki Naruto's extremely skilled fingers start to play with her sweet spot, she tried and failed to contain her surprise. "Oh my god," she whispered to herself, but Naruto was able to hear her. "Has it been a while?" "Me too." He had two fingers implanted inside her, pumping in and out of her at different speeds while his other hand held her in place and gently stroked her behind. In an attempt to overcome the startling pleasure she was beginning to experience, Yoruichi managed to stammer out, "Why yes. Would you laugh if I said that if you had left the room tonight I would have probably jumped you in your sleep? It's really been almost 100 years, she said, bucking her hips in accordance with Naruto's finger movements as she gazed down at his face with hazy golden eyes. With a sly smile, Naruto acknowledged that she was hardly paying attention to him and was instead leering at him with lustful, cloudy eyes. "Don't hold back on my account, Yoruichi-chan," he said to her, 50 years for me." As if a switch had turned in her head, she slowly pulled herself off of his fingers, took off her last underwear, and crawled around him on the bed before pinning one of his arms down with her knee and draped her other leg across his other side, pinning his other arm and straddling his neck. Yoruichi looked down at her prone lover and licked her own lips, saying, "You told me not to hold back." She sensed Naruto effortlessly releasing both of his arms and guiding her forward until he started giving the female Shinigami oral gratification. "A human," Yoruichi said, grabbing two fistfuls of Naruto's hair and drawing him closer to her so she could feel his tongue work more deeply. With one hand free from Naruto's hair, she started to play with her nipples, getting them to harden, thinking, "A human is making me feel like this. I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Naruto? I didn't catch that." Yoruichi said with a satisfied smile on her face after hearing Naruto murmur something beneath her but not being able to understand what he was saying. When he did, she moaned softly and thought she felt him laugh. Yoruichi stood up from Naruto's face, perplexing him, as though he had just realized something. He was certain that she hadn't climaxed. As she removed Naruto's boxers, Yoruichi turned her lovely body around and positioned herself on his face once more, this time facing the direction of his legs. "I'm sorry, I was being so selfish," she said. When Naruto felt Yoruichi's warm mouth take in his entire length, his eyes widened. He laughed and said in a somewhat strained voice, "You're not selfish at all, Yoruichi-chan." He hadn't objected at all if that was what she meant by being selfish. He would have done anything for her right now, since she was his. He realized that earlier because her tongue and mouth had somehow managed to return the favor by reciprocating his attempts to win her approval. Returning to his own attempts to make Yoruichi cum, he pulled Yoruichi back down over his mouth. Yoruichi's mouth was around Naruto's dick as she bobbed her head up and down. She tried to express the lucid state of contentment in her head with groans of delight, but Naruto's tool muffled them. She licked long, Sharp strokes from base to head and back down, slowly drawing it in and out of her mouth. She wanted Naruto to fall in love with her after this was over because Shihu and Yoruichi was a heartbreaker, but that plan was starting to backfire because she knew very well that she would want to do this again just as much as he did. Additionally, it was clear that Naruto understood what he was doing. He could feel her shiver with pleasure as his tongue repeatedly flicked against her clit. By no means did Yoruichi have a lack of skill in her field. Naruto wasn't a beginner at having sex, though, as he had written entire books on the subject. He wanted Yoruichi to want more, which was the problem. Since he wasn't exactly planning on begging her in the future, he wanted to give her enough to make her want to return to him. Even if it was only for sex, he didn't mind at this point because it had been a long time since anyone in the world needed him. I'm going to make him love me, was the basic battle of wills at this point. When this is over, he will need me. After stopping his meal, Naruto patted the attractive woman on the butt and said, "Get off Yoruichi-chan." She grudgingly complied and turned to face him with an inquisitive expression. He forced them to stop, but why? She had a smirk on her face that made her feel either excited or intimidated, and before she could express it, she was pushed to her knees and had to bend forward with her arms to keep her face from falling. Naruto took a position behind her and slowly sank into Yoruichi's velvety folds. With his hands on her hips to steer her toward and away from him, he started thrusting in and out of her. In an attempt to sound angry, Yoruichi clutched a fistful of the bed's sheets and bit her lip to suppress a loud groan. "Naruto, you cheeky bastard. I didn't tell you to do that." She spoke breathily, but her voice was completely devoid of anger. He gave her ass another slap, just like before, and said, "No, you didn't. He was just screwing his first recruit to his unit from behind. But you never said I couldn't. Besides, you know you like it." Before a rather sharp object caused her to yell briefly, she said, "Jerk." Yoruichi muttered a smile and winked at Naruto as he raised one of her legs to gain a better view of her. "You're lucky I'm in my gigai or you'd be begging me for release right now." As he proceeded to fuck Yoruichi, Naruto put his arms around her body and lifted her up until they were both sitting on their knees. As his hands pinched and tugged at Yoruichi's nipples, Naruto began to gently bite and suck on her neck in an attempt to leave hickeys on her. "You can't make me come, Naruto. You're going to finish first." Yoruichi held him to her with an arm around his head and neck. She smiled when she heard him laugh and kiss her neck. He shifted them again while sitting inside Yoruichi and holding her legs under her thighs to keep them spread open. "Who's the one in control here?" he asked her in a whisper before nibbling on her earlobe. "I'm technically your boss. If I say, 'Come for me, Yoruichi-chan,' that's what I expect." Like so. Once he started bouncing her up and down on top of his cock, the sound of her loud love cries was like music to his ears. Yoruichi began to shake her head back and forth, unable to scream because she needed to take another breath in order to continue making noise. He was totally in control of her. She had no choice but to literally ride it out. "I can't take it, it feels like he's splitting me in half." She didn't seem to have any problems with that. She had been openly teasing him since the beginning of their odd but alluring relationship, and he did know exactly what he was doing because he was her boss. If it ended with her getting off somehow, she could give him a small amount of retribution. He would then see who would dominate who after she made sure she returned him later without her gigai. As he continued to bounce her up and down on his pole, Naruto warned her, "I'm going to come, Yoruichi-chan." Rather than assuming that Yoruichi would simply let him shoot his load inside, he wanted to say, "I'll let you." Yoruichi could feel her own climax building, and if he didn't let her reach it because he believed he was being gentlemanly, she didn't know what she would do to him. "If you take me off before I finish, I swear I'll beat the daylights out of you." Yoruichi screamed in threat. "Naruto, you're so fucking good," was the only thing she could see after the stars obscured her vision, and she quickly tightened her grip on him and let out another cry that signified her release. Naruto remarked, "Kami, you're so tight, Yoruichi-chan," as soon as he felt her pressure on his penis. When he eventually entered his beautiful, dark-skinned lover's world, that was the final straw for him. He took his hands off under her thighs and put his arms around her, gently massaging her stomach. When Yoruichi realized Naruto was still buried inside of her, her breathing slowed and became calmer. With a pop, Naruto yanked her away from him before she could speak. When he sat her down between his legs and leaned back against the bed's headboard, she attempted to pout but ended up grinning and laughing instead. "Yes, we'll have to do this again, Naruto. Again, and again, and again." She followed his lead and leaned back against his chest, allowing him to freely rub her body. In just a minute, as a matter of fact, unless you think you can't take it. She teased. She turned back to face him and kissed one of his hands. With a sigh, Naruto asked her, "What time is the flight in the morning?" As he peered out the window at the pitch-black night. She tried to think, "We're supposed to take off at 8:15 a.m. Why?" And put a finger to her lips. When Yoruichi narrowed her eyes at him and crawled out of his lap to lay down on her back with her legs spread for him, his hard-on returned with a vengeance. "Because," he said, grinning broadly at her, "we can sleep on the plane. I'm not about to let my night with a goddess end after just one round. Now do you think you can take it? I know that sitting in that damn airline seat after we're done is going to be hell, but for now take me to heaven, Naruto." Yoruichi said, letting out a little laugh as she left herself prone for him. Naruto crawled over to her and planted a deep kiss on her before they resumed their conversation. Lemon's End, Karakura Town, 3 days later. Following his return to Karakura Town, Urahara paid Naruto a visit to discuss his findings regarding Hidan and Arrancars in general. He concluded that it would be better for everyone if they studied the enemy now rather than waiting until later if this was what they were going to be fighting. While Yoruichi and Naruto were gone, Urahara stood in front of Hidan in the training room that she had somehow carved out. Urahara had a clear, see-through board in front of the Arrancar with labels and circles around specific parts of his anatomy. As though giving a lecture, the scientist pointed to Hidan with a long pointer and said, "Okay, Hidan here, as we all know, is the Shinigami hollow known as an Arrancar." Yoruichi added, "We already knew that, Kazuki. I don't even know why that required repeating." Naruto, Yoruichi, all of Urahara's assistants, and even Hidan behind the clear board all said, "Duh." With a gleam in his eye, he turned to face Yoruichi and said, well. Unless you're willing to tell us what you were up to with Uzumaki-san while you were gone, I would suggest that you let me finish." He had his fan outside his face. At her side, Naruto was grinning broadly. "What?" she replied, trying desperately to hide her blush. "We just went to get a weapon for him that he had hidden." After exchanging glances with Urahara, Hidan grinned and said, "Yeah, I'm sure he hid his weapon, all right." The two men began to laugh until they felt Yoruichi's Reiatsu spike menacingly, at which point they said, "Okay bucket hat, back to explaining this shit." "I agree," Urahara said with a hurried cursor. "Now, Arrancar are able to fire Sero blasts just like regular hollows are able to, and from what we have seen of Hidan, he also has the hole on his body that is the telltale sign that he's still a hollow. Apparently the hollow that transforms into an Arrancar must be of staggering power for the change to even provide a relevant amount of challenge. Manos are higher. What about how he's wired?" Naruto asked, raising his hand as if they were in class. "Well, I'm just saying, when Hidan was a Vasto Lord he seemed more bloodthirsty, even for his normal personality. How many times did you go into Hueco Mundo when I was gone?" he asked the silver-haired ex-shinobi, drawing curious looks from everyone around him. Hidan raised his index finger. "Just once for like an hour or two to get to combat training in with the stuff I felt like working on." Yoruichi noted, Vasto Lord Hidan would have been chomping at the bit to just stay in there. Pointing to Hidan's head and repeatedly slapping the pointer off the board to irritate him, Urahara went on, "About that. Arrancars share a similar anatomy to that of Shinigami. Everything is where it would be for a Shinigami. His Sakatsu, soul chain, and Hakusui, soul sleep, are in the same places, and his mental capacities aren't naturally fueled by battle and killing the way other hollows are. Actually yeah they are, but like I said, I'm so used to it all of the fucking time even back when I was alive and it's like a little tickle in the back of my head every so often. But I know how to adhere to standards so it's cool. I won't kill any of you." Hidan interrupted him to draw attention to something. His rather gloomy smile caused Ururu and Jinta, the children, to tremble a little. "Now the most interesting thing by far in the time I've been studying the results from the things I've done to Hidan are the other powers that they have." Urahara tapped the board repeatedly to draw attention back to himself. "The stronger they are, the better the defense is." He then sniffed arrogantly, adding, "It's still by no means impenetrable though." With an irritated growl, Hidan said, "Stop acting and go back to the explanation before I shove those sandals up your ass." Before following instructions, Urahara said brightly, "Era, don't be so bloodthirsty. Now the powers, as I said, are incredibly interesting. With enough work, Our resident Arrancar here has the potential to mimic the Shinigami use of Shunpo and other Ho-Ho skills in his own way. In addition to that, he has variants of the Sero that he may or may not be able to use if he had the ingenuity and training to do so. These are. Hidan grinned as he held up his odd cylindrical device in one hand and his three-bladed scythe in the other. The bulk of Hidan's Raryoku are sealed within these two weapons, much like a sealed Zanpakuto. Yes, I'm certain before you even start asking, Yoruichi said, giving Urahara a look of complete shock that satisfied him. Urahara seemed somewhat excited or shaken by what he was about to say to them. These two weapons are Hidan's Zanpakuto. So, Jinta said, attempting to phrase his query correctly, these Arrancar things have Shikai and Bankai much like a Shinigami would. Oh no, Urahara started to laugh, which helped to calm some of them down a little, but he stopped abruptly and had a serious expression on his face. Hidan's weapons, and by extension, any other Arrancar's weapon, are in their Shikai form at all normal times. Though I'm not sure what it is, he does have the equivalent of a Bankai. Every Arrancar has this talent. With an eye that twitched, Hidan said, except me. Bastards. You'll find yours very soon, we'll help you figure it out, Urahara said, turning to face him. So that woman we met that was so strong, can she get even stronger? Naruto asked, recalling his own encounter with an Arrancar in the forest of Manos. I should have known, he said, exchanging glances with Yoruichi before shrugging. He pointed to the female Shinigami and yelled, you see what I was talking about, Hidan. No one I ever meet is as strong as they can be the first time I see them. Being around women who can beat the living daylights out of me is, I swear, a major theme in my life. He nodded wisely and said, I'm starting to get that picture. Then, with a start, Naruto got up and approached Urahara, saying, oh, by the way, Hidan needs a way to get out of his Gigai so I brought you. He took a scroll out of his pocket and opened it, saying, these. When Hidan saw what Naruto had brought, he screamed almost like a girl, you got my scythe and pike back. And brought them back he did, however from the rust and the broken blades it certainly seemed like Father Time had taken a sledgehammer to them. What the fuck happened to them? What the fuck did you expect them to look like? It's been buried for over 2,000 years, Naruto said dryly, glaring at Hidan. The pike can at least be fixed. Nobody I know is capable of repairing the scythe. This is all I need to give Hidan something to get him out of his Gigai, Urahara said, picking up the pike and retracting it after observing that it resembled the cylinder that Hidan had as an Arrancar, just like the scythe. For a small fee, I'll even get it all fixed up for you, he said, looking expectantly at Naruto. As the informal meeting was coming to an end and everyone was ready to go off on their own, Naruto rolled his eyes and gave in, saying, fine, you get the next book set to be released, signed copy. Urahara cheered as Hidan re-stretched himself and put on his Gigai. Naruto's eyes widened and he said, uh-oh. He then almost ran from the training room beneath the office building where his base was located and hurried to the front gate. Naruto stopped outside and quickly turned his head around, realizing that he had not been mistaken about what he thought he had seen. His cage Bunshin sentry wouldn't have punched itself in the back of the head to dispel the illusion, and what it had seen prior to its tragic death wasn't a fabrication because it was a real memory. So where in the hell would? Before he vanished in a cloud of smoke, he said. Recalling his cage Bunshin technique, Soi Fon told herself, damn it, stupid, slow Gigai. Just then, she was lifted from behind in a massive hug that restrained her arms. I was certain I wasn't insane, Naruto said happily as he held Soi Fon off of the ground close to his chest, ignoring her angrily kicking feet and shouts to let her go. Hello my sweet Joubaki. Have you missed me? Before she realized what she had heard him call her, she was going to respond sarcastically, like a beating from. Wait, Joubaki, Queen Bee. Why do you now call me that? Soi Fon stopped her legs from kicking and asked. Still holding on to her, Naruto shrugged and said, I'm not sure. I had to think of something since you told me not to call you my little bee anymore, didn't I? Now what are you doing here? He asked, realizing where she was. Have you paid Yoruichi-chan a visit? Or me? He smiled at her. Still as agitating as ever Uzumaki, Soi Fon managed to growl, let me go and I'll tell you why I'm here. He dropped her right away, and she turned around and punched him hard in the stomach. When he didn't double over as he usually did, she looked up at his smiling face, but she couldn't hide the flustered expression on her face as her legs started kicking again. I take it you don't use Gigai much. She glared up at him as Naruto said, you don't get it, you're as weak as a normal human girl right now as long as you're in that thing," in an amused tone. "I wouldn't blink if you hit me all day. I'm always as tough as nails because the body I used to fight in the Soul Society was my actual body, which I always use in this world. Why are you in my modest office now? We're here as the support force for you and your unit," as Yamamoto Sotaicho hadn't figured that you had finished putting it together yet, Naruto said, taking in Soi Fon's appearance in her giga that included sandals, tight blue jeans that ended low at her calf, and a black shoulder-cut long-sleeved shirt. She certainly didn't have any trouble fitting in with regular people in the world of the living. Naruto asked again and again before Soi Fon snapped her fingers. "Taiko, can we leave now?" Together with Nemu, Omade appeared out from around the corner of the building. "Yes, you can come out now," said Soi Fon, rolling her eyes. "This time, I didn't kill Uzumaki," she said, drawing a drop of perspiration from Naruto. Nemu wore a gray button-up blouse, still wore her red choker, a yellow tight skirt, and black high-heeled sandals, and Omeda shrugged as he walked around the corner in a black suit that somehow fit his large frame and black sunglasses. As the two lieutenants approached, Naruto scratched his hair and said, "I understand your lieutenant's presence, but why is Nemu-chan here?" "I don't know," Soi Fon said, shaking her head. She pointed to Nemu and said, "I assume she is here because she needs to analyze and study the findings of Hueco Mundo. Omeda and I are here because, as members of the Onmitsukido, we can carry out this glorified scouting mission, just the two of us, especially with you and Yoruichi-sama here as well. Since there isn't really a way out, Shinigami don't really go there very often." After saying that, Naruto turned and ushered them into the building, saying, "Well, let's find you guys a place to stay while we're here." Naruto had heard of far worse reasons for other things than that in his time, so it sounded appropriate enough. "Later, we can devise a plan for our mission." As they entered, they noticed that the place had been restored to a very pleasant atmosphere, with the first floor's walls painted a nice shade of maroon. However, the empty space made Soi Fon laugh, saying, "You'd better not have Yoruichi-sama staying here." She felt that her mistress should have more suitable accommodations for her size. "Hey, it's not bad, I haven't come up with a front for the place yet, which is why it's empty down here, but I'm thinking about it," Naruto said, looking somewhat offended. He enjoyed his small purchase, saying, "Whatever, let's just set you guys up with a place to stay while you're here. You haven't even seen the upper floors yet, it's better than Urahara's place, that's for damn sure." Yamamoto followed through on that front, so at least he had some support now. He could now return to Hueco Mundo while he had Yoruichi try to strengthen his forces. He doubted that she would be able to recruit Chad, Orhime, or perhaps Ichigo. To check on his guests, Naruto, wearing his typical street attire of a dark blue button-up shirt, black slacks, and shoes, walked around the floor beneath the one on which his office and living quarters were located. Being filthy stinking rich because the world was full of perverts and had been for at least the last few hundred years or so, Naruto was able to quickly furnish the rooms that Cade Bunshin's endless labor force had set up after he bought the building. Even though the room Naruto gave him was incredibly luxurious, Omeda still grumbled about it. When they turned the place out, Naruto's clones chose to be overachievers, and there was nothing at all wrong with it. Because his clones were aware of it, Naruto knew that every room was fucking awesome. The big fat man fled into the room and stifled about his accommodations after he threatened to clobber him. Nemu quietly made herself at home in her own room without expressing any opinions. She just left it at that, saying she would talk to him later. Strange girl, adorable, but really strange. Soi Fon told Naruto that she thought her room was more than sufficient. Each room was more akin to a suite, much like the apartment he had in his younger years. Naturally, Naruto offered to let her stay in his room while she was there. She slapped him in the stomach once more, but nothing happened, which infuriated her even more. Although she had a different reason, she detested wearing a gigai just as much as Yoruichi did for essentially the same reasons. "Wake up call," Naruto shouted as he made his way down the hallway. "I'll eat your food and leave the empty plate in front of your door to taunt you if you're not there for breakfast, which is in 30 minutes. As Soi Fon's door opened, she appeared fully clothed in her gigai and said, "There's no reason to be so loud, Uzumaki. I'm awake. I was up hours ago." With a smile on his face, he said, "Couldn't sleep. You could have always come to my room, Joubaki, if you were bored and wanted company." Soi Fon pummeled his stomach, and Naruto's smile remained fixed on his face. You'd think by now that you'd know you can't hurt me in that thing. So how is your squad supposedly coming along? This place seems very empty to me for what is supposedly supposed to be squad barracks and headquarters. Soi Fon sighed and started to follow him down the hall as they made their way to the rooms that the others had taken because she was already up and might as well find something to do at this point. Naruto smirked at the smaller woman and said, I am building this thing from scratch with no system for filtering and getting recruits the way you guys get. There's no academy for me. He also said, and that's why whoever I do end up with will be stronger than basically anyone in any of your squads in the Seraiti. Saying, are you implying that we're weak? Soi Fon squinted at him. In an attempt to prevent Soi Fon from becoming genuinely angry with him, Naruto hurriedly said, nope. I'm just saying, I'm not getting any raw recruits the way you guys get. Everyone I've gotten so far can fight, no need to waste time training them. Well, except for maybe Hidan, but he seems to be getting things fairly quickly. And we're right in the center of the fire, so to speak. Anyone that joins me is going to be awesome. Yoruichi-chan works for me, that should tell you all you need to know. Compared to the love taps he had been receiving since their first fight, there was a difference. But she was a captain. She led the Onmitsukido. How can she work for you, and why didn't she come back to the Soul Society? Soi Fon asked, blinking in surprise before repeating his last statement, Yoruichi-sama works for you. It sounds reasonable enough to me. Apparently I'm more fun than the Seraiti too. Damn right I am, especially now. Naruto shrugged, because she said there was no way in hell she was coming back just so that she could start all the way from the bottom again. He scratched his head as Soi Fon gaped at him. When Soi Fon said, so she won't be coming back again, Naruto flicked her forehead and said, ow. Uzumaki, give me one reason not to kill you right now. She held her head and glared at him, sounding rather dejected. Naruto released his hand with a scowl on his face. I have free reign to travel the realm Joubaki, and so does my squad if they can find some way to do it. Right now there are 3 of us that can do it. I can go from here to Hueco Mundo, and from Hueco Mundo to the Seraiti, but can't go from here to the Seraiti or vice versa. Hidan's like that too. Nodded. Well, that's because Hueco Mundo lies between the world of the living and the Soul Society. You need a path through the precipice world to get straight from here to there. But you're saying that Yoruichi-sama. Yes, she can go wherever she wants whenever she wants due to her position on my squad. Naruto continued, describing one of the benefits granted to his team. She's my number 2 anyway. I kind of need her if I'm ever going to pull this off. If you miss Yoruichi-chan a lot, just tell her you want to see her more, or you could come here. I don't care, we've got dozens of rooms, you can stay whenever you want. They descended to the first floor, where there was a communal kitchen and enough seating for everyone in case Naruto was ever able to fill the space. Hidan was crouched over a bowl of cereal at one of the tables. I told you breakfast would be done soon. You saw the clone go into the kitchen and start cooking. Why'd you get cereal? Naruto shook his head as he approached the Arrancar, who was protecting his bowl as if he were in jail. Why'd you get that kind of cereal? Come on Hidan, the place is stocked and you picked that to eat. Naruto scowled at the cereal he was eating. As Naruto sat down at the table, Hidan gave an incomprehensible grunt and went on eating, taking another spoonful and crunching loudly. Soi Fon strode over and gave the silver-haired man who was methodically ruining a bowl of milk and cornflakes a serious look. Not much older than Naruto, he appeared to be a fairly young man, perhaps 20 years old for humans, and had an angry appearance that probably didn't get much happier than what she was seeing now. He wore black pants and white shoes, and a black short-sleeved shirt with several kanji profanities printed on it. He was wearing an odd cylinder around his neck as a pendant or something for some reason. As she sat down opposite Hidan and sat next to Naruto, Soi Fon remarked, so this is the first actual recruit of your team. He glared back at her while he was still chewing his food, and Soi Fon said, I don't know, he doesn't seem that special. At Soi Fon's implication, Naruto laughed and even Hidan sneered in amusement. Infuriating his erstwhile adversary, Naruto thumped Hidan on the shoulder and said, this is him in Ikigai too. The good kind, the kind where you can't sense his Reiatsu, otherwise you wouldn't be saying that. Hidan is very special, my sweet Joubaki. I know what I'm doing when I recruit, and Hidan's the man. Soi Fon arched an eyebrow at that, saying, so take him out of it. I want to see what this person is capable of. Naruto looked at her, it just so happens that I won't be doing that right now. Mostly because of how you'd react, partly because Hidan doesn't need to leave his Gigai to beat any hollow weaker than a Manos. How does he have a Gigai that can fight and I don't? Soi Fon asked, her eye twitching. As the hidden Arrancars responded to her, Naruto and Hidan both grinned. Because when I was alive I mastered my body's energies. Every Gigai has the same energy in it so that it can mimic an actual human body, thus I can control it like I could when I was alive. He drank the milk at the bottom of the bowl and wiped his mouth. So am I special enough yet? Naruto covered Hidan's mouth before he could finish his filthy question. Soi Fon posed a perilous question. What was he about to say? She was going to discover whether Hidan felt the same way about Naruto, even though she couldn't harm him with her Gigai. Don't start a fight in my kitchen please. Naruto pleaded with him. You can't kill Hidan's body anyway. While he's in his Gigai he's immortal. Then I guess I'll just have to get him out of his body, won't I? Soi Fon said, glaring at Hidan as he slowly reached for what appeared to be a duck-headed candy dispenser. Naruto didn't feel particularly inclined to intervene in the Mexican standoff between Soi Fon and Hidan, who, rather than attempting to put out the fire, chose to joyfully pour gasoline on it while he grasped the cylinder around his neck and extended the spike to emerge. The two simply stared at one another, waiting for the other to move first, while Soi Fon held the dispenser close to her mouth and Hidan held the spike close to where his heart would have been. Naruto held his breath, feeling that the smallest movement from him or either of them would trigger the whole thing, caught in the middle of what would undoubtedly go too far and end up destroying his new super sweet base. As he entered the room where everyone would be eating, one of Naruto's clones exclaimed, "Hey boss. That new waffle iron is fucking badass," and the clone halted when he realized what was happening and turned to return inside. Today, being painfully dispelled outside of a battle didn't feel like it. Before a rather drowsy set of footsteps padded against the floor and entered the room, everyone in the dining room was once again sitting motionless, waiting for the action to start. Wearing a tiny white t-shirt and black underwear, Yoruichi entered with her hair down and her golden eyes barely open. "Good morning, Naruto," she muttered, ignoring everyone else, as she sat down beside him and leaned against him wearily. Then, she pulled him down by his cheek and kissed him on the lips. Before realizing who was on the other side of him, Naruto happily returned the gesture of affection. Hidan's gleefully amused expression as he lowered his cylinder spike device told him everything he needed to know, so he didn't even bother to turn around first. "I love you, Yoruichi-chan, but you just had to go and do that right here, didn't you?" he said, sighing and sitting Yoruichi upright in her chair. "Jinten. Muisho, swift release. Shadowless flight." He made the boar hand seal quickly. Just as Soi Fon swallowed the candy from her dispenser to exit her body and tried to pursue Naruto using Shunpo, he disappeared in a blur from his chair. "What have you been doing with Yoruichi-sama?" she asked. When Yoruichi looked at Soi Fon's Gikken artificial soul-possessed body, she blushed in embarrassment and said, "Oops, did I do that?" She then glanced at Naruto's empty chair and said, "He should be okay, right?" Yoruichi simply blinked in confusion at the mayhem that had been set off at random. Hidan grinned and shrugged, saying, "I don't know, I don't care. All I know is that I got some entertainment with my breakfast and that ain't a bad thing." "So do you want me to help you train your powers today?" Yoruichi asked, shaking her head. "Sure, why not? Uzumaki brat said I'm supposed to get cracking on learning how to do more than just a Sero, but the Sero is so badass though." Hidan grunted positively. When Omeda and Nemu entered the dining room at that precise moment, Omeda asked, "Why did I just sense Soi Fon Taiko's Reiatsu spike?" Before noticing that Soi Fon was looking unusually joyful. "What? Why did she get out of her Gigai?" he asked, a little concerned by the fact that she did so. To wring Uzumaki brat's neck. Hidan made a useful addition here. In other parts of Karakura town. He looked down at the butterfly mark on his chest and muttered to himself, "I swear this is total deja vu," as he ran for his life on the rooftops, jumping between them to stay off the streets. Yeah, total deja vu. He turned around to find Soi Fon still right behind him. "Oh, what's the matter, Joubaki? You can't catch me here. And you were so much more forceful in the Soul Society too." With her Shikai out, Soi Fon yelled at him, "I'm barely at 30%, you asshole, under a power limiter. And I got you once already, just hold still and let me finish the job." "I let you hit me the first time." Naruto giggled. "Now chill out before we get busted. Normal people could actually get lucky and see me. You can't hit me, and there's no way I'm going to let you." Don't chase me all the way outside of the city. I swear I'll ditch you on the other end of the country and make you find your own way back to the base. Soi Fon snarled. Stupid limiters. She only needed enough power to silence Naruto, not enough to have a negative impact on the environment and the people around her. As they kept running, she exclaimed, who could possibly see us? No one can sense us except for Kurosaki Ichigo and his friends. If she had the ability to use her shunko. With her middle and index fingers pointing at Naruto, Soi Fon extended her hand in his direction and took deliberate aim. Bakudo number 1. Sai way of binding number 1, restrain. Should be a low-level move that slows him down without much fanfare so she can kill him. After feeling a tug, Naruto's arms locked behind his back. From his days as a shinobi, Naruto's running style involved leaning far forward for speed and keeping his arms straight back behind him for balance. Due to the speed he was already moving at, his forward balance was thrown off quite spectacularly when those same arms were bent and pinned to his back. Because his arms were stuck behind his back, Naruto was unable to brace his face or really stop his forward momentum when he slipped before reaching the edge of one roof and flew forward to smack into the side of another. Naruto groaned at not anticipating that kind of thing from Soi Fon so blatantly, and he fell into an alley and bounced hard off the top of a dumpster before hitting the ground. You do know that this isn't going to keep me here at all, don't you? He said, getting back up without using his arms. He then dodged a kick meant for his head and leapt away. Before trying to stab him, Soi Fon said, it'll keep you here long enough to kill you. Naruto, however, avoided her every move with a blank expression on her face. He finally grinned as one of his hands shot out from behind him and caught the arm with Suzumaki fastened to it. What? He asked. With a surprisingly easy grip on the blade arm, Naruto exclaimed, wow. You really aren't at full power, are you? If I had done that in the Seraiti I probably would have lost that hand. She said, you broke my Kido. As he held their arm above his and her heads, Naruto shrugged and said, I break a lot of things. You say that like it was hard to do. I broke one stronger than that before from Yamamoto Gigi and you aren't even at full power. He then used one hand to lift her off the ground and smiled at her because of their close proximity. Don't tell me you're jealous of me and Yoruichi-chan Joubaki. You know I love you too. Soi Fon growled and swung her leg low to kick him in the junk, but his other forearm narrowly blocked it. When she punched him in the face, Naruto dropped her, saying, Gah. So angry. He gave her a twitchy-eyed, dry look and said, I really wish you wouldn't do stuff like that. Yoruichi-chan likes that part of me and I'm rather fond of it too. Naruto held his nose, which he thought was about to bleed, while avoiding Soi Fon's blows with her Zanpakuto and preventing her from striking his butterfly mark with kicks that missed. You're damn right I'm angry. You sullied Yoruichi-sama, Naruto said. He continued doing this until his leg sustained another cut that resulted in another butterfly mark. The first was bad news, and the second was entering a realm of odds he didn't want to explore. Before deciding he had given Soi Fon enough time to vent, Naruto said, technically we sullied each other. Fuck this. I'm not going out like this. Later Joubaki, I'll see you when you calm down at home. He then backflipped out of the way of another slash onto a wall. When he finally made it to the rooftop, Naruto jumped higher and bounced off of wall after wall. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Have fun picking the real me out of the lineup. He exclaimed as Soi Fon arrived at the rooftop and saw dozens of him scatter from the massive puff of smoke. Before choosing the path that many people took, she exclaimed, damn it. And hoped she had made the right choice. They were completely identical to the original. It even appeared that they were all equally energetic. You're cute, fast, and violent, my lovely Joubaki, but I'm the greatest ninja that has ever lived. I do stuff that people forgot about. The butterfly marks on him disappeared, and he said with a sigh of relief, and she's quit because she knows she can't catch me anymore. Naruto then emerged, lying down on the roof with a camouflage sheet covering his body. Though he was unaware of a pair of eyes that had been able to see what had happened in the alley across the street, he resealed the sheet in a scroll and leapt down the roof back into the alley, whistling his typical jovial tune as he left the alley and passed through the streets. Times passed. Not that Arasawa Tatsuki was feeling very good. Orhime, her best friend, had been away for more than a month and a half, and when she returned, she wasn't exactly forthcoming about her whereabouts. She claimed to have been visiting a relative who lived out of town, but she was unable to provide specific details about her activities during her absence. Orhime was grinning broadly and talking about how happy she was to see her cousin and Tatsuki had nearly had enough. She was going to call her friend on her alibi for spending the entire summer away from home because school started the following week. A crash caught her attention across the street in an alleyway before she could say anything. With the intention of going over to investigate, Tatsuki inquired, "What was that? Should we go see? Maybe someone's in trouble." Orhime nodded, and they both approached to discover a blond man avoiding blows from a woman who was holding his nose and holding a small blade. "Naruto?" Orhime asked. "And is that one of those Soul Society captains?" When the blond guy leapt off the walls that made up the alley and made his way to the roof, Tatsuki's eyes widened. Whoa, how the hell did he do that? That looked like that stuff on TV, parkour. It was actually pretty cool. She then noticed something else when she remembered the specific marks on his face. Wait, was that the guy that showed up for one day during the last week of school? Tatsuki watched the scene in confusion, asking herself, "I don't understand. Is she being mugged by that guy or is it the other way around? I can't tell. I don't know, I didn't really see them that well. It was dark." Orihime responded frantically, causing Tatsuki to look at her suspiciously. "It doesn't matter now, he's gone." Orihime didn't know exactly what Naruto wanted people to know about him, but she did know that Tatsuki wasn't supposed to know about Naruto's powers or specifically about Shinigami. Tatsuki scowled but gave her friend the benefit of the doubt. He was most likely long gone, even if she could reach him up there. With a final glance at the rooftop, she shrugged and turned, Orihime trailing behind. So weird, she thought as they left, Orihime talking brightly once more and telling her about her vacation, without actually saying anything. When they both heard a bright whistle echoing from the alley, she stopped. They both ducked behind the end of the corner and watched Naruto leave the alley with a rather pleased expression on his face. He turned away from them and started walking, saying to himself, "While I'm out here I might as well take care of some business." He continued walking while removing a cell phone, saying, "You guys need to learn how to pick up your damn phone, I swear. Look, I'm coming over, and you guys are obviously not going to get this, so I'm wasting my time." He turned around his own corner to vanish from view. "That is the guy," Tatsuki responded. "I'd never forget a face like that. Who else would ever have whisker marks on their face?" From behind Orihime and Tatsuki, Naruto said, "I don't know. Maybe if I ever had any kids it would be a sign of my lineage." He smiled when they both turned around suddenly, but scowled when he realized that Tatsuki was surprised and he had to block a punch from her. Holy crap, this chick has more chakra than I've felt from anyone in years. He thought as he released her hand and shook out the one he had been blocking. Damn, unnecessary. Now, when he used the term chakra, he meant the combination of spiritual and physical energy. Ichigo would have the most if everything were based on his pure spiritual energy. In fact, Orihime's was even greater than Tatsuki's. But she must have had some sort of latent descent from someone with a good amount, or she must have trained hard or something. To be honest, he couldn't even feel most people. People only had enough chakra to survive because most energy had eventually turned into pure physical form. He claimed that this girl had a good amount of chakra because of something about her that raised her spiritual energy. Surprised that someone had actually stopped her attack, Tatsuki drew back her fist. Even though he was sort of staring, he didn't appear to have noticed that he had been attacked. "Who the hell are you, and why were you sneaking up on us?" he asked. He smirked and said, "And I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What's your name, pretty, violent girl?" He leaned back out of the way of a kick and said, "That didn't really prove my name for you wrong." "Why were you two stalking me?" he asked. In an attempt to stop Tatsuki from pressuring Naruto to do something cruel in order to degrade her, Orihime begged, "Tatsuki-chan, please don't try to hurt Naruto. He's not a bad person." When her friend asked her to stop, Tatsuki turned to face her and asked, "Orihime, how do you know this guy? We didn't even talk to him in school that day." Orihime pondered for a moment before she exclaimed, "This is my cousin, Naruto." She turned to Naruto, who appeared to be staring off into space with his mouth open, and said, "Oi. What are you looking at like that?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, but Tatsuki didn't seem to be persuaded. "This is your cousin. He sure doesn't seem to be anything like you." "Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. I made waffles for breakfast today and I was thinking of a kick-ass new topping. Maybe ramen noodles." Naruto snapped his fingers and acknowledged that Tatsuki was speaking to him. "Hell yeah, I'm seriously going to try that later." I wonder what ramen topping would go best with waffles. Tatsuki nearly went green at the thought. Ooh, that sounds good. Orhime responded. I'll see for myself what that tastes like. Do you want me to make you some Naruto? Tatsuki sighed as she glanced between the two, saying, okay, I can see the resemblance now. Wait, if you're Orhime's cousin, why didn't you talk to her or do anything with her while you were at school? She then shot Naruto a suspicious glance. Shrugged. Because she has her own friends and her own thing going for her in school. I don't want Orhime's friends to talk to me just because they think they have to because of her. And I'm not going to intrude on her life like that. I'm better than that. He told the truth effortlessly. If it hadn't been necessary, he wouldn't have been there at all. Tatsuki remained unconvinced. And why did you only go for that one day? I didn't see you again for the rest of the term. And why didn't you stay with Orhime? In an attempt to save Naruto, Orhime interrupted abruptly and said, Naruto has his own place. And he was only there that day to see the school that he'd be going to in the fall, right Naruto? Orhime's eyes were so wide and nearly begging him to say yes that he could barely stand it. Fuck the school. Before smiling at Orhime, Naruto reflected, yep. You've got it, sweetheart. So Naruto, Orhime's cousin, where did she go for summer vacation? Did she do anything fun? Tatsuki grinned, thinking she had finally found a way to reveal either of these things. As soon as Tatsuki discovered both of their lies, Orhime's smile became extremely strained. However, Naruto simply sighed and rubbed his temple, saying, she's so sweet. She probably told you she had a great time, but I know she was so bored the entire time, poor girl. He grinned pitifully and said, I took her with me on a trip to Kyoto so that I could finish up business before I moved here to help her. Both of us live alone, but I have means to support myself, and I wanted to help her without her having to rely on our other relatives. He then walked over and pulled Orhime into a half-huzzle, saying, I'm not living with her though, I don't want to cramp her style. Tatsuki sighed, well, why not? I'm glad you're here to help her, but I think it would be better if Orhime lived with some family. You don't seem like a bad guy, I think. No, Naruto's a good person. Orhime said, shaking her head. When Tatsuki asked aloud, you two seem like you'd get along. Where do you even live, Naruto? So why not live with him? Orhime and Tatsuki gave him a strange look as Naruto blinked and said, Old Industrial District. They said, what? Property is super cheap over there and the place didn't need much work. My place is awesome. However, that was a lie. It wasn't much work for him. It would have taken ages for anyone else. Tatsuki gave a nod. Although it was an odd place for someone to live, Naruto appeared to be in good health based on his attire. So you said you can support yourself and Orhime, and you said you own a great place. What do you actually do? She asked. Without giving it much thought, Naruto said, publishing company. He actually impressed himself with that statement, asking, where the hell did that come from? Whoa, what a fantastic idea. I can do it myself and use Urahara's shop as my cover instead of having to deal with the middleman every few years for a new copy of the books. Lovely. Yep, I run a publishing company that I managed to get a hold of. Moved it to Karakura town. He smiled, pleased with his lie that would soon become a reality. That wasn't too surprising, was it? Children always had a lot of money and owned things. Orhime's eyes and Tatsuki's both widened, but she quickly repressed the emotion. It's a good thing Naruto ran with the ball Orhime had given him at the beginning because, damn, this was a very complex lie. Wow, you're no older than us, that's really impressive. So what's it called? Tatsuki was genuinely quite taken aback by that. Damn, I'm good, he repeated without missing a beat, Konoha Publishing. It's been ages since I lied like this. He kept saying, yeah, we're pretty obscure, but we'll be making our money in no time. We've got a major title about to come out that'll put us on the map. Wow, Naruto, Orhime exclaimed, falling for Naruto's deception herself. I've got to come by and see it sometime, it sounds great. She froze when she realized what she had said, and Naruto's horrified expression told her that he shared her feelings exactly. That actually sounds cool to me. So when can we stop by and see the place? What's the address? Tatsuki shrugged. Was Naruto's blank response as his mind attempted to think of a solution to his predicament. The address is 735 Murasaki Road. I'm going to be busy for a while, so 3 days. He said, foolishly holding up 3 fingers. Taken by Orhime's arm, Tatsuki said, sounds good. You can talk to your cousin anytime you want. Orhime, I have to go home and get some things. Nice meeting you, Naruto, she said, leaving. Orhime followed, waving at him with a pitying expression on her face. That girl could see me in Soi Fon, and that punch of hers was the strongest thing I've felt any normal person throw at me in a while. Naruto waved back at her, giving her a confident smile that assured her that everything would be alright before he made the decision to leave. I wonder if it would be too late for her. It's worth a try to see if she could. I'll try it when she comes over with Orhime in a few days. The home base of Naruto's squad is the basement training ground. After returning from her unsuccessful pursuit of Naruto, Soi Fon and Yoruichi strolled through the entire building. It seems that he was much more adept at hiding his Raryoku signature in the world of the living than she had anticipated. She destroyed the clones she was pursuing, but she couldn't get a lock on him again, so she just went back. Yoruichi-sama, I don't see how you could have allowed that man to do such things with your consent. He would return eventually. Well, I did, he had it, and no, you won't be doing anything to his reproductive organs like you've so descriptively threatened, so calm down. You're acting like Naruto is pure evil or something. He's the best person you've met in years and you know it. You actually liked him until you found this out. Yoruichi had initially found Soi Fon's contempt for learning about the night she spent with Naruto amusing, but it was becoming a little problematic. Soi Fon attempted to argue, but Yoruichi interrupted her, saying, yes but. As she walked to the location where Hidan would be waiting to train, Yoruichi said definitively, but nothing. That should be it. I'm an adult, not a child. You're acting silly. A smirk then appeared on her face. Unless of course you were angry at him for a more personal reason. I don't remember you ever having a boyfriend, so I guess that could be it. You're mad at him for not letting you, Yoruichi said. Yoruichi-sama, Soi Fon exclaimed, her face flushed. She could still allow the woman to tease her after a century. To be honest, she was nearly as awful as Uzumaki. After a brief chuckle, Yoruichi discovered Hidan in his gigai, lying down in the center of an odd circle and appearing to be dead. Hidan, what are you doing? Yoruichi asked. Hidan sat up like a corpse, his eyes popping open, and he explained, I can't kill you in this fight, so I was just praying to Jashin-sama for forgiveness. That was my ritual of doing so. He then saw Soi Fon with her, and he asked, is it alright that she's here for this? From what I've been told, she's going to cause a fuss over this. He nodded. Go ahead. If she panics without listening to reason first, I'll handle her. Don't worry about it. With a shrug, Hidan reached for the cylinder that held his retractable pike, which revealed a skull similar to the one on the underside of Urahara's cane. He pressed it to his chest and then turned back to face Yoruichi, who gestured for him to continue. It took Soi Fon a moment to get used to the thick reiatsu that filled the room as Hidan slammed the cylinder roughly into his chest. She sensed a hollow, but all she saw was Hidan, standing there with a black cloak with red clouds, his chest open to show what appeared to be bone in the shape of a necklace fastened to his body. He had his gigai at his feet and a rather large, ominous-looking scythe in his hand, but otherwise he looked exactly the same. Yep, that's me. What is he? He feels like a hollow but doesn't look like one. Soi Fon's hand went to her Zanpakuto before she recalled what Yoruichi had said. And why is his spiritual energy so powerful? A hollow this strong shouldn't be able to exist without being noticed. He didn't look any different except for the previously mentioned things. That's what the gigai that hides his energy is for. This is an Arranccar, and Aizen's growing army is full of them. Hidan was a Vasto Lord before becoming an Arranccar. Blame Naruto for that. Yoruichi scowled as she approached Hidan and jabbed at his gigai with her foot. Hidan said, a little offended that she was calling being a hollow a bad thing. Hey, I like being a hollow, or an Arranccar, or whatever I am this week. Oi. No trying to kill the help. I work for Uzumaki and I have diplomatic immunity, so suck it. He said as he watched Soi Fon go for her Zanpakuto. Holding Soi Fon's arm to prevent her from reaching for her blade, Yoruichi said, he's telling the truth. One of Naruto's perks was that he could pick his team and they only answered directly to him and whoever else he directed to be under him. I guess it's his way of trying to protect anyone he deems to be his comrade. It's admirable actually. She smiled. So I can't attack him even though he's a hollow? Soi Fon asked, trying to ignore her mistress's smile as though she had a crush on her while discussing Naruto's arrangement with the Gote 13. Yoruichi paused for a moment. Well, you could, but Naruto wouldn't be very happy about it at all. Besides, Naruto assured me about 1,000,000 times already when I was concerned about it that if Hidan went off the handle he could stop him. Yes, yes, she has the rules or engagement in her head now. Hidan growled, tapping his foot impatiently. Now can we train already? Which one of you am I fighting? You're both looking like you want a piece of me, especially the Shinigami captain girl. In order to prevent Hidan's Gigai from being destroyed during the battle, Yoruichi smirked at him and used Shunpo to move far away. Show me what you've got, Hidan. Hidan said, gladly, and then vanished, making a low, booming sound to indicate his movement. Although Yoruichi was taken aback by how quickly he had learned his speed technique, he was ready for him and used a back handspring to avoid a side swing. How did you do that? Yoruichi inquired. You got a speed technique down that recreates Shunpo. It's only been one day. Hidan grinned at her. Another of those moves I gleaned from those 3 Arrancar women that took me to that Aizen chump. They explained all of their moves to me, and I listened. That was Sonito, sound ceremony. And I got it quickly because I'm not exactly slow in my Gigai. When I was alive I was used to moving pretty fast. So it looks like Uzumaki didn't get someone useless after all. Still, how can we trust him as a hollow, or Arrancar? Soi Fon asked, looking rather impressed. There's no real reason besides his cosmetic appearance to think we can't trust him. Now begin. Yoruichi prepared for the fight by saying, Naruto trusts him enough to have him on the team and Hidan's done very well so far. As she assessed his attack pattern, or lack thereof, Hidan hurried over to Yoruichi, swinging his scythe maniacally from all directions. He knows how to use this weapon, that's for sure, she said, staying just out of his reach. As she remained out of range, she thought, as if he doesn't care that he could take damage like this, though I'm not surprised with the style he told us he had during his time alive. He's precise and surgical with how he swings this thing, but he doesn't seem to hold anything back during his attack, as if he doesn't know how to shift from attacking to defending. Hidan abruptly released his grip on his scythe, allowing it to fly at Yoruichi. He held it by the cable to the weapon beneath his robe, and when he swung it at her, her eyes widened. After leaping far back, she decided it was time to start examining his composition. Hidan lifted the pole of his scythe to block Yoruichi's hard kick as she ran towards him, but the force of her kick sent him sliding backwards into a boulder, cracking it with his body. Hidan grinned as he laid his scythe on his back and said, new move time. Okay, that was actually really good. He then walked back towards her. But you're going to have to kick a little bit harder if you really want to hurt me. With her hands on her hips, Yoruichi questioned him, another one. How are you getting these so fast? She asked. Despite being far away from Yoruichi, Hidan cocked his fist back and said, ask Uzumaki brat. We were ninja in our time. We're used to feeling and manipulating the energy inside us. This hollow stuff is so fucking basic, it's pretty much instinctual. Bala, hollow bullet, he exclaimed as his fist started to glow red with a tiny bit of swirling energy. When he threw his punch at Yoruichi, a burst of energy shot out of his fist, hitting her so quickly that her eyes widened before it exploded. Yoruichi-sama, Soi Fon exclaimed, turning to face Hidan, who was admiring his fist as though he were attempting to examine it. That was like a Sero, except far faster and unconcentrated, she said. What other abilities do these Arrancar possess? Looking at his hand, Hidan grumbled, man, that was kind of cool, but the Sero is so much cooler. Way bigger bang for my buck. He observed the smoke produced by his attack on Yoruichi and asked, you alive in there? Before continuing, Yoruichi was standing there with her hands raised and her arms outstretched to deter his attack when the smoke cleared. She was unharmed except for a slight burn on her palms. As a tick mark appeared on Hidan's head, she said, that was pretty okay, no real kick behind it though. You must really not know exactly how to use that attack. Let's see what else you can do, baby Arrancar. I won't be standing still this time either. Her expression was actually rather calm. Pulling his scythe from his back, Hidan chuckled cruelly, hey. Bring it on by. Yoruichi vanished from her spot, and before Hidan could turn completely, he was kicked hard and sent flying past Soi Fon, who stepped aside to avoid his body. Soi Fon glanced down at Hidan while Yoruichi approached and followed suit. Don't get cocky. You're good but you're not used to your body, and you don't have whatever powers you have as a shinobi in that form. Only in your Gigai. That's why Naruto could threaten to kill you if you started doing evil things. Like his original human body, Hidan's Gigai could not be killed, but his soul could. The dark-skinned woman looked down at Hidan, who had a deer in the headlights expression on his face. Since Hidan could perish in Arrancar form, Naruto could simply extract his soul and murder him while he was in that state. Hidan rose from the ground, brushed off his cloak, and snarled at Yoruichi before Soi Fon interrupted, saying, "You have tons of raw power, but from what I can see you attack arrogantly with no actual battle plan except to deal out damage of any kind." He turned to face Soi Fon, who was crossing her arms as she described what she had seen from what had happened, and said, "You fight nothing like Uzumaki. He's far more elusive than you are." After dealing with both sides of Naruto's fighting style in the past, Soi Fon's eye twitched. "On the other hand, I am a killing machine. No matter how long it takes, I will hit you and you will die. Simple as that." Hidan rolled his eyes at the comparison. "Uzumaki brat and I are two different breeds of warrior. Uzumaki tries to overpower enemies, and when he can't he uses deception and rudimentary tactics to get an opening to finish with something big. Not anymore," Yoruichi replied. "You have actual skill with that scythe, you have powers you can use now. You will learn how to use them the right way or I'll make sure Naruto doesn't let you go back to Hueco Mundo. Our enemies are dangerous and powerful, and having you go in with a half-assed battle plan like that isn't going to work. Before you say that you'll fight in your human body so that you can't die, remember that a hollow can pull your soul out of your gigai." "And how exactly are you going to make sure of anything?" Hidan asked, squinting at her. Cruelly smirked Yoruichi. "I'm not just a pretty face Hidan, I'm stronger than you, for more than one reason. And I can convince Naruto to keep you back here because he trusts my judgment. I could just make him fight you himself so he could give his own opinion." She glanced over to Soi Fon. "How would you like to help me work this idiot into fighting shape? He's going to need the experience." "I'm starting to see what Uzumaki meant about strong women in his life," Hidan said, looking between them as he saw Soi Fon finally draw her Zanpakuto. He then slapped himself hard, bracing himself for a long, long day. "Fine then. Bring it on." Each of the three vanished with their own speed techniques. Away from the hideout of the Vizards. "Open the goddamn door you jerks. I will blow this door down in 3 seconds." Naruto yelled as he stood outside the warehouse, with a Rasengan in his right hand. 3, 2, on. The door flew open, and a sandal landed squarely in his face. With a deadpan expression on his face, Naruto said, "Shut up you idiot." As the sandal slid down his face. "Are you too dumb to use a phone now, or don't you know how to call before you come over? Do you know how to answer a phone, or better yet check a fucking answering machine? Don't pop that shit to me, I am not in the mood today little lady." Naruto stomped over to her, grabbed her by the back collar of her track suit, and lifted her off the ground. He held up her sandal and put it back on her foot, saying, "Next time I'll make you eat this thing." He entered the room while maintaining an arm's length distance from her. Hiyori screamed at him, "Let go of me asshole," and attempted to get him to drop her by kicking and punching him, but she was unable to get through. When he finally dropped her in a chair in the warehouse, drawing attention from everyone else, Naruto said, "No, I don't feel like having 3 people that are way shorter than me try to beat me up in the same day." He also refused to let her go, asking, "Besides still being violent, did you miss me while I've been gone?" Hiyori yelled at him, "Hell no. Why are you even here?" Naruto replied bluntly, "I got chased out of my house and decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and come see you guys." "Kick any Shinigami ass," Hiyori smirked at him after huffing. Looking at the other Vizards, Naruto smiled at her and said, "Join the squad damn it. I want your help, and I know you want to take a swing at Aizen. I kicked so much ass. Turned the place upside down." With his typical sardonic expression, Shinji approached and said, "You already know the terms Naruto. Get Ichigo to us so we can teach him how to use his powers and we might think about it." Naruto muttered, Yeah, whatever. Those are the terms for you. Not everyone else. Besides, school starts next week. If I just run up on the kid and find his house, that would just scare the hell out of him and make him distrust me." Wait, dug into his ear and flicked what he got from it at Shinji, causing the man to frown at him. "I think he kind of trusts me from all of the Seraiti stuff, but not by much." "So how long?" Kensai inquired while performing dumbbell curls in his section of the warehouse. "Are we talking weeks or months to get him to show up here?" When Naruto felt someone tackle him from behind and grab him by the neck, he shrugged and said, "I don't know. Time's irrelevant for me, remember, I'm immortal." "Hey, how you doing?" he asked. Mashiro asked, Did you miss me, fish cake? While dangling from Naruto's back. You see, why can't you be as nice as her? She never hits me, unless we're already sparring, but that doesn't count. Naruto laughed. Almost getting killed kind of takes up your space for wandering thought in your head. Both Naruto and Mashiro stuck their tongues out at Hiyori, who rolled her eyes and said, because you're both two halves of the same idiot. That's exactly what I'm saying. As he moved toward the middle of the room, Naruto disappointed Mashiro by saying, yeah, whatever, grumpy. So do you guys just want to stay here in this warehouse doing nothing until the end of days, or do any of you lazy bastards want an actual job? He asked. After finishing their manga, Love, Rose, and Lisa looked up and gave Naruto a strange look. Now by actual job, what do you mean exactly? Lisa asked him. Naruto touched his chin. Well, honestly, you'd still be doing next to nothing, but it's more of a cover. Something like Urahara's little shop, only what I do is actually going to make me some money. He laughed. Does anyone actually buy stuff from that place? Everyone gave a confused look. It doesn't matter. Talk to me in a bit when I get everything set up. This is going to be the best idea I've had in years. Naruto's base, 3 days later. Alongside Yoruichi, who was accompanied by Soi Fon because she would not allow Naruto to spend time alone with Yoruichi again as long as she had the choice, Naruto sat on the building's roof in a state of meditation. With a chuckle, Yoruichi, in her feline form, said to Naruto, only you could get yourself into a situation like this. With a sly smile, he said, what would you know about it? I was lying my ass off until Orhime got caught up in the awesome of my lie. Sweet girl, like her a lot, screwed us both over though. He said, oh well, maybe I can use this. He turned to face Soi Fon and asked, when are you wanting to go check out Hueco Mundo? Before closing his eyes once more. As she sat in her gigai, trying to maintain her own meditation, Soi Fon responded, what can you tell me about it? I was dispatched with the understanding that you and Yoruichi-sama had already been there yourselves. Naruto sighed. We weren't there for long before things kind of hit the fan. There was one Arrancar that was so strong. That Tia Harribel girl, and Aizen's supposed to have an army's worth of them. Then Soi Fon turned to face Naruto, who appeared to be thinking seriously, and said, but Hidan is an Arrancar too. A strong one from what I've seen. He's not used to his powers yet. Yoruichi continued. He is strong, and he'll get stronger when he gets his body mechanics worked out, but for now he's not good enough to deal with that woman we saw. About Hueco Mundo itself, Naruto began, attempting to clarify what he had seen for Soi Fon, who was watching. Under the surface is a forest of trees made of minerals. That's where a lot of hollows live, but we didn't fight any that could potentially beat us. There were tons in hiding though. Yoruichi could feel them and even see tons of them when we fell in. The woman in black cat form yawned and hopped onto Soi Fon's shoulder, where she curled up, saying, if there is exploration to be done in Hueco Mundo, that's where I would check next. Yoruichi continued where Naruto left off, saying, there was nothing on the surface that we could see from the little amount of travel we did there. It was just a white desert, no life whatsoever. I'm going, Naruto said with a stern voice. There's still so much about all of this I don't understand. Maybe if I go I can get some answers. Naruto would be helpful for something like this, Soi Fon said, nodding. Well then I'll prepare a plan of action to take within a day or two. Omeda and Kuretsuchi Fukutecho should come with us, he said, indicating that he had more experience than any of them and was not a coward in a fight. With a leap from Soi Fon's shoulder, Yoruichi said, I'll stay here and help Hidan get up to speed with his powers. Maybe I'll call Kazuki for help, he's supposed to be on this team too. Before his eyes opened and he stood up, Naruto said, good. In the meantime, it's time to put on a show, if you understand what I mean. Yoruichi asked Naruto, what are you going to do? After observing how at ease he was handling the situation, he seemed unconcerned that he was on the verge of being found. He saw Yoruichi's eyes widen as she opened her mouth to say, no, she doesn't have any powers because her abilities physically overshadow her abilities spiritually, like Chad, but only times 10 since his spiritual energy is way higher than hers. Naruto pointed down the street in the direction he could feel Tatsuki and Orhime approaching, asking, what do you think? Try to sense out the person that's with Orhime, go ahead. Yoruichi said, so, in a testy way. After imitating the cat, Naruto remarked, so, that means she's mine. When Soi Fon turned to Naruto in disbelief, her eyes widened. That is incredibly irresponsible, Uzumaki. What are you thinking? She said. Instead of mounting a furious defense, Naruto calmly explained, she saw us with our little lovers spat in town. Luckily she didn't dwell on it for too long. She has enough spiritual awareness about her to do that, and that makes her a target the way the others were. She already mistrusts Orhime's summer vacation, so why keep a bad lie for no good reason? As if addressing a child, Soi Fon remarked, she can't fight the way Kurosaki's other friends can. With the sly smile of a man with a plan, Naruto said, not yet. Give me a few months with her and we'll see how that tune of yours changes. He then began to make his way to the roof stairs in order to enter, saying, I have to get her to believe me and see if she actually wants to give it a shot first. As he vanished down the stairs, Yoruichi teased him, saying in a sing-song voice, you're playing with fire, Naruto. He said, haven't been burned yet, beautiful, and went permanently inside. Orihime was feeling a little uneasy after strolling through the rather uninspired area of town where Naruto's office was located. Naruto appeared to be a cunning man, but she hadn't known him for that long. With the possible exception of Urahara Kazuki, he was the most cunning person she had ever encountered, despite being a pleasant guy and by far one of the truly smartest guys she had ever met. It must have been acceptable to continue the story that he was her cousin if he hadn't come up with a convincing reason why it wouldn't be a good idea to visit his office. She had to acknowledge that she had just blurted that out, but up until now, he had done it perfectly. In fact, it was pretty amazing. After that, she and Tatsuki arrived at his office, paused outside, and took in the surroundings. It was a rather large, 6-story building that looked burnt orange, with a one-way glass wall in front that they couldn't see through, but it appeared to be level. The sole issue was that there was not a single sign in front to indicate their location. Looking around the area, Tatsuki said, well, this is the place. He said that his place was awesome and it doesn't look bad so far. Though living out of his office seems kind of weird. She looked at the girl with the orange hair. Yeah, well, Naruto works hard all of the time, so I'm not very surprised that he stays here. He lives his work after all. Orihime said, laughing nervously, come on, let's go in. As she abruptly snapped out of her daze that this might actually work out. She then sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. The two went inside and discovered a sort of lobby in the front room. Lots of chairs and gleaming, office-like flooring. Doors to whatever was behind this lobby room, and a great view outside if there had been anything worth seeing. There was a rather large desk at the room's back wall, with 3 chairs arranged behind it in different places, but at the moment, there was just one person behind it. Sitting in the center behind the desk was a woman in a black skirt and a tan button-up blouse, with blue eyes and blonde hair in long pigtails on the side of her head. Hello, is there any way I can help the two of you today? She said with a radiant smile to the 2 girls who had entered. Shouldn't there be more people in a place like this? Tatsuki asked, blinking and surveying the area. Well, we're still rather new to town, you see. This is actually my first day working here. Is there anything you two would like? The receptionist asked, her smile faltering a little before brightening up again. At that moment, Orihime intervened, saying, do you know where Uzumaki Naruto is? He kind of invited us here today. Yes, boss, there are a few young women here for you. I'll tell them to sit tight for a moment. The woman smiled in recognition and said, oh, he said that someone would be by today asking for him specifically. She then talked to Orihime and Tatsuki, saying, boss will be with you in just a moment. Naruto eventually emerged from the rear, dressed more casually than he had been the day before. Hey you guys, what's going on? He asked with a toothy smile while wearing jeans and a dark blue shirt with an intricate image of a coastal storm. This is really your place? Orihime asked, his eyes wide as he led them around and they entered the back. In order to give the impression that they were cleaning up the area, Naruto created a number of clones and hanged them. At the moment, they were more for aesthetic realism than anything else. Under his Oroku no Jutsu, the front desk receptionist was also a Kage Bunshin. Yep, he exclaimed with pride, before I came here right before summer started I won the place off of the old owner, the drunk. He saw Tatsuki staring at him oddly, and he said, what? I'm very good at poker and you get into some interesting stuff when you grow up without any family. Anyway, I renamed it, got some funding to turn the company around, and moved them to Karakura so that I could help Orihime and start working with a famous author that's looking to us to put his next book out. He was lying so hard at this point that he believed a higher power would immediately kill him. And you're still in high school? Asked Tatsuki, raising an eyebrow. Naruto grinned and nodded. Waste of my time, but my vice president is always like, no one's going to take you or the company seriously if you don't finish your education, Naruto. Blah, 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 he said with a shiver, but if I don't go then something terrible will befall me. She's already threatened me with something I can't risk losing. And he was unable to. In actuality, this was not a lie at all. While she ran things during the day to keep a cover, Yoruichi wanted him to attend high school like Ichigo. That losing battle ended for him when he argued loudly, violently, and vehemently, and she threatened to deny him sex until he did. In any case, what were 3 years? He had an endless amount of time. Then, while eating a sandwich in his gigai, Hidan emerged from the kitchen and paused upon noticing Naruto strolling alongside the two girls. What's up? He asked. This is Hidan. Naruto pointed to Hidan while palming his face. Hidan works for me, he's my assistant. Being referred to as an assistant made Hidan frown, saying, assistant my ass crack Uzumaki. I don't do anything to make your life easier, if anything I make it more complicated. As Hidan walked away, still eating his sandwich, Naruto shook his head and said, and the sad thing about it is, he's absolutely right. He's an old friend of mine that I gave a job to. Orhime? The girl asked, turning to see Yoruichi standing there in casual attire, back in her human form. How are you? She asked. Yoruichi? Orhime asked, startled to see her again, in this location of all. What are you doing here? I'm Naruto's vice president. He has a decent enough business plan but his execution leaves a lot to be desired in most cases. That's where I come in. Didn't he tell you during summer vacation about it? The female Shinigami said, giving her a wink before responding. I'll tell you what, why don't you take Orhime and talk to her for a bit? Naruto grinned at Yoruichi. I'm sure Tatsuki has some questions she wants to ask me herself, don't you? Tatsuki nodded, looking at him with surprise. She intended to return later to complete the task, but since he was initially volunteering. As Naruto and Tatsuki made their way to the roof, Yoruichi chirped brightly, grabbing hold of Orhime and pulling her away in spite of her protests. Naruto has to talk to your friend about something important. Her ability to see spirits and what that means to her, Yoruichi said, releasing Orhime after they had left. But I don't want Tatsuki-chan to be involved with any of this. Orhime said, his eyes widening. Yoruichi nodded her head. You don't have much of a choice in the matter. The way you gained spiritual awareness also resulted in your friend getting it, it's just that you developed the powers that I could work with. She has powers that Naruto can work with instead. The way she is, she'll be a more desirable target to hollows, but won't be able to defend herself the way you can. But what is he going to do? Tatsuki-chan never got any powers like me or Sato-kun. Orhime scowled but nodded, saying, Tatsuki-chan will always try to defend me even if she isn't strong enough. At least Naruto might be able to help her if she accepts, I guess. She then blinked after giving it some thought. Orhime nodded as Yoruichi pulled her along once more, saying, well, it's a long story so I might as well begin. Yoruichi shrugged. I don't know, but he said that was actually better. He had something for her. Her mood brightened considerably. Anyway, this is our main base of operations. Would you like to find out more about what we're supposed to be doing here in the world of the living? You can say whatever you want, you know. It's not going to offend me or anything if you're pissed or you don't like me, Tatsuki said, standing across from Naruto, who was leaning against a wall of the stairwell that led back down to the inside of the building on the roof. Tatsuki nodded. It's not really that. I can usually read people and tell when they have bad intentions, but you don't. I just want to make sure that Orhime is safe. Her original parents were very abusive, and excuse me if I'm kind of skeptical towards some random distant relative coming out of nowhere like you. That's good. You just want to protect her. I like that. Naruto nodded, taking her words seriously because he couldn't detect any deception in her tone. He sighed and leaned his head back to gaze at the sky, saying, Orhime is one of the sweetest people I've ever met in my entire life. To have someone like you look out for her is actually great. He lowered his head and gave her a stern look, asking, but do you know what there actually is to protect her from? When Naruto's tone changed, Tatsuki uncontrollably stepped back and asked, what are you talking about? She continued to back off as Naruto moved slowly forward. You can see spirits. He wasn't asking, he was simply stating the truth. There are things that are about to go on soon. Another kid in your class, Kurosaki Ichigo, He's going to have a spot in it as well, but I'm going to wait to talk to him, he has a very hard head. Tatsuki asked, wait, Ichigo. How do you know Ichigo? How much do you really want to know? Replied Naruto. If you don't want to know anymore or get involved, I'll wipe your mind right here, right now, and that will be that. It won't concern you. If you do decide to stick your nose further into it, then you won't be able to back out. Someone like you probably wouldn't anyway. Tatsuki narrowed her gaze on him. All I know is that you just alluded to Ichigo and Orhime being in danger, and I made a promise to keep her safe. Why are you telling me all of this? Because you deserve to know. We know you've got the desire to protect her and him. Now let's see if you've got what it takes to follow through with it. Naruto smirked and stopped approaching her, beginning to radiate ill intent. Tatsuki alerted him as she assumed a fighting stance. One finger, that's all I'm going to need. Prove me wrong, Naruto said, holding out one hand with his index finger up and out. Are you insane? I'm the second strongest girl in Japan. And all you're going to use is one finger. Tatsuki snapped at what she perceived to be an insult. You might be the second strongest woman in Japan, but I'm the strongest man in the entire world, ever, period. Naruto smirked malevolently and crooked his single finger in his direction, seemingly saying, bring it on. After snarling, Tatsuki charged at Naruto and punched him, intending to remove his block. That was good, Naruto said, simply lifting his hand and using his finger to block the punch. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity as she was able to push his hand back a little. How hard is this girl's training? As he flicked her forehead and pushed her back, he thought. Halfway across the roof, Tatsuki staggered back and rubbed the red mark Naruto's flick had left on her head. What? How did you do that with one finger? That's insane, she exclaimed. Is that all you've got? He grumbled. How could you even protect yourself with that kind of strength? And you want to help Orhime and Ichigo? He chuckled. Regardless of the angle from which she attempted to attack him, Naruto was able to block her combination punches with just his finger as she ran back towards him. Hey, you moved, she exclaimed as she leapt into the air and delivered an axe kick that she was certain would hit him. He simply stepped back, allowing her attack to go unnoticed. You expected me to stand still. She growled and got to her feet, trying a rising uppercut but failing when he leaned back just out of range. Naruto suppressed a laugh. You have very good technique. I won't have to teach you hand to hand at least, you're fantastic at that. And I'm pretty sure if I let you, you could knock me through a wall, you're pretty damn strong. He pressed his single finger to her forehead, causing her to freeze in place. Pretty cute too, you little tomboy. He lowered his hand to tilt her chin up to make eye contact. She jumped back from him and yelled, jerk. I'm going to kick your ass for that. Amused, Naruto exclaimed, so angry. And I would love to see you try. 10 minutes after the fact. After seeing enough, Naruto just poked his single finger into Tatsuki's stomach. Not one time, she said, panting heavily, all those attacks, I never landed a single one and you didn't hit me once until the end. Naruto stood with his foot on Tatsuki's back as she lay on the ground exhausted. Naruto released his foot on her, because you were ruled by your emotions for that fight. I pissed you off and you dropped most of your form. I was using your attack and flowing around it. It doesn't hurt that I'm way faster than you, but you seem to have some fighting experience. You're going to need that. Why? She asked, sitting up and looking up at Naruto. Tatsuki nodded and steadied her breathing in response to Naruto's request. He knelt down and looked her in the eyes while placing a hand on her head. I want you to close your eyes for me. She closed her eyes despite her skepticism. Just focus. Focus on building your energy and circulating it through your body. You know how to do that, he said. Tell me, Tatsuki-chan, do you want to be left out of the loop? Do you really want to know what Orhime was doing this summer? Naruto grinned as he was able to sense the chakra coursing through her. Oh yeah, she's perfect for this. I should have figured that was a lie after what you told me today, she said, opening her eyes and nodding. Naruto laughed when a sparkle appeared in his eye. Do you want to be my apprentice? Her pupils widened. You can use a specific kind of power inside of your body known as chakra whether you know it or not. And because you trained so hard and have had so much interaction with spirits before this, you have enough of it at your current age that you can develop your skill with it. Tatsuki questioned, what does it do? This can't be happening. I'm dreaming, right? Naruto said as he performed a cross-hand seal and a perfect replica of himself materialized beside him in a puff of smoke. You wish, Naruto said as his clone vanished and he his hand to her. So do you want to be my apprentice? I'll tell you now, it's not going to be easy, and you will hate me with a fiery burning passion because I need to get you up to snuff in a hurry, but from the amount of power you have I don't think it will take that long. You're already perfect at hand-to-hand combat and I don't even need to go over physical conditioning with you. You say Orhime and Ichigo are already involved. Anyone else I know? Tatsuki asked after giving it some thought. He stated simply, yep. She frowned and said, I'm in. She didn't particularly enjoy being in the dark. And when I see Ichigo again, I'm going to kick him in the stomach for hiding this from me. I knew something was weird about him during the end of the last semester, she said, firmly shaking Naruto's hand. Good, Naruto said with a grin on his face, come back next week and we can start. In the meantime I want you to rest up and do everything fun that you want to do to your heart's content, because after we start you aren't going to want to do anything that exerts energy in your spare time for a long time. When Tatsuki heard how serious his voice was, she gave him an owlish look and asked, really? I don't joke about training, Tatsuki-chan. He reiterated, you're going to hate me. The only way I'll end up hating you is if you waste my time, Naruto-sensei, she said, smiling excitedly at the thought of learning new fighting techniques from someone as strong as Naruto. One day had passed since Orhime and Tatsuki were scheduled to visit Naruto's base in construction, and when the orange-haired girl returned the following day to see her friend, whom she knew the least about, she was met with an odd sight. Standing in the training room in the basement of Naruto's base, Orhime blinked in bewilderment. You're going where? School starts Monday, Naruto. Are you saying you'll be back in 4 days? She asked him, a little worried that he wouldn't return. Standing in his battle armor and sage coat, Naruto was frowning. We're going to Hueco, Mundo. And if we don't get back in time, he said with a smirk, oh well, wouldn't that be a shame? Soi Fon, her Lieutenant Omeda, and Nemu were with him, all of them ready to enter Hueco Mundo with the blonde immortal. 3 days is your limit. Yoruichi responded with a negative groan. If you don't get back in 3 days I'm taking Hidan to open his own Garganta so we can look for you. We can't have you all staying in there to fight an actual battle. With just the 4 of you I don't like your odds for being in there for too long. As he began stretching himself in preparation, Naruto asked, what's the worst that can possibly happen? Jubaki and I should be more than enough on our own to get through that place pretty easily. Just in case anything really goes down, we have big man over here in Nemu-chan. Nemu responded by saying, Uzumaki-san, I am simply to tag along as an observer. I am to record everything that I see, and if at all possible return with samples for Kuretsuchi Taiko. Okay, that's fine, I'm not expecting a fight anyway, but just be ready to defend yourself if you have to. Naruto scowled at the name of the mad scientist who also served as her captain and father. He then turned to face Omeda and said to Soi Fon, is he going to be worth a damn on this mission? Ichigo beat him with 1 punch in the Seraiti. He just surprised me, that's all, yelled Omeda angrily. The big man sputtered as Naruto pushed forward, and my ass, he got the drop on you. You had your Shikai out and he flattened you. He punched right through it. He beat you like a heavy bag. Naruto grinned and said, aren't you on Mitsukido? And you let some baby-faced brat get the drop on you. With her foot tapping the floor, Soi Fon impatiently questioned, are we going to leave or what? I want to see what all the fuss is about and what Hueco Mundo is all about. No Shinigami in the Gote 13 has ever seen it and returned to tell the tale. As his Rinnegan blazed to life, Naruto grinned and said, ow. He then started to make hand seals, saying, anxious I see. Naruto slammed his right hand on the ground and exclaimed, Getu outer path. All aboard. The ethereal demonic head emerged from the ground, and those who had never seen it before had little time to marvel at it before it vanished back into the ground after dragging Naruto, Soi Fon, Omeda, and Nemu inside. Where did they go? Orhime asked, gazing at the spot where the Getu had been. With a glib response, Yoruichi said, this is the 3rd time he's used that thing, and the 2nd time he's used it to go inside. Did you want to go? The world of the hollows. No, that's okay, I don't want to. I'd probably get in the way if I did. Orhime shook her hands quickly in front of her face. She looked up as Yoruichi grabbed her chin and turned it up. She was grinning at the dark-skinned woman, who said, you know, you shouldn't think of yourself that way. Naruto wanted to ask you if you wanted to join him on this team. He thinks you'd really be an asset. But I can't fight that well. She attempted to counter with some logic. What makes Naruto want her on his team? She had to know he was strong even if she hadn't witnessed him fight. The Seraiti respected him too easily for him to be weak, saying, "I don't know what good I would be." Yoruichi sighed. "He doesn't think so and neither do I, but he said he knew that you didn't like fighting. He loves your healing ability though. He would ask you himself, but he doesn't think you'd join for no reason, even if he pays you well, which he would." She sighed and raised her cheeks. "There's also the thing where he says that he doesn't think you trust him. He helped Kurosaki-kun and all of us out in the Soul Society without any of us even asking him. He didn't even know us that well. I think we're friends." Orhime grinned and said, "I trust Naruto." She glanced around the large training room that made her think of Urahara's place and asked, "Does he really want me here?" "Absolutely," Yoruichi replied with complete trust, "but like I said, he didn't think you would be interested and he didn't want to force you or take advantage of your kind nature. In the end it's your choice and I'm telling you that I want you here and he all but invited you himself by letting you down here. Whatever you choose you should tell him yourself. I guarantee it would make his day if you did, you'd see." "But what about Kurosaki-kun and the others? Is he going to ask them?" Orihime asked herself after giving it some more thought. He just didn't know how he was going to go about doing that. None of them would trust him outright the way you seem to. That's one reason why I'm making him go to school actually. Yoruichi nodded, and she patted Orihime on the top of her head. "Just think about it. He's going to teach your friend Tatsuki how to defend herself so she isn't a sitting duck against hollows, so there's another reason there." Orihime simply nodded, intending to speak with Tatsuki later on the subject of what Naruto had told her yesterday. "Hueco Mundo, or the White Desert. Blah, where the hell are we?" Omeda exclaimed as he spewed and spat out the grainy mineral after digging himself out of a sand dune. He turned to face Nemu, who was also sitting up out of the sand. "Where are Taiko and Uzumaki?" he asked. "Someone fat get in my way," came from above in a distressed cry. When Omeda looked up, the body of a falling Naruto slammed into the ground. Soi Fon simply dusted herself off and landed cleanly on the sand. "Why am I the only one that ever lands on their head when the Getu spits them out?" Naruto asked, getting to his feet and rubbing his head while glaring at her. Nemu started taking notes on her surroundings as soon as she looked around, saying, "The surface of Hueco Mundo seems to be a desolate wasteland devoid of any life whatsoever and apparently operates on an opposite lunar phase than that of the Seraiti or human world. So where are all of the hollows? This is Hueco Mundo, isn't it?" Soi Fon asked, looking around, not particularly impressed by what she had seen thus far. Naruto pointed straight down, indicating that the majority of the hollows were below the surface. "So then why aren't we down there?" As the others started to follow him, Naruto shook his head and said, "Because that's where they all are. As in the bulk of the population. Yoruichi-chan couldn't even count them all when we were down there. We're not going down there. Aizen's not even there." He began to run, and the others silently followed. "We're going to be traveling up here, and we're going to be moving fast so we can cover some actual ground. If you can't keep up, you picked the wrong guy to follow today." The group lined up and started running after Naruto, who maintained a steady pace without utilizing any speed-boosting strategies to ensure that none of the quicker practitioners left anyone behind. After a while, nothing particularly stood out from the landscape, it was just more desert. Why was this place? I keep feeling power in the air, but there's nothing around at all, he thought to himself as he ran on. This is going to be terrible if I actually end up staying here for 3 days. I've lost my senses. As she ran behind Naruto, Nemu was drawing her own conclusions and even taking notes. The entire atmosphere is filled with Raryoku in the form of Reishi, Nemu said. Since there aren't many human souls to feed on in this environment, this must be how hollows get the food they need to survive. I didn't expect much out of the place that hollows are supposed to come from, but I expected something, said Omeda, who followed him captain and peered around disgustingly. This place is awful. Someone like Aizen could hide here, I could understand. Nothing is there. Why is Soi Fon Taiko even following this guy? He asked, turning to face Naruto, who appeared to be leading with a duty-driven expression on his face. She never obeys orders from anyone but Yamamoto Sotaicho, in my experience. He said that the Arrancar that he confronted the first time he came here was strong, Soi Fon said, paying close attention to Naruto's face and the seriousness of his demeanor. It was apparent that he wasn't playing around this time, as she was right beside him, keeping pace. Were they so powerful that he isn't even attempting to be humorous or goofy? Uzumaki, do you have a plan? Do you? He responded in turn, continuing to gaze forward. What plan would there be except to scout the area? We're gaining basic knowledge, and all of us can handle anything that comes our way. If things get out of hand, I just need some time to summon the Gedu and we'll be right out of here in a flash. I want to see these enemies you told us about. I want to see for myself just what this army of Aizen's is capable of. Do you know of their skills? Soi Fon said, nodding and turning back to face the front. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Everything we know about Hidan is basically what we know about them. I don't know if Tia Harribel is the weakest, the strongest, or where she ranks on the overall spectrum of power. Either way, it's pretty bad news. If you were there, you would have felt it too. An army of anything around that kind of power would be something to lose sleep over. A scowl appeared on his face, and from the way she spoke, I think Aizen has the entire army wrapped around his thumb. How the hell did this guy manage to amass an army right under your noses? He wasn't even discovered until he chose to be. Don't ask Uzumaki, Soi Fon responded by saying, Captain Aizen was trusted. He was one of the leaders of the Gote 13. For something like this to have happened, he must have had this all planned out decades in advance at the very least. I'll make him pay, rest assured. One step at a time, my sweet Joubaki. We need to figure out what exactly we'll be walking into once things begin for real. Naruto smiled at her gravely serious expression and turned back to Nemu, saying, Nemu-chan, I'm sorry, but we haven't seen anything worth talking about so far. On the contrary, Uzumaki-san, we have only been here for a few hours and already I have enough information that may interest Kuretsuchi Taiko once I return to the Seraiti, Nemu said, merely glancing at Naruto with her typical apathetic expression. Is anyone tired yet? Anyone need to stop and rest for a moment, or are we still good to go? Naruto asked without saying anything, noticing that Soi Fon was staring at him. What? I wasn't asking you. I know you're good for at least a few more hours, but your lieutenant might not be, and Nemu-chan might not be either, he said. Omade, are you tired? Soi Fon asked him right away on the spot. Not even close, Taiko, was his first response. He wasn't, and it didn't matter if he was. Soi Fon would hold him accountable if he claimed to be exhausted during the mission without providing a compelling explanation. Nothing about the Onmitsukido is weak. After giving Nemu a nod, Soi Fon asked, and you Kuretsuchi Fukuteku? Nemu nodded her head. My body is modified to perform far greater than those of normal Shinigami. I do not feel any fatigue at the moment, I am fine. What about yourself, Uzumaki-san? Do you require any rest? The ground they ran on started to destabilize and lift up from the rest of the desert, and Naruto laughed at the question, saying, I'm more of a machine than a human. As long as this is all we're doing, just running, I don't know how long I can keep this up for. Seriously, the only reason I ever stopped running during times like this in the past was because I had teammates that couldn't keep my pace. I'll be fine. What the hell? Soi Fon commanded, get ready. And everyone leapt back in time to see a huge hollow rise out of the sand. It was about the size of a Manos of the Jillian class, but it had a head that looked like a sand castle, long arms, and a body made entirely of sand with a hollow hole in the middle of its chest. In anticipation of the battle, Naruto clenched his fists and exclaimed, he's huge. Let's get this big bastard out of the way and keep on going, people. As her lieutenant prepared to draw her Zanpakuto, Soi Fon asked, what do you suppose we do, Uzumaki? Nemu just dropped her Zanpakuto and positioned herself in a ready hand-to-hand stance. Cracking his fists, Naruto said, you're talking like this will be hard. Compared to the Arrancar lady I met before, this guy is just gum on my shoe. Naruto took a Fuma shuriken from one of the seals on the inside of his jacket and hurled it at the sand hollow, saying, catch this big guy. The shuriken sliced off the hollow's enormous arm as it flew through the air, causing it to thud loudly into the sand. With a raised eyebrow, Omeda gazed at the hollow's severed appendage and said, that's it. Really, I thought that one of the hollows ballsy enough to just jump out at us would have more fight in it than that. The battle isn't over yet, Omeda. Soi Fon, who was still prepared to defend against an attack, said, Uzumaki, you're not that experienced at fighting hollows. They have all kinds of powers and I think this one. Before she could finish, Naruto's severed arm effortlessly regenerated, swinging the new limb back and swatting at them all, forcing them to jump out of the way. Hollows regenerate. You need to hit them with something fatal to beat them, not going to finesse a hollow. What was finesse about cutting the damn thing's arm off? Naruto snarled at her. Then he turned back to the enormous sand hollow and exclaimed, "Oi, I said I'd do it." Before Soi Fon ran by him. As Soi Fon felt the hollow attempt to interfere with her run by sending bursts of sand shooting up from the ground, she guessed, this thing controls the sand we're standing on. Then she noticed a wave of sand ripple in her direction, and her eyes grew wide. She clenched her jaw, leapt over the wave at the hollow, and vanished in a rush of shunpo. Then, with a crash, the enormous sand hollow fell to the ground after being split in two by an unseen force. Dusting her captain's Haori with sand particles, Soi Fon reappeared before Naruto and the other Shinigami. "You get some aggression out of your system with that one?" Naruto asked, giving her a deadpan expression before beginning a slow clap that he stopped after a short while. The ground began to tremble, and Soi Fon sneered, as if Uzumaki. "I was just showing you the proper way to exterminate a hollow. What? I smashed it clean in half. Okay. No more fucking around. I bet it'll stay down when I blow its entire body to Kingdom Come." Naruto snarled as he watched the enormous hollow reform its entire body. "Let's see you reform this time," he said, running back towards it. The hollow opened its mouth and took a deep breath, its jaw unhinging. Naruto attempted to plant his feet firmly, but the loose sand particles provided him with virtually no support, and he started to be drawn in the direction of the hollow. After forming a tiger seal and taking a deep breath, Naruto exclaimed, "Kaden, Bukacabe, fire release, fire wall." A tall, rectangular wall of fire shot out of his mouth, sucking the enormous hollow and drawing it entirely inside its mouth. After absorbing the fire attack, the enormous hollow let out a loud groan and then froze solid for a short while, cracks showing on its surface. Parts of it had been heated to glass by the fierce fire Naruto had started in its belly, as pieces of sand chipped away. Soi Fon commanded her lieutenant, Omeda, finish. And he sprang into action, positioning himself above the hollow's head with shunpo. Butsubuse, Gegatsuburi crush, 5 formed head. The big man's Zanpakuto shaped into a huge spiked ball that was fastened to his hilt by a long chain. Before hurling the ball at the hollow's head, he swung the chain around over his head, shattering the head and then the hollow's entire hardened body into coarse fragments. As he sheathed and resealed his Zanpakuto, the big Shinigami lieutenant laughed loudly and said, "And that's how you do it. Nobility wins the day once again, better blood, better skill." Naruto and Soi Fon, who had long since learned to ignore him, both gazed at Omeda. Sadly, Naruto had not. "If I kick him in the head, will he shut up?" he asked, pointing to the man who was gloating to Nemu, who was unconcerned as she attempted to examine the sand that had made up the attacking hollow. With a laugh, Soi Fon said, "I can't beat it out of him, so I deal with it. If it was that easy, he'd have been shut up years ago." "There is something strange about this sand, Soi Fon Taiko, Uzumaki-san." Nemu was kneeling around the heap of sand that had once been the hollow when she called Naruto and Soi Fon to her. They both approached her, and she attempted to explain, saying, "I don't quite know how to place it, but the hollow you just defeated was a conscious entity representing the desert." "So, we just killed the spirit of the desert?" Omeda asked, scratching his head as he attempted to make sense of the situation. Nemu nodded her head as she got up. "No, more like you just killed the guardian that was slated with defending the spirit of the desert. If it was the actual spirit of the desert, then it would have attacked us the moment we arrived. We simply stumbled upon it, meaning that we were close to the desert spirit and the guardian reacted violently." "So," Naruto said, attempting to persuade her to complete her thought and inform them of the reference. Nemu was pointing downward. "There's still something down there, and it's coming up to the surface now because we destroyed the guardian." Saying, "When you say it's coming to the surface, how long will it take to get here?" Soi Fon sighed and braced herself for another battle. Everyone was prevented from looking up for fear of being blinded by the sand as the ground exploded and a blur shot into the air. 3 seconds ago, Nemu said as a dense Reiatsu settled over everyone. With his hand on his Zanpakuto, Omeda pondered, "So this is an Arrancar." Reiatsu had a certain feeling that was somewhat similar to Hidan's, but instead of the intense bloodlust that would make someone else flee, this feeling was one of apathetic detachment. It gave you the impression that you didn't want to fight at all, that it would be better for you to simply walk away and forget you were there. When the sand stopped pouring down, everyone opened their eyes to see a figure standing with his arms crossed at the top of a sand dune. A spear with a large blade and 4 different points of varying sizes that resembled claws was resting on his back. He appeared shadowed from a distance, making it difficult to see his true features. The others were startled by his resigned pace as he finally started to descend the dune and approach them. He appeared to have a valid reason for his actions based on the way his power felt. Those two won't be any good in this battle, Soi Fon said, glancing at Nemu and Omeda. Uzumaki or I will have to do it. Given that Uzumaki doesn't appear to mind fighting as a team, we would both benefit. Who are you and why have you disturbed my slumber? The figure asked in a calm but slightly ragged-sounding voice that made Naruto's ears twitch as the sand started to blow in the wind around him. As she grasped her Zanpakuto, Soi Fon exclaimed, "There's no time to mess around with this one." Jinteki Shikuset. She was about to release her Shikai when Naruto grabbed her right arm and said, "Uzumaki, what are you?" As he began to move forward into the gusty sandstorm, he said, "Just wait. There's no way, but that voice, it can't be someone else. No one else speaks like that." He located the figure in the sandstorm and approached him, but froze when he was close enough to see him. "Holy crap, Gaara," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. The rest of the Shinigami could see the figure as the sandstorm subsided. A man with light green eyes devoid of pupils, who was the same height as Naruto and had spiky red hair that reached his neck, gazed back at him. His eyes were surrounded by black rings, and he lacked eyebrows. A white, bone-colored kanji for love was positioned on the left side of his forehead. "Uzumaki Naruto?" the man asked inquisitively, blinking a few times without showing any emotion. In the interim, Las Noches. Aizen-sama, an Arrancar kneeled before Aizen, who was seated at his throne, and wore a bull-shaped skull over his head. "In the desert, the hollow Runuganga has been destroyed. So it seems, Rudobone. Do you have a plan of action you would like to take?" asked Aizen, grinning at the Arrancar. "Allow me to dispatch the Exequias to deal with these pests for you, Aizen-sama. There is no need to waste the espada on the fools that have dared to intrude on this land," said Rudobone, who was still assuming a submissive stance toward Aizen. Rudobone bowed to Aizen once more before leaving the room. "Very well," Aizen said, indicating that he should do as he pleased. "I'm putting this in your hands, Rudobone. Don't disappoint me. You know, the Exequias are only good for one thing, Aizen-san. What are you thinking sending them out like that? It's just a waste of time to me. Furus and them, they wouldn't have sent weaklings for this kind of thing, ya." "No," said Ichimaru Jin, who had his trademark smirk on his face as he emerged from a corner of the room. Aizen didn't say anything. "I know that, Jin. You and I both know that the Exequias are utterly expendable. The most expendable portion of my forces. But they will serve a purpose. I will be able to see how the Seraiti are prepared to handle just a taste of my army. It should also provide some misdirection and make them think that is the extent of my Arrancar army's power." Home Clinic Kurosaki, Karakura Town. When the doorbell rang, Ichigo shouted from his home's living room, "Yeah, I'm coming." He was the designated getter of the actual door to their home because his father, Isshin, and younger sister, Yuzu, were occupied with the clinic and his other younger sister, Karen, was out playing sports with her friends. He wasn't bothered by it, though. The rest was perfectly acceptable. He had more than enough things to do during his summer vacation, twice over, thanks to the Soul Society. "Tatsuki, what's up? You should have called or something before coming over," he said as he opened the door to see a friend from his youth standing there with her arms folded across her chest. "Yeah, well, I'm not here to hang out or ask for anything. I just came to talk for a moment," Tatsuki said with a sigh as he looked into Ichigo's face. Ichigo, unsure of what she had to discuss, replied, "Sure." However, he had been away all summer, so she was unable to speak with him about anything during that time. "Go ahead, do you want to come in?" she asked. "I know about what you and Orhime actually did this summer." Tatsuki shook her head and rubbed her arm before she started talking. She saw him wince and then start to perspire a little at the thought of his secret being revealed. "It's okay, I'm not dumb enough to actually say anything about it out loud for the world to know. Naruto told me that much at least." Ichigo's anxiety subsided when he heard Tatsuki say, "Wait, Naruto. You know that guy, how?" in reference to the strange blonde who rescued Rukia. "He's going to be my new trainer, and I can't wait. The guy is seriously strong, and I don't think anyone at my dojo could lay a finger on him if he didn't want them to," Tatsuki said, before a smile appeared on her face. Before noticing Tatsuki becoming agitated, Ichigo blinked a few times and asked, "So why would he train you?" He felt comfortable saying, "No offense, but I've seen what the guy can do." I don't think you'll be pulling any of that stuff for a long time if ever. Trust me, I don't think a regular person can get that strong. There was nothing normal about Naruto at all. Before Ichigo could argue with her, she pointed directly at him and said, I can see spirits Ichigo, and apparently I have some power in me called chakra that Naruto said he can work with. You and Orhime have been keeping secrets from me and fighting. Well, now I'm directly involved, so next time don't hesitate to ask me for help if you need it. Tatsuki's irate expression turned into a toothy grin. It's a good thing I'm not exactly normal then, isn't it? With little comprehension, Ichigo asked, help. Tatsuki, what could you do to help me out? Tatsuki turned and started to leave, saying, that's all I wanted, Ichigo. But there's one more thing. Naruto said he wanted to talk to you, but there's no real hurry. He just said he'd see you next week. Later, she stood motionless and then sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck, saying, right now, I guess nothing. Just give me some time and you'll see though. Man, and I thought the weirdness would stop after I came back from the Soul Society, Ichigo said, shaking his head as he watched her go and then walked back inside and closed the door. Hueco Mundo with Naruto and Shinigami. What are you doing here? Both Naruto and Gaara said simultaneously as the sandstorm subsided and the Shinigami that had accompanied him rushed to his side. Gaara, what are you doing here? How are you still alive? It's been thousands of years. And how did you end up being an Arrancars or even a hollow in the first place? Was the first question Naruto posed after following up. When Gaara saw Naruto receive a tick mark on his head, he grinned and said, but has it really been thousands of years? I'm here because I died Uzumaki. Do you have any questions that aren't simple? He raised an eyebrow. Naruto, astonished to see his old friend there, replied, around 2000. What happened to you? Gaara asked, wearing a white robe that encased his arms and legs and appeared to have a long beige scarf around his neck. I failed, Naruto. I wasn't able to keep Madara away from you and you wound up getting the Kyuubi extracted from you. Sasuke killed me when I attempted to get you out, Gaara said after giving Naruto a brief glance. Gaara, what happened? Naruto placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder and said, Sakura-chan resurrected me. I'm sorry, Gaara, it was my fault that all of that happened. We won though. It may have taken me a few years after that to get everything together, but we did it. Madara was stopped. Naruto then looked closely at Gaara's face and saw that he didn't look significantly different from when he was alive. The grief of failing you and everyone else turned me into a hollow. Gaara grumbled, I didn't roam for long before I became sick of my existence as a hollow and pulled my mask off. I then used the sands of this desert to hide myself away, from the hollow Baragon in particular. The ruler of Hueco Mundo wanted me to join his army and I chose not to. I have been at one with the sand ever since that day. Soi Fon addressed the oddly submissive hollow. She would have attempted to complete it by now, but Naruto would not have been pleased if she did, as he appeared to know him from earlier years. But what of the massive hollow that attacked us? It was under your control, wasn't it? He would likely lash out violently, leaving her there. Runuganga was my avatar as I slumbered that manifested from my power. Gaara clarified, I was aware of my surroundings in a loosely dreamlike state as he roamed under the sands, ever moving and keeping me safe from discovery or harm. He examined his hands and said, my power must have grown while I was asleep. I do not remember feeling this strong when I was last awake. Grinning, Naruto shook his head and exclaimed, this is so great, now you can come back with me. Before embracing Gaara tightly and saying, yeah. And how can I come with you? If I were to go to the human world then the Shinigami would try to exterminate me, even if I were to just try and exist there, Gaara said, blinking and struggling to free himself from his old friend's hold. Please let go of me, Naruto. Naruto followed his instructions. With a menacing gleam in his eye that only seemed to shake Omeda, Naruto turned to face Soi Fon and the others and said, you guys wouldn't do anything stupid like try to kill Gaara, would you? If he is to join your team like the other one, then he is your responsibility. Keeping him under watch is your job, Soi Fon said with a sneer and averted gaze. Gaara nodded. I have and would never attack a living soul. I had enough of that when I was alive. I simply slumbered while I was here to keep from fighting Baragon and dealing with the other aggressive hollows in Hueco Mundo. I had enough of killing them to keep them away. Naruto was reluctant to abandon Gaara in Hueco Mundo. Gaara cocked a non-existent eyebrow and said, it's a long story. Now that the thing that kept him safe and hidden was destroyed, someone else could do it if they found him. Come on, Gaara, I could use the company. Being immortal kind of sucks. Gaara surprised many of them by grinning at Naruto and saying, very well. I will go with you. It would be nice to spend time with a friend again, and there is no separation of villages to keep us from communicating in this time either. Naruto joyfully held out his hand, and Gaara shook it right away. I do have to ask what you are doing here though. It's a long story, I'll tell you later, Naruto sighed. Is it really wise to trust this Arranccar Uzumaki-san? He could be trying to fool you and sneak attack us. He could be an agent of Aizen Sosuke like the other Arrancar you came across. Nemu blinked and approached Naruto, keeping behind him to avoid being in Gaara's line of attack. After glancing at the girl behind Naruto, Gaara turned to face the other Shinigami nearby and said, I see time hasn't made you any less busy. Naruto sighed, got to fight the still life somehow Gaara. The world didn't just settle into peace, I'm sorry to say. Right now it's in more trouble than ever, and the trouble is centered around here in Hueco Mundo. I am sorry, Naruto. If you really believe that it has been 2,000 years since my death, I know nothing about this world. I am unable to help you in this scope, Gaara said, shaking his head and crossing his arms once more. So do we keep going? Naruto asked, turning back to Soi Fon after nodding to his old friend. Yes, we still have nothing of actual substance to take back with us. If this Gaara isn't an Arrancar in Aizen's army, then we still have no clue as to what they are capable of, their actual numbers, their strength. We have nothing, Soi Fon said, recalling the tension that existed when Gaara first appeared on the scene after completely fading out. It would be nice to catch up with an old friend, and I think I could be of some help to you in some way. Just one moment, Gaara said, kneeling down and fully burying his hand in the sand, I will go with you. When Gaara closed his eyes and turned to face Naruto, Omeda arched an eyebrow and asked, what's he doing? The thought finally occurred to Naruto as he continued to observe his friend, Gaara can probably sense anything in the sand. The way that I can sense life and power easily in Sage mode, Gaara can probably do that anytime he's in contact with sand in Hueco Mundo, or maybe anytime he's around sand in general. In fact, Nemu's eyes widened in surprise when he said, from what I can deduce, all of Hueco Mundo is covered in sand. So if you are correct, Gaara-san could potentially sense anything in Hueco Mundo if he knew what to look for. You are supposed to be the only Shinigami in this realm, correct? Gaara asked Soi Fon as his eyes widened. She was wearing the captain's haori and appeared to be in charge of the others. The former captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, has conspired with 2 other captains to attempt to destroy the Seraiti. She replied to him in kind, we're searching for the location of a trio of rogue Shinigami. She saw that Gaara was looking blankly, but she could tell he was confused. Do you know what that is? He shook his head, I thought as much. Just as clueless as Uzumaki. He pointed in a direction and said, that way. It feels far enough to take a few days to get there. Ignoring the crack at him and his fellow former shinobi, Gaara said, I can sense a Shinigami's Raryoku, however it is very far from here and mixed in with other powerful signatures that surround it. As Gaara got up from sensing his surroundings, Naruto grunted and kicked at the sand softly, saying, fuck. To hell with it, let's keep going. Think you can keep up, Gaara? You never were the fastest back in the day. Gaara simply gazed at Naruto before vanishing as a loud, low sound burst from his previous position. Are you all coming? He asked, reappearing a short distance away with his arms folded. With a laugh, Naruto started to follow, but Soi Fon grabbed him by the arm and said, do not stay my blade again, Uzumaki. It doesn't matter that he used to be your friend in his past life, here he is a hollow, a monster that survives off of devouring the souls of others. The next time you do anything like that, you will be defending yourself instead of them. I've met humans more evil, even a Shinigami more evil than most hollows. Most of them operate off of instinct, and the ones that are aware have the same ability that any human or soul has for good or evil, Naruto said, jerking his arm out of her grasp. Wrong or right isn't black or white, just because Gaara's an Arrancar doesn't make him evil. Soi Fon turned away from Naruto's eyes, which appeared to steal over as soon as they met hers, and remarked, it's just lucky that I have no standing orders to kill hollows on sight. She was unable to look that person in the eye. It made her feel weak, somehow. Who was he to make her feel this way without cause when she was a damn captain of the Gote 13? Naruto then started to follow Gaara and the 2 lieutenants ahead before adding, don't seriously threaten me again, Joubaki. Usually when you chase me it's fun. I like you a lot, and I'll keep thinking of you like that until you do something like attack my friends. I wouldn't have stopped you for no reason. Naruto concluded by saying, you need to relax sometimes, I swear, I'm going to make sure you chill out a bit before you leave Karakura town. She walked with her typical reserved gait after staring at his back for a while before saying, whatever Uzumaki. We still have work to do. Town of Karakura. Together with Yoruichi, Tatsuki and Orhime strolled through the base where Naruto still needed to dress up as his clones in order to appear like a respectable publishing house. She turned back to the girl and said, he said he'd train you next week. I'm sure he'd like that you're eager, but Naruto didn't just throw out a random timeframe to start. The second in command of the entire operation was currently walking around with a clipboard, taking notes on what needed to be done when he and the others returned from Hueco Mundo. Sorry Tatsuki, he's not here. Tatsuki muttered humbly, well that sucks, now I'm all excited and I've got nothing to do for a whole week. She was not paying attention to her destination when she bumped into someone, and when she looked up, she saw the man Naruto claimed to be his assistant staring down at her. Hidan gazed at Tatsuki for a considerable amount of time, which caused her to feel a little uneasy because there was something off about the man. This is the girl that Uzumaki brat said he was going to train. He asked Yoruichi after grunting. Yes Hidan, this is Tatsuki. You know Orhime by now since she was here yesterday too. She's thinking about helping us as well, so be nice, Yoruichi said with a smile to the typically antagonistic Arrancar in hiding. Hidan uttered the words, I kill and don't kill. Isn't he just lovely? She asked sarcastically before coming up with an answer. Wait, Hidan, you were a shinobi like Naruto was, weren't you? Yoruichi gave him a sardonic glance as the two younger girls shrank at his somewhat serious tone. We're different in how we fight, but at some point we were trained almost the same way. I can see what she's got at the very least. Hidan gave her a disapproving look and said, you say it like neither of us are anymore. You let Uzumaki brat hear you say that and he's going to tear that pretty little ass of yours up. He disregarded her Reiatsu spike, regardless of whether it was for his language or the offensive content of his conversation. So, basement? Yoruichi asked, raising an eyebrow and pointing down. Hidan confirmed, turning around and making his way back from his previous location. Basement. Hidan, who had just finished training his other powers, was muttering that he had to turn and go back downstairs, so Yoruichi led the girls downstairs. When they arrived, Tatsuki was astounded by the location's enormity and asked, how is this under a building? Mr. Urahara is really good at making these places. He has one under his shop too. Orhime informed her astutely. Is she going to get over here or what? I don't have all day you know, I'm hungry, said Hidan to himself as he stood impatiently in the middle of an open space. Go ahead, don't worry, he won't do anything too bad, and you wanted to train anyway didn't you? Yoruichi said, rolling her eyes and turning to Tatsuki. Hidan sneered as Tatsuki walked out and angrily said, I didn't even bring my GI. A GI? He asked himself, gesturing with his street clothes. Do I look like I'm wearing anything like that? You should know that you're not going to be in a GI for an actual fight, so suck it up, missy. He threw his head to the side and spread his arms wide, saying, okay, go ahead. Tatsuki asked incredulously, what? Since she had already been prepared to fight at this point. Tatsuki turned back to face Yoruichi and Orhime, and Yoruichi nodded. Oi, what the fuck are you looking at her for? Do you need permission to throw a goddamn punch? Hit me already bitch, Tatsuki said, still standing erect and ready to attack, go ahead. Give me your best shot, your very best shot. Don't hold back at all, hit me like I'm a heavy bag. He wants my best shot, let's see how you like this, then you prick, Tatsuki snarled at Hidan and charged straight at him. With a loud shout of effort, she threw a textbook directly into Hidan's face. To her amazement, he never fell or stumbled back even a single step after the hit sent him sliding back across the ground. What? That should have broken your jaw, she exclaimed. Who said it didn't? Hidan muttered a little. When he began to return to her, Tatsuki struck him, leaving an angry red mark on his face. That was a pretty good shot. You injured my jaw, but Uzumaki would have snapped my neck if he had a clean shot like that one, he said. What? Asked Tatsuki, stepping back as Hidan appeared to return to her as though nothing had happened. Snap your neck, and you're not dead, she asked. Seeing Tatsuki's mouth drop, Hidan grinned and laughed ominously, saying, you can't kill this body with physical damage. I'm pretty much immortal if you didn't know. Uzumaki brat told you about the hollows and Shinigami and all of that right? He didn't tell you jack about either of us though. Tatsuki made a defiant statement. No way. That can't be true. With a sigh, Yoruichi put her hands over Orhime's eyes and said, yeah, you're not going to want to see this next part. Hidan extended the spike and snatched the cylinder around his neck. When Hidan drove it straight into Tatsuki's chest, he retreated in horror, thinking he was going to attack her with it. What the hell? Are you insane? Tatsuki reacted. Hidan pulled the spike out of his chest and let it fall back into the cylinder, saying, yes, but that's not what you should have been paying attention to. So you can pretty much beat on me as much as you want. My spirit body is way more durable than this one, but in this body you couldn't kill me with any weapon you could possibly get your hands on. He approached her and noticed that she was trembling a little, which caused him to frown. No more of that. If you're afraid of just that, then you might as well quit now. No one has even done anything to you yet. Tatsuki nodded after swallowing a knot in her throat. So I'll guess that you at least know how to generate your own chakra. I would have at least told you how to do that much before leaving to run around Hueco Mundo raising hell. Bastard won't let me go. Hidan stood across from her, a few feet away, and watched Tatsuki create the ram seal that Naruto had taught her, then let her chakra build. Good. Mr. Hidan, do you want me to heal your face? Orihime yelled at them both from across the field. No, I'm fine. Nothing like a little pain to let you know you're alive. He looked up at Orihime, who shivered slightly at his expression. I'll have to settle with my own, since if I use the jutsu I want to use on Uzumaki Brat's protege before he even got to her, he'd tear me apart and scatter me to the four corners of the planet. From the sidelines, Yoruichi grinned and asked, so are you going to teach her anything? Hidan grinned as he glanced at Tatsuki, who felt the need to leave quickly or risk paying for it. So what do you humans know of the almighty Jashin-sama? If you believe in him as I do faithfully, you may be granted with. Hidan was silenced when he discovered a boulder that Yoruichi had thrown at him and that collided with him. As she approached and escorted Tatsuki away from Hidan, Yoruichi snarled menacingly, not that, I guess you'll just have to wait until Naruto gets back to learn any of his tricks, Tatsuki. Is he going to be okay? Orihime asked, looking at Hidan anxiously as he sputters with the boulder covering his torso. Yoruichi shrugged and escorted Tatsuki back upstairs. Are you alright? Orihime asked, kneeling beside Hidan as he ran over to the boulder he was beneath rather than immediately following. With a shaky thumbs up, Hidan said, Immortal, but could you get the rock off of me? My legs don't seem to be working right now. He choked and coughed again. Okay Mr. Hidan, 1 second. Koden Zanshin, solitary sacred cutting shield. Orihime said, nodding and stepping back. One of the petals on her hair clip changed into a burst of light, which struck the boulder and crushed it, releasing Hidan. Hold on for just one more moment. Soden Kishun, twin sacred return shield, Orihime said as he rushed over and knelt over his wounded body once more. Incredulously, Hidan saw two of the flowers on her hair clip move to opposite sides of his body and envelop him in a healing barrier. Hidan looked up to see Orihime's gaze. Okay, after seeing that, I'm with Uzumaki Brat, and I'm not stark raving mad when I'm saying this. I think it would be fucking awesome if you were on the squad. As she continued to heal his body, Orihime simply grinned and said, maybe. With Naruto and Hueco Mundo, 1 day later. As they proceeded through the Hueco Mundo desert, Gaara was followed by the expedition group consisting of Soi Fon, Omaeda, Nemu, and Naruto. They were aware of the place's vastness because, despite moving quickly across the terrain, nothing seemed to ever change in appearance. Even Soi Fon and Naruto's patience had started to wear thin, but no one had voiced any complaints, not even Omaeda, lest he face his captain's wrath for making her squad appear weak in the field. The night had consisted solely of running and brief rest, with more running the following day. All this time, they had not even encountered any more hollows. To get the redhead's attention, Nemu said, Gaara-san, can you tell me what of all the hollows in Hueco Mundo? Surely there have to be some around somewhere. Replied, as I'm sure Naruto told you before, most of the notable hollows, what you refer to as Maino's class, reside underground. Weaker hollows normally do not come out and roam the deserts for risk of being devoured by those more powerful than themselves. They instead head to the human world for what they perceive to be easy prey. Most hollows simply hide and exist on their own, waiting until they are provoked or are driven to a great enough feeling of emptiness to hunt about, or as I said, head to the human world. After concentrating and looking around for anything nearby, Soi Fon narrowed her eyes and said, something is coming this way. Before she could even protest, Naruto grabbed her and made hand seals, surprising her by saying, "Close your eyes." Doden. Mogaragakure no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole jutsu. They then disappeared underground beneath the sand. Is it strong? Naruto asked her, receiving a shake of the head in response. Oh well, play it safe. Ambush. Soi Fon nodded. After glancing at Nemu and Omaeda, Gaara pulled out his spear and stabbed them into the ground, creating a tiny sand vortex that sucked them all in and concealed them beneath it. Take a breath. Following a brief period of inactivity from any of the subterranean inhabitants, a large eel-like hollow and two figures pursuing a smaller, cloaked individual across the sands ran across the area. One of the two was big and dressed in a yellow bodysuit with polka dots. They also wore a mask that looked like a tiki mask over their enormous head, which was nearly as big as their body. The smaller figure was being pursued by the other of the two, who was rather thin and had an insect-like mask on its face, complete with horns and mandibles. There was a purple veil over the right eye. This one had a purple body, but a purple loincloth and white armor covered the torso. On the belly, just beneath the armor, was the hollow hole. As they continued to run, two pursuing figures were grabbed by the ankles and held in place by a pair of hands that emerged from the sand. "Huh," they both exclaimed as Soi Fon leapt out of the sand and kicked them both hard, sending them flying. A huge hand of sand caught the enormous eel-like hollow around the body and lifted it into the air, stopping it in its tracks. "What, do I look like I breathe sand?" asked Gaara as he emerged from beneath the earth, followed by Nemu and Omaeda, who sputtered and spat out sand. Nemu just picked herself up and said, "Gaara-san told you to breathe before you went under." With a furious expression on her face as she repeatedly shook Naruto, Soi Fon thrust her arm into the sand where his hands had been protruding and pulled him up sharply, lifting him from the sand by his throat with one arm. "I didn't need you to drag me under the sand, I could have hidden myself without you, Uzumaki," Soi Fon said. He asked her rhetorically, "Where else could you have possibly hidden?" Before turning to the giant sand hand holding the large hollow up. "Gaara, could you go ahead and finish up so we can keep going?" Naruto said after he got her to let him go and brushed the sand off his sage coat. Everyone turned to watch the small cloaked figure that had been chased shout, "No! Why did you beat up my brothers?" The small figure pulled down the hood of the cloak to reveal a young girl with hazel eyes and blue-green hair. A scar ran from her forehead to her nose, and a crimson line ran horizontally across her face beneath her eyes. The skull mask with a crack and missing teeth on top of her head, however, was her most distinctive feature. "But weren't they chasing after you?" Naruto asked, kneeling down as he approached the young girl. "Yep, it's eternal pursuit. It's a game," she said, lisping, as she nodded joyfully. "Okay, let's just get a move on." Soi Fon palmed her face after Naruto's face failed into the sand, saying, "This is obviously another Arrancar that has nothing to do with Aizen's army at all. We're getting nothing out of this." That was the end of the situation. "Just wait," Naruto asked, asking her to wait a moment before he touched the young Arrancar's head. "What are you doing out here all by yourself?" He didn't feel like she had much strength. As the other two that Soi Fon had earlier ejected quickly returned, leaving a trail of dust behind them, the young girl remarked, "Nell isn't alone. Nell has her brothers Dondochaka and Peshi." The two other Arrancar came to a halt at Nell's side, gasping for air as they ran as quickly as they could. With a twitch of her eye, Soi Fon said, "They got up from that. Damn limiter, why did Yamamoto Sotaicho put a soul limiter on us? Even if we were staying in the human world we would eventually have to come to Hueco Mundo." They simply got back up after her attacks. Turning to face her, Naruto said, "You still have that on. Why the fuck didn't you tell me that before we got here? I thought you'd gotten it taken off before we left the base." "It's protocol for all lieutenant and captain level Shinigami," Soi Fon told Naruto, who was upset about the news that he had led a disabled crew into the hornet's nest, adding, "There's nothing we can do about it without good reason to have it removed." Holding the bridge of his nose, Naruto said, "Okay, and that's as far as we're going on this little trip into Hueco Mundo." He stated definitively, "Yamamoto Gigi better get his shit together, sending you guys in without full power." According to Peshi, the slender Arrancar asked, "Why leave? If you go anywhere else you could run into Shinigami or something like that." With a blink and a sweet smile, Nemu said, "We are Shinigami." Finally letting his big sand-made hand set the eel hollow down, Gaara declared, "I'm not. I'm an Arrancar." Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Naruto added, I'm not either. Yes, I introduce myself like that all the time, you got a problem with it? He asked. What are Shinigami doing here? Are you going to try to kill us? Asked Dondochaka, the larger Arrancar, as he began to retreat with Nell and Pesci. As he approached them, Gaara said, that won't happen. Yeah, Naruto agreed with his monotone-speaking old friend, saying, I don't attack things based purely on what they are. I'm a sage, and all forms of life are precious to me, even forms of life that are created after death. He approached Nell once more, making sure everyone knew he meant no harm, and asked, how does a hollow end up with brothers anyway? Dondochaka grabbed Nell and held her out. Well, we found her just out here in the desert one day and we decided we couldn't just leave her out here like that. So we decided to take Nell with us and make her our sister. While this was going on, Omeda simply stood back and picked his nose, saying, man, Hueco Mundo is a weird place. I'm definitely staying away from here in the future. The place is ugly and bland, not anything befitting a noble. Nemu continued to ignore him in an attempt to gather as much information as she could about Hueco Mundo until she came to a halt and turned in a direction while merely staring and saying, something is coming. The others all jumped into action when they heard the normally quiet lieutenant issue a warning. Sensing the immediate area while kneeling, Gaara said, she is right. There are multiple signatures coming this way. Ready for another battle to clear the area so he could call forth the Gedu and bring them all home, Naruto questioned, dangerous. Soi Fon sneered angrily, we wasted our ambush on those weaklings. Without a word, Gaara pulled out his odd spear once more and drove it into the ground. After a brief tremor in the sand, dozens of figures were launched into the air by a blast in the distance. They landed close to the expedition team after righting themselves in midair. The figures all had human-shaped skulls for heads and were dressed in white uniforms. They all drew their swords menacingly at the others without uttering a single word. After giving them all sardonic glances, Naruto and Soi Fon used their speed tricks to blend into the background. With only their bare hands, many members of the attacking force were beaten, smashed, and battered away in a matter of seconds. Disgusted at being faced with such feeble opponents, Soi Fon and Naruto returned after eliminating a sizable portion of the enemy. These enemies barely have enough Reiatsu to qualify for potential positions as seated officers. And I'm being polite about gauging their chances for even that. She was more than capable of handling this on her own, even when she was only using 30% of her power. As he reached into a pocket of his sage coat to retrieve the hilt of the Raijin no Ken, Naruto said, right then. So why are we wasting time just talking about it? He asked, tilting his head to acknowledge that even Omeda was participating in the action, defeating numerous odd Arrancar foes without even using his Shikai. I bet I get more than you do. The challenge made Soi Fon's eyes sparkle, and she said, if I win, you can never see Yoruichi-sama in a familiar manner again. Sure, and I'll tell you my terms after I win. Now, Naruto shrugged, and the two of them entered the battle to battle their unfamiliar enemies once more. Soi Fon circled the outside of the force, eliminating any remaining members who weren't sufficiently engaged in the battle to put her in the line of Naruto's assault. Naruto just went straight in and killed them with the Raijin no Ken. Nemu merely sat back and attempted to study the corpses of the fallen skull Arrancar that she could locate, briefly focusing on the fight to give one of them who attempted to ambush her a viciously effective kick to the head. Gaara, meanwhile, simply watched from a distance, protecting Nell, Pesci, Dondochaka, and their big eel hole. Who was it that sent these soldiers to attack? He asked. They came from the direction that I sensed the misplaced Shinigami's powers in, he wondered. Before he could give it much thought, the battle ended as the once conflicted team members walked back over. While he was swinging the Raijin no Ken around like a toy, Soi Fon was frowning, Omeda was looking amazed, and Naruto was grinning. Kami, I love this thing, he said, looking down at Soi Fon and placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't fuck with the Jedi Master love, he grunted when he discovered Soi Fon's foot in his stomach. After removing her foot from Naruto's torso and moving in front of him, Soi Fon remarked, just take us back already since you're not going to take us any further, I have to report. Looking at Nemu carrying one of the dead Arrancars towards them, Naruto rubbed the spot on his belly where he had been kicked. You ready to go, Nemu-chan? She asked, nodding, pleased that she had finally gotten a test subject to bring back with her. With his eyes briefly flashing with the Rinnegan, Naruto started to make a lengthy chain of hand seals before slamming his hand into the ground and exclaiming, "Getu outer path." With the exception of the bodies of the dead lying in the sands, the desert was left empty as the disembodied demonic head leapt from the ground and once more snatched everyone to swallow them up before vanishing. Naruto's base, Karakura town. High above the training room's floor, the portal reformed in midair and spat them all out. As Nemu and Soi Fon safely fell to the ground, Naruto, Gaara, and Omeda all fell to the ground in a heap. Naruto immediately jumped to his feet after falling and glared at the vanished Getu. "I think that stupid thing is sexist or something. This is the 4th time that piece of shit spat me out like that." He turned to face a moaning Omeda and asked, "You okay, big man?" After rolling over and sitting up, the large lieutenant said, "I'm fine, luckily my neck broke my fall." Grinning at Naruto, Gaara rose from the ground and said, "I could have formed my own way to this plane, Naruto. Well, next time cut us a garganta yourself so that I don't have to hear you complain." Naruto sneered at Gaara, who he assumed was reprimanding him for his egregious use of Getu. After using the allotted time to return to their Gigai, Soi Fon and Nemu were ready to depart when Naruto yelled, "Ah, ah. Wait a minute, Joubaki, you lost the bet." Naruto was grinning at Soi Fon when she turned around, saying, "I wasn't even at 100%. You can't count that." Naruto laughed and said, "I can because you accepted and actually made terms to the bet. Now I want to tell you what I'm getting out of winning, so get over here." Soi Fon said, "I can say it out loud, I just thought you'd want to save some face in front of your lieutenant." She narrowed her eyes at him but still approached him. Before she could argue, he said, "You need to take a break anyway. If anything, I'm doing you a favor." He stood by Naruto and whispered in her ear, and whatever he said caused her to widen her eyes and shake her head slowly. "You have to do it." When Soi Fon snarled, threatening to kick him in the head and leap out of her Gigai once more. "Tonight," calmly replied Naruto, "if you really don't want to do it, we should just get it out of the way as soon as we can, but you aren't getting out of this one. Grr, I'm going to kill that man one of these days, I swear." Soi Fon turned away and walked away, blushing. Wow, so this is the human world In addition to stopping Soi Fon in her tracks, that voice caused everyone else in the room to stop suddenly. Nell, Pesci, and Dondochaka, the 3 Arrancar they believed they had left behind in the desert, were sitting around admiring the room's scenery when everyone rushed to a different part of the room. "It looks like Hueco Mundo but with rocks," exclaimed the slender Arrancar Pesci. "I swear, I didn't do that on purpose," Naruto said, feeling Soi Fon and Gaara staring at him, palming his face as the others gave him a strange look. "The fucking Getu hates me," he added. The Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. With Ichimaru and Tusen Kanami at his sides, Aizen strolled through the Las Noches hallways, saying, "I think I've given them enough opportunity to scout my territory, but this won't be the battlefield as they expect it to be. I think it's about time I run some general reconnaissance of my own." At the turn of events, Tusen said rather disgustingly, "Rudobone and his exequias failed. Did you really expect them to? We didn't send that many of them for them to even stand a chance against anyone the Gote 13 would think would be worth sending. That was just cannon fodder," Jin said, maintaining his customary closed-eye smirk. In spite of what most would consider a defeat, Aizen never stopped grinning and said to Tusen, "I think a show of force is called for. Don't you agree? A message to be sent to the enemy of just what resisting will get them in the end." Jin is right. Only any Arrancar with any substance or actual skill and power will be of any use in the coming battle. Rudobone's troops are only needed for one thing, and open battle against seated officers is not what that thing is. Due to the conditions of his wager with Soi Fon, the executive of the Onmitsukido and captain of the 2nd Division, Naruto and his contingent had returned late in the evening. As a result, Naruto was not present for the debriefing, which would have entailed Yoruichi questioning him about what had transpired and why he had returned with not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 more Arrancar. This was a boarding house with no rent. What the devil was it? Thus, Yoruichi decided to find out the truth at once when she came downstairs in the morning and saw Naruto sitting across from Gaara, eating a bowl of ramen. As she approached them both, she noticed that Naruto was dressed in his school uniform and that the reserved red-haired Arrancar she had met the previous evening was dressed in gray jeans and a burgundy short-sleeved shirt. He watched Naruto eat and remarked to Yoruichi, "Some things just never change." Yoruichi entered the room as Naruto was devouring his morning treat. After sitting down between them, broth and all, Yoruichi crossed her legs and waited for Naruto to finish, which took another 12 seconds or so. As she watched him clean his mouth of any food residue, she arched an eyebrow and said, "So did you just hold your breath for the minute plus that I saw you eating for or what? Actually never mind, I just want to know why you brought back so many extras with you." Naruto looked up. "The only one I meant to bring back with me was Gaara. Speaking of the others, what did you do with them after I left with Soi Fon last night for our bet?" Then, pointing to Gaara, Yoruichi sighed and shook her head while waving her ponytail back and forth. "Well, telling them I was a Shinigami and then telling them to come with me didn't play out too well, so I left them down in the training field. They should be fine down there for one night, especially if they don't want to leave." "Is he an Ikigai?" she asked, and Naruto nodded. "What, did you get up extra early and go get him one?" Sneering, Naruto said, "Get up early. Gaara never slept, he's an insomniac. That left me once I reached the grave. I was just asleep for thousands of years. Do you really think that the first thing that I want to do after waking up is sleep again?" Gaara said in his dry tone, which Yoruichi assumed she would have to get used to as his normal voice. "I am not an insomniac, Naruto." With a rather foolish smile on his face, Naruto remarked, "Good point. But still, you didn't have to keep me awake with you just because you didn't want to sleep. I wanted to dream my sweet dreams, damn it. So did you have a good time with my little bee Naruto?" Yoruichi asked, grinning at him before putting her chin on her hand. Naruto laughed and relaxed in his chair. "It took a good 2 hours to get her to loosen up, but after that I think I was able to get her to enjoy herself. She's way nicer to me when she knows that nobody else is watching us." Yoruichi gripped Naruto's cheek and urged, "I knew you could get her to like you." For a moment, Naruto allowed her to tug on his cheek before turning his head to remove her, still grinning. "What are you talking about? I always knew I'd get on Joubaki's good side," Yoruichi jokingly asked, "before or after she tried to chase you across the Soul Society and stab you." Without responding to the joke, Naruto stated, "After." The scene in Yoruichi's words made even Gaara laugh. "Ah." Yoruichi got up and walked behind Naruto, putting her arms around his neck and cradling the back of his head against her chest. "It's so cute. My big high school boy on his first big date the day before the school year starts," she said. "This doesn't bother me at all. I just want to know one thing and I want you to answer me honestly, Yoruichi-chan. Does that make you hot? Because if it does I can leave a clone for you to play with and everything." Naruto grinned when she stopped holding onto his head and turned to face Gaara. "You see, Gaara, that's how you get a girl to stop teasing you, tease her harder right back." "This doesn't bother me at all," Naruto said, his face was blank. Naruto got up and stood in front of Gaara, looking down at him expectantly. "What?" Gaara nodded. "I see, well that's good to know." With a sly smile, Naruto said to Gaara, "Don't, what, me? You don't know the first thing about living in this time. And what better place to throw you into the deep end of the pool so to speak than to make you go to school and suffer like I'll suffer. I enrolled you this morning while Urahara was giving you your Gigai." He reached down to grab Gaara, but a wave of sand blocked his hand. "You can still do that in your Gigai. Cool." The sand then took hold of his entire arm, saying, "Wait, I mean not cool." "Not cool, Gaara." As he threw Naruto across the table with his empty ramen bowl flying into the kitchen, Gaara deadpanned, "Yes, cool. You see, Yoruichi-san, that's how you get Naruto to leave you alone. Just throw him around a bit." "I already knew that, Gaara." Yoruichi laughed and said, "Thank you though. But Naruto is right, you should go to school. He can cover for you, but you really do need to know how this world works if you're going to live here and work with us. Rule number 1. I'm number 1. Rule number 2. Don't do that shit in public, ever, seriously. If someone tries to touch you and an arm of sand bitch slaps them across the face, that will bring up a lot of explaining that I don't want to have to deal with BSing my way out of. No jutsu or sand in public," Naruto said, stomping back out of the kitchen and stopping in front of Gaara, staring at him with a twitching eye. "All right, then, no jutsu or sand in public. And I will go with you to this school, even though I already had to go through the academy in our time," Gaara said, glancing over at Yoruichi, who nodded, indicating that Naruto was being honest. With a sigh of complete agreement, Naruto continued, "I know, right?" Before dismissively waving his hand. "Go get changed into the uniform in your room so we can get the hell out of here. I've got too much stuff to do today to be late." With a nod, Gaara left Naruto and Yoruichi alone and went upstairs to the room that Yoruichi had given him the night before. When Naruto felt Yoruichi take hold of his arm and make him turn to face her, he turned around to go get more ramen. "Would you leave a clone like you suggested?" she asked, her golden eyes gleaming as she looked back up at him. After giving her a long look, Naruto turned to face the ceiling, which seemed to provide a view of Gaara's room. "School starts in 45 minutes, I can get Gaara there in 5. Fuck making a clone, I'll do it myself," he said, looking down at her with a similar sparkle in his eye. This made Yoruichi smile as he picked her up and hurried upstairs. Karakura High School, an hour later. Wearing their school uniforms, Naruto and Gaara strolled through the corridors. While Naruto was staring straight ahead with a huge smile on his face, Gaara simply stared at him and shook his head. "You are a complete deviant," Gaara said. He was on the same floor of the enormous building as them, so it wasn't like he didn't hear anything. They were now late because Yoruichi was so outspoken about how much she enjoyed Naruto's ministrations. Before Gaara snapped his fingers in front of his face, Naruto said, "Never said I wasn't." His smile never left his face as he said, "Kami, I love that woman. My sweet kitty kitty." His eyes glazed over with nostalgia. "I'm all right." Gazing around the school, Gaara said, "No you weren't." He took care not to appear overly perplexed. In any case, it wasn't a huge deal because the academy he attended as a child and the school didn't seem all that different. But he would have time to investigate that later. "I need you to keep me from slipping up and blowing my cover on the first day, so shape up." The outside world was entirely different. Naruto gleefully added, "Hey, I'm your boss now, Kazekage-sama." He then gave Gaara a friendly slap on the shoulder and said, "So you can't tell me to do anything now. As a matter of fact I have seniority over you, so listen to your senpai like a good little kahai." Gaara simply turned his seafoam green eyes on Naruto and gazed at him long enough for Naruto to recall how unnerving Gaara used to be. Was it incorrect to acknowledge that he did, in fact, miss that? "I will eat your unhappiness." Gaara was led down the hall by Naruto, who merely turned his head back and said, "All right, here we go. Just be cool and everything should be all good, I've got your back, Gaara." Naruto then stopped at their homeroom. Naruto reached for the door, but Gaara stopped him and asked, "Why would you need to have my back?" After giving him a sour look and opening his mouth to say something, Naruto shook his head, reconsidering the situation and deciding to let Gaara wing it to demonstrate to him how hopeless he would be on his own. In light of this, Naruto opened the door and entered the classroom. Miss Ochi, Naruto's teacher from the previous year, grinned at him when she saw him again and said, "Uzumaki-san." He was actually taken aback by this since he only appeared for one day at the end of the year and left little to no impression, so aside from Ichigo and the others, he didn't leave much of an impression, but that was for a totally different reason. "I saw that you were on my class roster for this year. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of you." "Yeah, sorry I'm late, I just had to bring someone else to class." Naruto grinned and nodded as he entered the room, pointing to Gaara, who was standing in the doorway with his arms folded, and saying, "Introduce yourself already." Despite rolling his eyes, Gaara entered the room and stood in the front of the class. He said, "My name is Gaara," and ended the conversation there. Everyone watched him, expecting him to go on, but he didn't. Miss Ochi didn't press him to say anything more than his full name because it was listed on her class roster. After palming his face, Naruto said, "Smooth," and then grabbed Gaara's arm. "I'll stick with him to make sure he gets the way things work," he offered, as he grabbed Gaara and pulled him to a seat that was very close to Ichigo, Orhime, Chad, Ryu, and Tatsuki. "What's up you guys?" Naruto asked as he helped Gaara find a seat. "Why are you here?" Ichigo asked, his eyes wide as he pointed to Naruto. Seeing that some of the other students were staring at him, Naruto said, "Well Ichigo, this place is called school. School is a place where guys my age have to go or random cops will grab us and throw us in here or in jail for being delinquents." Ichigo was going to say that he wanted the true reason for his presence, not that explanation. "Show some tact, Kurosaki. Do you really expect him to tell you here? At least wait until later to ask, otherwise all you're going to get are smart-ass answers," Ryu interrupted before he could say anything. In response to Ryu's defense of him, Naruto remarked, "Exactly. I'll tell you later, so just chill out and wait, and meet Gaara." He pointed to Gaara and said, "He works with me now, so play nice." "So, what's with the rings around his eyes?" Ichigo asked bluntly as he glanced at Gaara and blinked briefly before reaching out and shaking his hand. Hi, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Gaara took his hand without saying anything. You gave Ichigo a fierce look and asked, are you always going to be a rude bastard to everyone you meet? In his opinion, Naruto had essentially gained his trust and shown himself to be more than competent. He was a bit of an airhead, to be sure, but if he could act that way and still live, then good for him. It's nice to meet you, Gaara-san. Any friend of Naruto had to be decent enough to at least give him a chance to trust him. Choosing to follow Naruto's example because he appeared to know these people, Gaara nodded but said nothing. Turning forward in his chair, Naruto said, look, we can talk about this later. Right now introduce yourselves to Gaara, I'm going to sleep. He then put his head down on his desk and fell asleep just before class started in earnest, causing everyone who knew him to perspire. In the interim, Naruto's base. Throughout her stay, Yoruichi sat in the room assigned to Soi Fon, kicking her legs off the edge of the bed with a knowing smile. So how was your night? She asked, observing Soi Fon stiffen as she prepared to return to the Soul Society later with her current mission finished. Did you enjoy yourself? If not, she had at least managed to exhaust herself because earlier that morning she hadn't stirred during Yoruichi and Naruto's activities. Don't try the ignorant thing. I know Naruto took you out last night. Fine, Yoruichi-sama, yes. Uzumaki took me out last night and no, it wasn't terrible. Soi Fon sighed and turned to face her mentor. Why does it matter anyway? She complained again. Examining her nails and ignoring the Shinigami captain's slack-jawed expression, Yoruichi remarked, because you like him, that's why. He knows you do too. Kind of like with me. He made me show him before he really tried anything. I don't like Uzumaki. Soi Fon continued, I hate that person. How in the world could you say that I feel anything for him? Because he actually treats you like a woman, even though you act like you don't want him to. You know you love the fact that he wants to spend time with you. Yoruichi's eyes popped back up with laughter as she explained her reasoning. It's all over your face. Don't lie to me, hate is the very last thing you feel for him. Yoruichi leapt off the bed and grabbed Soi Fon by the chin to look into her eyes. Soi Fon turned her eyes away and asked, why are you trying to be so insistent about this, Yoruichi-sama? After scowling and releasing Soi Fon's chin, Yoruichi said, because I don't like hearing you lie to me and yourself like that. She stretched her arms and walked to the door, saying, the sooner you admit to yourself that you wouldn't mind hooking up with Naruto, the easier it will be. Yoruichi grinned back at Soi Fon before closing the door and leaving her alone in her room once more. With a sigh, Soi Fon closed her eyes, smashed the back of her head onto the bed, and frowned. Why is Yoruichi-sama trying to tease me about Uzumaki? It's ridiculous. Uzumaki makes me sick. Soi Fon sat down on the bed, taking a moment to rest after getting ready to leave. High School Karakura. At the end of the day, Naruto and Gaara went to the school's roof, where they were soon greeted by Ichigo, Orhime, Ryu, Chad, and Tatsuki, who had told the others about her recent foray into spiritual matters. Tatsuki-chan, the first day of training is today. Right after this, is that good with you? Naruto asked Tatsuki as they arrived at the roof. Tatsuki tensed at being placed on the spot, but he nodded. Good. Make sure you eventually get the hand seals I taught you on the first day down. Don't wind up with stupid hands like I had when I first started having to use them. The sooner you can flow with them without thinking, the better. Ichigo appeared perplexed by the discussion between Tatsuki and Naruto. She is training with him, but how in the world did they ever get together to talk in the first place? Alright Naruto, what's going on? Why are you here? Trust me, I don't want to be here, but too many people have given me reasons to, Naruto said, turning to face him and approaching the gate that surrounded the roof's edge. He leaned against it beside Gaara and said, first of all, I have to watch out for him and make sure he understands how everything works in this world. Naruto then grinned and said, he's a friend from my childhood among other things, and he's a partner of mine as of today. Knowing what he did know about Naruto, Chad questioned, how? Gaara stated bluntly, long story, and then fell silent again. Look boy wonder, I'm here to say that things are about to get very scary around here for you very soon. I can help you get ready for what's to come, but you have to trust me. Do you trust me? Naruto asked, smiling and pointing his thumb at him. Isn't he a talkative fella? He asked. Ichigo flinched and blinked, pausing to consider whether or not to believe Naruto. He's really strange. Not only is he strong, but he's also the weirdest guy I've ever met, even stranger than Getaboshi. However, Yoruichi and even Urahara seem to trust him, and he did assist us in saving Rukia, so why shouldn't I? He simply couldn't bring himself to do so, though. There was something about Naruto that he couldn't shake, even though he couldn't think of any rational reason to be suspicious of him. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't think I need the help. Are you kidding me, kid? If I didn't think you needed the help, I wouldn't have even brought it up. If you still don't trust me, then at least be man enough to say so instead of trying to hide behind some bullshit bravado. Do you really think you don't need the help to get ready for what's about to come? Naruto placed a hand on Gaara and gestured to himself. Come here and put your hand on my shoulder and see if you still say that. All of you. Gaara raised a non-existent eyebrow, and Naruto's lips twisted into a sneer. Even though Ichigo was dubious, Orhime was the first to swiftly approach and put her hand on Naruto's shoulder while grinning broadly to demonstrate her trust in him. So far, he had given them no reason to question anything he had said. As they followed suit, Chad and Ryu arrived at the same conclusion. Tatsuki placed her hand on his shoulder alongside the others, realizing that she needed to trust the person who would teach her, just as Orhime had trusted him. Ichigo remained at a distance and asked, "Why do you want us to do that?" Taking his hand off of Gaara and pointing it at Ichigo, Naruto said, "A demonstration, now get over here with the others before I make you. You can't grab that badge of yours fast enough to keep me from grabbing you first, I guarantee it." Bansho 10. Naruto shot him a sardonic glance. Ichigo said, okay, and grudgingly approached. Either walk over or allow Naruto to use his strange abilities to pull him over. Ichigo looked at his own hand for a moment after he was close, wondering what this could all be about. What if he were to teleport them all thousands of miles away? After a while, Tatsuki grew weary of Ichigo's timidity and took him by the wrist, making him place his hand on Naruto's shoulder like everyone else. This caused the blonde immortal to smirk as the Rinnegan briefly flashed in his eyes, enabling him to encircle his hand on Gaara with black chakra as he truly made full physical contact with Gaara's soul. Suddenly, everyone who was attached to Naruto was brought to their knees by a surge of Reiatsu. Was that really necessary, Naruto? Gaara asked his friend, blinking as he turned to face the maniacal smile on Naruto's face. He replied, "I'd like to think it was." Then he turned to face the other people, who were reacting to what they had just experienced in different ways. "You guys feel that?" Ichigo asked sarcastically as he stared at Naruto with a thin sheen of sweat on his face. Chad had stumbled back and was using the gate around the roof to keep himself up, Ryu had clutched his chest tightly and was shaking, and Orhime and Tatsuki had actually hit their knees from it. "What was that?" Ichigo asked, wiping his forehead. "It wasn't all Gaara, that," Naruto asked, gesturing to Gaara. "That was him. That was all him. Aizen's got a whole army of fighters just like Gaara here, because he's not really human, he's a special kind of hollow." Naruto had simply used his own Reiatsu as a medium to introduce them to Gaara's Reiatsu, but that also involved combining a flare-up of his with Gaara's, so it wasn't really fair, but he still made his point, or at least he was going to. "He's a what? I can't sense anything from him at all out of the ordinary." "How is he a hollow?" Ryu asked, adjusting his glasses on his face and attempting to gather himself. Naruto rested his elbow on Gaara's shoulder, "Because I had Urahara put Gaara in a Gigai that hid his crushingly massive Reiatsu from people so he wouldn't set off a beacon to every spiritually aware person in 50 miles of Karakura town. And don't get any ideas of trying to kill him either, because not only would you lose, but after you lost I would kick the shit out of you myself." Naruto's bluffing declaration caused Gaara to raise an eyebrow. With the possible exception of Ichigo, Gaara could easily sense that he could defeat everyone there. Although he was powerful on his own, Gaara could likely overcome him. Nevertheless, Gaara sensed something similar to his own strength lingering inside of him, asking, how can a Shinigami have an aura of a hollow within? Naruto was standing by himself. "Do you get my point? Do you really think you don't need the help? If you can honestly tell me that you think you could fight an army of guys with that kind of strength as you are now, then you must be as dumb as I look." "Are you serious?" Chad asked, his eyes clearly widened behind his bangs at the unsettling revelation Naruto had just given them. The power of the captain who had defeated him so easily was more than equal to what he had just experienced. "An army. And this is no joke," Naruto said, nodding, "I've seen parts of it." He began to walk around the roof, passing everyone. "And if you all want to fight, then you're going to need help, my help, Yoruichi-chan's help, maybe Urahara's help, again. But if you all want to be like Ichigo, then you can just stay out of the way, because you'll just end up dead, and that would be a shame because I like all of you. He turned to Tatsuki and offered to help her up, saying, it's time to go. Are you sure you still want to do this? Once we start we aren't going to stop once we start. I am not going to back down from this. There is nothing you can throw at me that would make me flee, Tatsuki said with a resolute nod. Before leaping back off the roof, Naruto said, we'll see about that. He then jumped and stood atop the fence that surrounded the roof. You know where to go, I want you there in an hour so we can get started. All of you guys are welcome too if you want to go with her. Just make sure that you don't get in the way. In his typical monotone, Gaara sighed at his impetuous friend and said, and this is the man that's supposed to be my boss now. Before turning to face the others, it was nice to meet all of you. I hope you sincerely think about listening to what Naruto said though. Gaara sealed his hand and vanished in a seemingly unprovoked wave of sand to conceal his departure. Tatsuki blinked in surprise as she glanced at the locations of Naruto and Gaara. So this Gaara is a ninja like Naruto-sensei? She asked with a smirk before starting to walk towards Naruto's base. As she headed back down the stairs to exit the school, Orhime glanced at her best friend and trailed behind. Wait, where are you guys going now? Ichigo yelled at them as he saw them leaving. Duh, I'm going to go train with Naruto so that I can actually get some use out of seeing these ghosts and things. If he's offering then why wouldn't I? Tatsuki said, grinning as she turned to Ichigo and held out her fist. Then Orihime said, and I'm going with her. With a smile. Ryu remained silent and simply followed the big teenage boy as they followed Tatsuki and Orihime to the location Naruto had told her to go to. Chad shrugged his shoulder and started to walk after them, saying, I guess I'll go too. The young Shinigami was getting really annoyed. This is crazy, Ichigo muttered as he was left alone on the roof. How can they just trust him like that? And why can't I? Naruto, Urahara, and Yoruichi were the three individuals present. He only trusted two of the three of them, even though they had all previously overseen some part of his training. When he finally left the roof, Naruto said to no one, Ga. I need to go see Getaboshi, maybe he has something to say about this. He had fought the overall leader of the Gote 13 because Ichigo wanted to free Rukia and had saved his life from Aizen, but he still couldn't trust him. What was Uzumaki's dumbass doing? He didn't even bring the Ichigo kid's powers up, sneered the diminutive female of the pair, who had been watching the entire exchange between Ichigo and Naruto from above the school's roof on nothing but air. Just give it some time. Shinji responded carelessly, let Naruto work out his plan. He said the kid was hard-headed and he was right. If he didn't listen to Naruto over training with him here, then what kind of chance would one of us have in getting him to train with us? I would have just knocked the idiot out and dragged him back to the warehouse, said Hiyori, with a sigh and crossed arms. And that is why you fail. Shinji grinned. That too. A sandal slapped him across the back of the head. The base of Naruto. As the Shinigami who had come for their mission were ready to go home, Naruto and Gaara stood with Yoruichi down in the facility's training area. Naruto questioned Soi Fon, who was holding a Jigokucho, hell butterfly, time to go so soon. Soi Fon turned to let the butterfly fly to Omeda and said, open the Senkaimon Omeda. She then turned back to Naruto and said, I will have to tell Yamamoto Sutaku about your Arrancar allies. We have to return and report on what we've seen Uzumaki. Yamamoto Gigi said I could make my own damn squad, and if he has a problem with it he can direct his concerns to the nearest brick wall, since a brick wall would care just as much as I would. Naruto said, it's okay. He was removing any tension that this might have caused, whether Soi Fon cared or not, and he was betting on the latter. I need battle-ready fighters here, and they don't come much more battle-ready than Hidan and Gaara. As for Hidan, he had wondered where everyone was in, since there was always someone down there. He had made his way to the training area. Before he could loudly announce his presence, he looked directly into Gaara's eyes, who gave him a blank stare in return. After a moment of just staring at one another, Hidan raised his head and asked, Sup? Gaara gave him a nod, and that was it. Naruto looked at them both drearily, honestly expecting some sort of fireworks between them and admitting that he was a little let down by their absence. However, it wasn't that unrealistic because Gaara had never had to fight Hidan or deal with anyone he killed, and Hidan hadn't been all that interested in capturing Jinchuriki in the past. At the very least, Soi Fon had to acknowledge that Naruto needed powerful companions if he was going to continue entering Hueco Mundo. That was obvious. Was he going to fight Aizen, 2 other former Captain Shinigami, and whatever else the man had planned, along with a whole plane full of hollows of all sizes, in a one-man guerrilla war? In that case, she would have genuinely thought he was a crazy fool, saying, "We'll be in touch." They could now return home because the otherworldly gates that made up the Senkaimon had been opened. Yoruichi waved to her former pupil, "Sooner than you think, Soi Fon. We can go to the Soul Society anytime we want, remember? Naruto can give you a follow-up of last night anytime you want." Soi Fon simply squinted at Naruto, making the blonde give Yoruichi a disbelieving glance as though to inquire as to why she would have mentioned that. Fortunately, Omaeda had been reprimanded by his captain for less personal instances of foolishness than this one, so he was wise enough to keep his own curiosity about what had just been said to himself. Nemu, fortunately, was able to deflect the awkwardness by saying, "I was unable to gain a reproductive sample this time, Uzumaki-san. Perhaps the next meeting when there is more time." Naruto gave Nemu a deadpan look while Gaara gave him a questioning look and Hidan burst out laughing. Naruto said, "So not appropriate, Nemu-chan." She shrugged and entered the portal, followed by Omaeda. After that, Naruto smiled and said, "Can I have a goodbye hug, Joubaki?" To Soi Fon. Naruto brightened and walked towards her with his arms outstretched when she said, "Sure." It stopped him in his tracks. If by goodbye, you mean goodbye, and by hug, you mean a stab repeatedly in the kidney. When his bubble burst, Soi Fon smirked and said, "So no hug?" Naruto let his arms drop and said, "It just so happens that I did in fact not mean that." Damn. Turning to face the Senkaimon, Soi Fon started to walk in its direction with the intention of leaving. "Tough luck, Uzumaki," she said before being picked up from behind and having her arms wrapped around her. After stealing an embrace, Naruto exclaimed, "Tough luck this. It wasn't an offer, I was going to get my hug one way or another." He was flung 20 feet away after being elbowed in the head, and he said from his back, a bruise forming on his forehead, "I forgot that you were way stronger without the Gigai." To conceal the red in her face, Soi Fon continued to face the others while saying, "I swear, you make me sick, Uzumaki." With a moan, Naruto prodded his enraged red bruise and said, "Love you too, Joubaki." The portal then closed behind Soi Fon and turned back to nothing, leaving the rest of Naruto's currently recruited team alone as she passed through. The 3 Arrancar who had somehow accompanied Naruto back after the previous trip to Hueco Mundo emerged from hiding as he got up and brushed himself off. "As the angry lady Shinigami gone," said Pesci, the scrawny male. When Yoruichi realized they were discussing Soi Fon, he glanced around before nodding and saying, "Yes, now I want to know why you all followed Naruto back to this world." "The big one," Dondochaka replied, "we were all standing around in the place where all those Shinigami and the blonde guy killed Aizen Sama's men. There's no way we were going to stick around there and be punished for that. Lesser of two evils, don't you know?" With a hand seal, Naruto said, "All right, I'll just send you guys back in." The young girl Arrancar Nell too exclaimed, "No. We don't want to go back. Can we stay here for a while?" she asked. It was a young girl, but Naruto wanted to say no. How could he force a young girl, even one from Arrancar, to return to Hueco Mundo? "Okay, but you guys have got to stay under the radar. It's one thing bringing back Gaara on a whim, because with him I can explain why I did it and he's my buddy, but you guys are different. It would have taken a lot of ice water to force her to return there, even with her strange friends." Before sprinting up to Naruto and giving him a pat on the back, Pesci exclaimed, "You won't even know we were here. Say, you're not that bad after all. At first I thought you were going to kill us all in a painful way and then turn us into trophies of your victory, but boy did you ever prove me wrong. There's a little girl not 20 feet from me and you're saying this stuff. That would make it kind of hard to get her to trust me, wouldn't it?" Naruto said, his eye twitching as he glanced at the Arrancar, then turned to face the young girl, who was grinning amiably at him. With a head shake, Nell acknowledged, "I'm not at all afraid of you." After picking her up, Dondochaka said, "And that's that. If our Nell likes you, then that's good enough for us, so our lives are in your hands, Mr. Not a Shinigami." As an afterthought, Pesci added, "But no pressure though." Gaara led the other 3 Arrancar upstairs, leaving Hidan and Yoruichi with Naruto. "Obviously," Naruto said, sighing and waving them away. "Just go upstairs for right now, would you? Gaara will show you. So what are you going to do to help the Sand Kid get out of his Gigai?" Hidan asked Naruto after observing them depart. Then he palmed his forehead. Should I need to do something about that, don't I? But I can't just take Gaara all over the place right after getting him into school, even though leaving without him would piss him off. Naruto laughed. Hey, that's just a bonus. But yeah, Hidan, you and I are going to be leaving to go raid another one of my hiding spots to grab something for Gaara so that he has something cool to eject from his Gigai, like a welcoming present for the team from the guys that used to be shinobi. Naruto-sensei. Naruto turned to face the basement entrance and saw Tatsuki, who was dressed for training, running in their direction. I'm ready. She was wearing black shorts, a white tank top, and black athletic shoes, and her hands were taped shut. Naruto grinned and remarked, I can see that. He also saw Chad, or you, and Orhime trail behind her soon after. So how do you all like my base of operations? He asked, knowing they would arrive and assuming Ichigo wouldn't. Or you asked, what kind of operations do you do? After noticing that the space was remarkably similar to the one beneath Urahara's store. Yoruichi-chan can perform the Kansu, freelance hollow extermination, and we'll take almost any job if the money is good and it doesn't go against our morals, because that's what shinobi do. Naruto glanced at him and blinked. He then started to list things off on his fingers. What morals? Hidan snorted. Turning back to their guests, Naruto rolled his eyes at the silver-haired Arrancar and said, so you guys can go somewhere and train yourselves, or you can hang out and watch me train Tatsuki-chan. Good luck, Tatsuki-chan. Orihime greeted her friend with enthusiasm. As everyone else moved out of the way, Naruto stood in front of Tatsuki and crossed his arms. Okay, first of all show me the hand seals. Tori, bird, I, boar, inu, dog, tatsu, dragon, ushi, ox, tora, tiger, mi, snake, nei, rat, uma, horse, tsuru, monkey, yu, hare, hitsuji, ram. Tatsuki went through each one of the hand seals Naruto had asked her to show, pausing on the last one, the ram seal, with a nervous expression on her face, hoping she wouldn't mix them up. Naruto nodded at her performance, pleased that she could recall all 12, but to be honest, it wasn't that difficult. If only someone had said, now show me some flair, to him when he was 8 years old. As her hands dropped from the ram seal, she asked him in response, what? Not really understanding what he was talking about. He thought what he said was cool, but she had no idea what he was talking about. Naruto sighed. Perhaps that one wouldn't be noticed after all. Just fire up your chakra for me so I can see you do it firsthand, he said, taking her hands and placing them back into the ram seal. Following instructions, Tatsuki directed her chakra throughout her body. So this is the power that Naruto uses. He could sense that Tatsuki had it, that's why he's training her. Ryu asked himself as he observed her closely because he was unable to train because of the loss of his powers. He sat on the sidelines with Orihime and the submissive Chad. Overall world knowledge. You're a damn high school student at this point and anything you actually need to know Yoruichi-chan would be better suited to teach you than me. Tatsuki smiled and flexed tauntingly as Naruto continued, the ability to focus intently on your inner power. I don't know how you'll do with that or how good you are at it, but we'll see. Naruto gave her the signal to kill the power so to speak, and she dropped the hand seal. Tatsuki was growing increasingly fond of the sound of this. Talk less and teach her how to fight. It was what she enjoyed. As Naruto liked that training Tatsuki would likely be low maintenance, he said, you're fast for a regular person. Way faster than a regular person. It won't take much at all to get you to where I need you for that. You're strong as hell, but I wonder how tough you are. She blinked at that. I'm going to teach you a few things and then I'm going to give you a test. And you are going to hate my guts after the test. All fired up, Tatsuki stabbed the air and exclaimed, let's get started then. Come on, what's first? Naruto shrugged and said, that's up to you in this case. Do you want to know how to throw weapons? Tatsuki scowled and shook her head, saying, like the hands on approach huh? Well that's okay, I don't need to teach you taijutsu so that's out. And I guess I'll have to get you something to use to make up for that. He scratched his head, realizing that the lesson he had to follow as a child was starting to make sense to him now. All of this was done to prepare him for learning the fundamental ninjutsu he practiced during his last years of graduation. He said, okay, time to put those hand seals to good use. The first jutsu you're going to learn is Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, because you can't fight if someone cleaves you in half. So you'd better learn how to dodge, since it was much simpler now that he didn't have to teach Tatsuki that stuff. It's okay, I'll be fine. The poor girl didn't know what she had gotten herself into. Tatsuki grinned but nodded, understanding that he wasn't even kidding. Shop Urahara. With Ichigo. Ichigo walked in a circle, complaining, I just don't get it, you know. Urahara sat at his table and watched him with laughter. This is fantastic. Ichigo was clearly just looking for someone to vent on, so Urahara thought, I don't even have to do any personal work to drive the kid nuts. Ichigo went on with his tirade. Ichigo pointed animatedly at himself and said, is it me? I mean, there really isn't any reason for me not to like Naruto. Am I just an asshole? In a theorizing manner, Urahara concluded, essentially counting down in his mind before the explosion would occur. Maybe you have a latent crush on Yoruichi. Yeah, and Naruto sleeping with her pissed you off. Wait, I didn't even know they slept together. Why would I want to know that? How would I have even known that in the first place? Ichigo yelled at him, I don't have a crush on Yoruichi. Before considering the second half of that statement, he saw Ichigo's anger growing and said, don't worry Ichigo, other than Tessai you'd have been the first to know. Urahara began waving his fan in front of his face and said, he didn't tell you when he saw you again. That's weird because if it was me I'd have told everyone I knew after it happened. Hell, I probably would have told people that I didn't know. Ichigo yelled, I wouldn't want to, you creepy bastard. Who else could he talk to about this, even if it wasn't such a good idea? Can we get back on topic here? Beggars couldn't be the ones making the decisions in this situation. Having had enough of Ichigo being teased by Yoruichi's overtly sexy behavior, Urahara nodded. That was amateur hour. If a true professional was skilled enough, he could make Ichigo realize how foolish it was to not trust Naruto by making fun of his own fears. Well, why don't you just fight him? Ichigo would say. What did you just say? Ichigo asked, halting in his tracks and gazing at Urahara. Got him, Urahara thought before continuing, yeah, just go and fight him. Think about it, when you fight people you find out more than you would have if you just asked them about it, so if there was really something you didn't know that rubbed you the wrong way about Naruto, you'd think about it while you were fighting and you could ask him about it then. Urahara was laughing to himself, man, that sounded absolutely asinine, it's so perfect. He was just waiting for Ichigo to tell him how foolish that sounded. Ichigo, on the other hand, had a different realization. Urahara was 100% accurate. Ichigo needed answers to all of his questions, including how his mother died, why Ryu was determined to beat Shinigami, how to regain his Zanpakuto, why Renji was so desperate to fight him, and why Byakuya was determined to avoid assisting Rukia. He was in the midst of a goddamned argument when all of his recent questions were addressed. Oh shit, he didn't take that seriously, did he? Ichigo asked no one in particular, saying, nah, Ichigo's a smart kid. There's no way he took that literally. Ichigo then robotically turned and left Urahara's house, leaving one perplexed scientist behind. After 4 days, Karakura High School. As she and Orhime walked to the base with Naruto and Gaara, Tatsuki glared at him and said, I hate you Naruto-sensei. Orhime had been welcomed at the base for the past few days, and she had done everything in her power to learn Naruto's Kawarimi, which he forced her to practice after she mastered it, by hurling rocks at her. Rocks of all sizes and shapes, with different outcomes. Ignoring his student's irate glare, Naruto walked with his hands in his pockets and said, you need to learn. Tatsuki gritted her teeth and asked, how to get hit by rocks? Well, that doesn't hurt. He laughed and said, actually it does, but that's not the point. The point is how to dodge the rocks. Dodging with Kawarimi will save your ass when you need it. I'm drilling that into your head. At your level, basics will kill either you or your opponent. He continued by pointing at Orhime. And since our resident sweetheart here is always there with us, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and have her practice healing people when I fuck you up. Had Tatsuki not just witnessed him throw a boulder 3 times his size at her just 24 hours earlier, she would have attempted to strike him at that very moment. As far as she could see, she had little to no chance of fleeing an unprovoked attack. Unfortunately, she was unaware of Naruto's genetic predisposition to be abused by girls. Anyway, you're doing great. The test is today, but I won't be the one giving it to you. Gaara is. Naruto told her, pointing to the red-headed individual in, I have to go somewhere for a bit. I have to go grab an artifact for you to use when you get better, and I have to get something for Gaara too. I should be back Tuesday if Hidan doesn't make me drag ass and slow me down. Gaara interrupted to let Tatsuki know her schedule, saying, test today, rest during the weekend. You're really not going to be able to train after this test. At least you won't want to train. Gaara interrupted her as she was about to say she could continue training with them over the weekend. Why am I doing this again? He asked, turning to face Naruto. Naruto scowled and rolled his eyes, saying, because it's your goddamn job. I'm paying you, aren't I? He glanced at a watch on his wrist before running up the side of a building to reach the rooftops. It's time for me to get going. I'll see you guys when I get back. Don't blow up the base. When Tatsuki saw him accomplish that, he asked, when am I going to learn how to do that? With wide eyes. After you pass the first test. Gaara replied. Naruto also left me and instructed me to teach you an actual ninjutsu for combat once you pass, if you can pass before he returns, that is. Orhime asked, so what's the test? As he glanced between Tatsuki and Gaara. Gaara gave her a look, and both girls thought he briefly smirked as he said, you'll see once we begin. I got the scrolls you sealed and the rental car, you ass. You want anything else? Want me to shine your shoes? Maybe clean out your stable? Hidan, leaning against a rental car on a hilltop overlooking Karakura town, scowled as Naruto materialized in a whirlpool of leaves. As he jumped into the passenger seat, Hidan flashed a pair of plane tickets from his pocket and said, beautiful. Naruto ignored him and hopped into the front seat, saying, well, if I did I could make you because I'm your boss and I fucking pay you. Now did you get the tickets? Let's just go. Hidan said, I'm fucking dreading this trip. The climate is going to absolutely suck. As he accepted the keys from Hidan, Naruto rolled his eyes and said, sorry, princess, but it's going to be a goddamn desert. Why would I hide stuff in hospitable climates and places that are easy to reach? Use your head. Naruto. Ichigo, dressed as a Shinigami, was standing behind Naruto when he turned his head. What's up, Wonder Boy, you need some help or something? Said Naruto, raising an eyebrow at Ichigo in his Shinigami form all the way out there. Right now, before you go, I have some questions that you can answer and this is the only way, Ichigo stated resolutely. I want to fight you. Hidan and Naruto exchanged glances before Hidan shrugged, indicating that he didn't really have a strong opinion. After returning the car keys to Hidan, Naruto said, are you sure? I mean, you could just ask me whatever you want to know. There's not much to hide. He then exited the vehicle. Ichigo frowned and shook his head, saying, I don't know why, but I can't trust you. Maybe if I fight you, I don't know, maybe I'll find out why and I can get over it or something. Even though he was still wearing his school uniform, Naruto slammed the car door and turned to leave, saying, well, if you think you need to. I didn't want to fight you yet though, Ichigo, you're not going to like it. Ichigo interpreted that as Naruto saying that he was weak, but Naruto was actually suggesting that they would fight. Just do it so we can get this over with. Ichigo was ready to move on from this and was tired of worrying about it. He would have needed to get ready for what Aizen had in store if what Naruto had told him was indeed true. After glancing around and nodding, Naruto gestured for Ichigo to follow him. Ichigo followed him using Shunpo, and Naruto activated Swift Release. With his fingers tapping the dashboard, Hidan sat in the car and said, this better not take all day, the flight's at 6. Without even the Raijin no Ken by his side, Naruto stood with his arms crossed across from Ichigo at the top of a field on a grassy hill. He left it behind with Hidan's luggage. It was more of a luxury than anything else, so it didn't matter. It wasn't necessary for this. A fight helped Ichigo clear his head, and Naruto could respect that since he was similar to him in that regard. As he watched the sun set in the distance, Naruto remarked, well, you were the one who called me out, that so let's go already. Pulling his Zanpakuto from his back, Ichigo scowled and said, I'm waiting for you to draw a weapon to fight me with. Aren't you going to use one of those kunai things or something? He didn't feel comfortable attacking someone who wasn't armed. The boy turned around instinctively to block a kick with the width of his sword as Naruto dropped his arms from across his chest and shook his head, saying, if I needed a weapon, I'd be using a weapon, Ichigo. Don't show an opponent that thinks they know otherwise mercy because there's probably a reason they think so. Before drawing his sword back and swinging at Naruto, who merely leapt back out of the way, Ichigo squinted at him and said, I'll keep that in mind. Ichigo tried to pursue Naruto after the shinobi backed away from him, his inhibitions about attacking an unarmed man gone at Naruto's insistence. Ichigo finally closed the distance on Naruto and slashed horizontally, but not before a kunai ejected itself into his hand from the sleeve of his shirt. When Ichigo noticed that Naruto had a blade concealed on him, he blocked the attack and said, on second thought, having a weapon might keep me from getting all cut up and having to explain to people at the airport in the next few towns over why I'm all bloody. The two fought each other, with Naruto's small but dense blade preventing Ichigo's massive weapon from reaching his body. Ichigo faced Zaraki Kenpachi head-to-head thanks to his incredible strength, but Naruto managed to hold him back with only a struggle expression on his face. After forcing the two to separate, Naruto returned to the fray and slashed Ichigo with his tiny black knife, which Ichigo was able to block with his Zanpakuto. "Do you feel any better yet?" Naruto asked, leaping back and raising his weapon in case Ichigo suddenly rushed him. Ichigo blinked, perplexed that Naruto had just interrupted the fight to inquire if he had resolved his problem. "No," was his candid response. "Then that simply means that we're not fighting hard enough yet." Naruto closed his eyes and shrugged, "All right then." His Reiatsu spiked, and he thrust one hand out at Ichigo. When his eyes opened, he saw the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Ichigo's body was violently pushed away from Naruto. "If that's what you want, then you've got it," Ichigo said to himself as he rolled through and recovered. "Gah, that felt like he punched me right in the chest as hard as he could." He was determined to find the answer to his unanswered question. Naruto jumped out of Ichigo's responsive attack, thinking, "Kid can take a hit, that's for damn sure." He then took to the skies. Ichigo went up to meet Naruto in midair, demonstrating that he had at least been practicing his ho-ho skills. "Well, if you're still game, take this. Fuden. Renkuden, wind release. Drilling air bullet." Naruto blasted a compressed ball of wind from his mouth, firing it quickly and with little buildup. Even though the attack was swift, Ichigo managed to dodge it by using his shunpo, allowing it to collide with the earth below. With his sword ready to strike, Ichigo materialized behind Naruto. But because he was too close, Naruto was able to seize his wrist and prevent him from swinging. While Ichigo was still prone and flying through the air, Naruto swiftly summoned another Fuden, Renkuden, wind release, drilling air bullet, and fired it at him. He then spun around to throw Ichigo away after giving him a vicious side kick to the stomach. When Ichigo saw the rippling ball of air hurtling through the sky at him, he gasped and straightened himself in the air. In response to Naruto's attack, Ichigo pulled his sword back and sent out a crescent energy blast from its tip, which exploded upon contact. Naruto's right arm was drawn back, a blue orb of energy, and he flew through the smoke from the explosion. Ichigo raised his sword and heard Naruto's Rasengan slamming into his blade, creating a grinding sound. A moment later, Ichigo was launched back through the air by the energy of Naruto's jutsu. Ichigo, who had already been pushed back twice in a single battle, clenched his teeth and failed to see a second figure emerge from the smoke cloud from which Naruto had first emerged. By attacking from above, it managed to drop Ichigo, and Ichigo nearly failed to respond in time, preparing to sever the Naruto directly above him. Bunshin Daibakua, clone great explosion. Just before Ichigo could touch him, the Naruto Ichigo that was going to attack smirked evilly before igniting and blowing up, sending Ichigo's body plummeting from the sky to the ground. "He isn't done yet," Naruto said as he stood in midair and observed Ichigo's still body on the ground. "He's far from done, even though that hurt." What is the youngster thinking? Ichigo, who was covered in burns, scratches, and some bloodstains, simply gazed up at Naruto as he lay on his back and said, "That's why. You don't fight directly, which is why I can't trust you. You don't engage in head-on combat. It's only a feint, but you give the impression that you will." He closed his eyes as he got back up and said, "If that's how you are in battle when a person's true nature is supposed to be shown, then, yeah, that's why I can't trust you, Naruto. It's always a feint, always something that makes people look the other way while you do something else. Not until I have a good reason to do so. I apologize. Even though you might be a good guy, I have a gut feeling that I should be cautious around you, and your fighting style doesn't seem to confirm that." Ichigo was staring up at Naruto blankly, so he stared back at him. Neither man moved until Ichigo's Reiatsu started to rise, and he said, "Here we go." Bankai. Ichigo's silhouette transformed into a single, long black coat, and his Zanpakuto took on the slender, jet-black shape of Tensa Zanjetsu, Heaven Chain Slaying Moon. "Let's see what you've got, Wonder Boy," Naruto said just before he and Ichigo disappeared from view. He nodded and used the chakra he had collected to enter Sage mode while Ichigo had been on the ground staring, his use of the technique indicated by the orange pigment surrounding his eyes. Ichigo muttered, "Another clone," as Naruto appeared out of nowhere and delivered a kick that appeared to cut through Ichigo's body, but instead of doing so, he just narrowed his eyes before being sliced clean through and vanishing in a puff of smoke. Speaking of the moment his clone believed it had kicked Ichigo, Naruto remarked, afterimage, okay, you've got some moves. You're a really quick study. But, Naruto held out his hand in a tiger seal, the back of it facing Ichigo. Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all of creation, he said with a sly smile and a come-hither motion with two outstretched fingers. Ichigo was startled off his feet and flung in Naruto's direction. Attempting to plant his feet firmly in order to avoid being pulled forward toward Naruto, who appeared to be in the middle of nothing. Ichigo saw Naruto now concentrating with his full hand to draw Ichigo in, so he stabbed his Zanpakuto into the ground in front of him to prevent him from sliding any further. So not good, Ichigo said as his sword started to crack the ground. I'm going to fly straight at him if this gives way because it's my only true anchor. Wait, everything is going to fly straight towards him, he said, his eyes widening. Ichigo threw his sword from the ground and jumped back as hard as he could, buying himself a tenth of a second before being drawn forward, but that was all the time he needed to complete his plan. Ichigo swung his sword swiftly and blasted Naruto with another crescent burst of energy. His attack, which came at Naruto at double time, was also drew in by his concentration on everything that had to do with Ichigo through his jutsu. Naruto crossed his arms over his face and chest to protect them as the attack struck, but it was too quick for him to dodge without taking an unprotected hit by the time he released the jutsu. Ichigo exclaimed with excitement, finally got him. As the attack on Naruto exploded. I'd be surprised if he even had a decent wound on him anywhere from that one, I doubt he's even bleeding at all. Ichigo heard in his mind, taunting him in a sadistic manner. You know damn well you didn't kill him with that. The smoke cleared to reveal Naruto still standing there in completely ruined school clothes. Phew, Ichigo heard from the aftermath of his attack. That one was pretty good, Ichigo. Grabbing a small cut on his chest that was gradually getting better, he said, you cut me in sage mode, that's really good. You simply don't have what it takes to beat a guy like that. You saw his eyes when you two were up close, and that guy is a killer, a true warrior. If he was serious with you, he would crush you and chew you right up, so you should let me take over, the evil voice in Ichigo's head said before he cackled evilly. No, now stop talking and go away from me, Ichigo declared, I can fight Naruto all by myself, after noticing that Naruto was staring at him oddly, likely because he was hesitant to continue the fight. Here goes Naruto, I hope you're ready, Ichigo said, refocusing his focus on the battle as he launched himself at Naruto once more. Oh well, it's your funeral, Ichigo's inner voice snickered mockingly once more. As Ichigo approached, Naruto positioned himself in a basic taijutsu stance and waited. Because he could sense Ichigo's blazing power in this form, Naruto closed his eyes and was able to see him without them. As soon as he sensed Ichigo approaching, Naruto suddenly swung a punch. Ichigo believed Naruto had just missed a blow that would have likely rung his bell pretty damn good after he saw him miss it. He didn't even touch me, he thought, until a punch slammed a tooth-rattling blow into his jaw. No living human he had actually felt the need to punch while in sage mode woke up to tell the story. Kawazu Kumite, Frog Kata. Naruto stated simply, shifting around in his stance, the energy around my body can be like a solid extension of my body that only I can see. He watched Ichigo stop sliding back and stagger around a little. You Shinigami really are a tough bunch. That would have put any normal person out. Ichigo spat blood out of his mouth and remarked, my body is tough. Really tough. I'm not really a human like this Naruto. Yoruichi-chan stated that a Shinigami's Raryoku is their life force, Naruto said, nodding. If so, it makes sense why he keeps getting up from what I'm doing. If I want this to end, I can't continue to be easy on him. Ooh, you see that look on his face. He's going to fucking finish you now, just watch. Stop talking. Ichigo was having trouble focusing on his battle as the voice in his head became louder and more insistent, saying, I can beat him. With a smile that suggested he was enjoying this little battle, Naruto said, you seem to be the kind of guy that likes to crash into someone and see if you can stand up afterwards. He brought both of his hands together and expanded them to reveal a Rasengan covered in white wind blades. Well, I'm kind of a fan of that too. So how about it? He asked. You can feel the power rolling off of that thing in his hands, you know you want to back down. Just let me take over and I'll cut right through that move. Ichigo was about to reply positively when his inner voice interrupted once more. The two charged straight at each other, with Ichigo charging up everything he had in his sword and Naruto charging up his attack in his hands. Ichigo gritted his teeth to block the voice as he said to Naruto, "You've got it, Naruto." Fuden. Rasengan, wind release, spiraling sphere. Ichigo yelled back as Naruto thrust his attack out to meet Ichigo's sword. They collided in a massive power explosion that sent clouds through the air. Alongside Hidan, since he didn't know Naruto's opponent at all, he was obviously unaware that Naruto was only partially capable of accepting responsibility for this one. Fucking Uzumaki, Hidan thought to himself as he watched the cloud of smoke and dust rise from where he knew the two had gone a few minutes earlier. I knew he'd go overboard. We are going to be so fucking late, we're going to miss the goddamn flight. Ichigo vs. Naruto. Standing alongside Ichigo in a crater created by their collision, Naruto had scratches all over his body and a weary expression on his face. As soon as he heard Ichigo's sword clang against the ground, he turned to see Ichigo still standing. Naruto saw Ichigo's wounds open when he turned his entire body around. "You work yourself out of whatever you were dealing with, Wonder Boy?" he asked, receiving no response. "Hey, can you hear me? Did I injure your throat or something? Talk to me here, Ichigo." He had obviously taken the brunt of it, but the fact that he was still standing and appeared to be able to continue going full blast was nothing short of impressive. A distorted voice emanating from Ichigo's body said, "I'm not really Ichigo, sorry. You could talk to me in his place though." With a sly smile, Naruto turned off his sage mode and said, "I think you'd rather fight me though." Ichigo yelled, "He, you've got that right," before turning around and tearing Ichigo's Zanpakuto from the ground in order to charge Naruto like a bull. There was a white mask on the boy's face with red lines running down it. Before his entire body began to glow in a dark-colored chakra, giving the impression that he was engulfed in black flames, Naruto muttered, "I knew you were in there." The crazed teenager snarled and writhed in his grasp as he swung an arm out and caught Ichigo's body, stopping him in his tracks. Using his other hand, Naruto stretched out and grabbed the mask, pulling it away from Ichigo's face and throwing it aside as he squeezed and produced a strained, breathless grunt. After a few seconds, Ichigo started to stir and stand up again after Naruto dropped his body to the ground. What in the hell was that?" Ichigo asked. As his own body returned to normal, Naruto remarked, "That was the hollow stuck inside of you." He pointed to the mask he had removed from Ichigo's face and said, "You've had it since at least the fight with Kenpachi, since I saw that right after Yoruichi brought you to that hideout." "That's what that thing was. I thought it was my conscience or something." Ichigo held his head in his ribs, as though he had just acted out the role of a walnut trapped in a nutcracker. Naruto laughed at that, saying, "It definitely didn't feel natural, but what was the power that you just used?" Then he said, "You might as well call that my hollow stuck inside of me. It's the same concept even if it isn't the same thing." Naruto attempted to clarify, "If you don't get control of it, your hollow is going to try and possess you each time you find yourself in a tough fight. The more of them you get into, the stronger its presence gets. I would have told you this sooner, but would you have listened to me?" With shame, Ichigo glanced at the floor and said, "I probably wouldn't have. I'm not out to get you, Ichigo. I'm on your side, and I want you to beat this thing. I know people that can help if you'll listen to me," Naruto said, placing a hand on his shoulder. By now, what had he got to lose? That hollow simply took over his body and attempted to murder Naruto. It might have caused just as much, if not more, damage to Byakuya during their battle if Naruto hadn't been as strong. "Okay," he said, feeling that he owed Naruto something for his humiliating loss of control during the fight. "I'll give it a try." He smiled at him, "Great. But you're going to hate these guys at first. Still, they're going to help you out. Trust me." "Trust me," went there once more. Ichigo, for once, saw nothing wrong with it. He was a nuisance, and Naruto could have killed him for it, but instead he said, "All right. I'll trust you just this once." He was unable to focus on both Naruto and whatever lay ahead for him. While one posed no real threat to him, the other was determined to destroy the worlds if given the opportunity. The Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. I think we've let the Gote 13 see enough of our lands without any repercussions. I believe it's time to show them the power of our forces. The true force of my army, the Espada. Aizen sat at the head of a large table with just 2 members of his Arrancar army present. He looked around the room and said, "I want Konami to head to the world of the living with you two and your fraction if you desire to bring them. Follow his orders." At the table with him was Tia Harribel and Espada. Yes, Aizen-sama. Whatever you say, Aizen-sama. Can I attempt to capture the strange man that allied himself with the Shinigami? Asked the other, a man with pink hair and glasses on his face. With his trademark smile, Aizen said, Konami will give you your objectives for this mission, and I expect nothing less than success if you wish Sail Aporo. Omake. Naruto and Soi Fon's date. This turn of events, mainly the part where she was losing, did not particularly please her. She didn't consider that she had a power limiter when she placed the wager, whereas Naruto didn't. She felt somewhat betrayed, but she had made the wager and she planned to pay off her debt when Naruto pulled out his glowing sword and sliced a path of destruction through the group of Arrancars that had attacked them in Hueco Mundo, smashing her respective score. She posted doing the same. So, following his instructions, she waited for Naruto in her gigai in the base's lobby. In his own street clothes, Naruto quickly met her there and grinned at her, saying, Don't give me that look, Joubaki, this is more for you than for me. I could have made you do something humiliating instead of this. As he approached her, Soi Fon crossed her arms and reassured him, this is plenty humiliating. Soi Fon sneered and made his way to the front door, saying, Well, you're going to be doing this tonight. Naruto leaned over to speak directly to her, asking, You think going on a date is humiliating? Why, you're so good looking, you should be doing things like this all the time. In an attempt to persuade him to reconsider taking her out, or at the very least, postpone it until later, Soi Fon asked, Don't you have something more important to do right now? No, everything we just did can wait until tomorrow. I wouldn't even know how to handle any of it right now anyway, so it's better to clear my head. And what better way to do it than to spend some time with my Joubaki? Naruto shook his head as he followed her outside into the cool night air. He put an arm around her and received a growl in return. You could try to enjoy it, you know. He led her to wherever he planned to take her, and Soi Fon stopped snarling at him. She fervently hoped that she wouldn't be wasting her time on this. However, since they first met, Naruto had not failed. She would have detested it if he had taken her to a carnival or something to try to flaunt himself. She nearly thought he would simply take her to a pointless film that she had no interest in seeing. When Soi Fon discovered that Naruto only led her to the riverside and took her for a walk, she was somewhat taken aback. For the moment, she was more enjoying simply staring at him than trying to figure out his intentions. At last Naruto spoke up, I know you don't really like doing anything loud or flashy, and this was the only thing I could think of on short notice that might put a smile on your face other than going to mess with Urahara, unless you want to do that. Considering what Naruto could bring onto Urahara Kazuki's head and recalling the chaos he caused in the Seraiti, she grinned and said, maybe some other time, Uzumaki. It wasn't a huge loss, Naruto shrugged, and he could think of something to do with them. Maybe for your birthday then, he suggested, laughing, and went back to his thoughts. Are you hungry? He asked. She might have been because they had just completed a mission. Not particularly. I could use a snack if that means anything though, Soi Fon said, shaking her head. A little snack, that should be easy for him. So far, she wasn't showing herself to be very high maintenance, but even if she had been, he wouldn't have cared. Naruto complied with her request and escorted her to an ice cream shop before they resumed their stroll. He might be able to come up with something to do with her if he did that. Soi Fon was certainly being friendly enough, as he had anticipated. As if she had to maintain appearances of being a distant and cold person, she was always much nicer when she didn't think anyone was looking. From what he could see, she was only not like that with Yoruichi and, to a lesser degree, with him. He heard her say, this is actually nice. She continued to eat her ice cream cone, and he heard her say, I guess you know me well enough after all, Uzumaki. How you would know that I would be more partial to a walk like this than anything else I don't think I'll ever find out, unless you asked Yoruichi-sama, but I don't think you did. She glanced over the side of the grassy hill they were walking next to the moonlit water. Naruto wanted to slap his forehead with his hand. This girl told him she enjoyed meditation in her free time, so why wouldn't she enjoy a straightforward stroll like this? He had good intentions, but sometimes he overanalyzed things. Nevertheless, he was completing his task. Soi Fon's normally stern expression was absent, and she appeared to be quite happy right now. To be honest, he was glad to see her in that state. With his hands in his pockets, Naruto told Soi Fon, I'm glad you're having a good enough time. I just want you to be happy, Joubaki. After finishing the cone of ice cream, Soi Fon hummed as she began to eat it, saying, "That name you call me, why do you call me any kind of name at all? I call you by your actual name." In response, Naruto said, "That's an easy question to answer." Soi Fon turned to face him to get the information, and he saw her eyes widen. "And I have an old habit of giving nicknames to people that I like. Because I think we're rather close. I like you. How could you possibly say that you like me when most of our relationship is originally based on me trying to kill you?" Soi Fon asked him, finishing off her cone and shaking her head. "Most of the people I've ended up being friends with are people that tried to hurt me somehow. But you don't want to kill me right now, do you? So it's alright." Naruto surprised her by laughing before he said, "Just know that I do care about you, and you've got a friend in me even if you don't want one." He also noticed Soi Fon smiling, despite her attempts to hide it by turning forward once more. As she smiled despite herself, Soi Fon thought, "You are truly a strange man, Uzumaki Naruto." She wanted to maintain the image that most people saw her as every day, but she knew that Naruto was well aware of how at ease she was around him, the disarming bastard. "And as a friend," Naruto said, his voice tinged with laughter, "I have the right to help you out when I think you need me." Just like this, he reached over to her face and grabbed a crumb of the cone she had been eating from the corner of her mouth, shocking her by popping the crumb into his mouth. "I couldn't just let you walk around with a crumb on your face, Joubaki, no matter how cute you looked." Even though it was the middle of the night, Soi Fon's face was still clearly red and appeared to be enraged. "Uzumaki," she yelled as she slammed her small body into him, sending them both down the hillside while he laughed the whole time. "I will kill you," he said. In order to prevent Soi Fon from turning and strangling him, Naruto held her back against him while they sat down. "Calm down. I knew you were going to hit me once I did that. Mostly because women love to hurt me for some reason, but I'm not holding that against you. Actually, I'm holding you against me," Naruto said, laughing once more when he felt Soi Fon wriggle to free herself. She eventually gave up retaliating after a minute or two and sat on the hillside, Naruto still holding on to her in case she became irritable. Even after Naruto did what he did, something she still couldn't believe he had the gall to do, it was a really pleasant night out, but that wasn't the point. Taking everything into account, things could have been much worse even after that. She allowed the peaceful night to soothe her, and she didn't mind resting her head against Naruto's chest because it had been a long day. In fact, the entire week had been long. With no malice or real intent in her voice, Soi Fon sighed and said, "I swear, you make me sick, Uzumaki." When he felt her resting comfortably against him, Naruto just continued to smile and held on to her, saying, "Love you too, Joubaki."
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.